House of the Dragon had to walk an extremely contentious path in order to arrive at the success it has reached. A prequel series to the show that defined pop culture in the previous decade, House of the Dragon had a lot to live up to and a lot to overcome. The first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones set the standard of quality so high for a show set in Westeros that House of the Dragon had to be exceptional just to clear the bar. By nature of it being a successor show, it had the difficult task of living in the shadow of Game of Thrones and searching for a way to separate itself while still being true to the established feeling of the world.
Right from the very beginning, we had to live up to the huge, almost unscalable expectations of the original series.
This behemoth that we're following in its footsteps, and there's a massive pressure that we feel to give you guys what you want, but also make it different and to also put our own stamp on it.
Making their job even more difficult was the bitter taste left in the mouths of the fandom after Game of Thrones' ending destroyed everything the earlier seasons had built up. The ending of Game of Thrones is reviled as one of the worst endings to any show ever, and when these successor shows were announced, many considered them to be dead in the water because of how much damage the ending did to the IP. There was a genuine concern that the production team was putting all of this work into House of the Dragon and that would be all for naught, as it was uncertain if fans would be willing to give the show a chance.
I genuinely hope that audiences are open to watching a new chapter in the Game of Thrones saga.
Prospective watchers could be hesitant to start House of the Dragon, not wanting to get invested in the story for years only to have the rug pulled out from them at the very end of the journey. So the first season of House of the Dragon had the unenviable task of living up to the standard set by early Game of Thrones while simultaneously dealing with the fallout from the later seasons and reinvesting the disillusioned and divided fanbase. And it came as a surprise to many when they were able to do just that. House of the Dragon is a fantastic show that manages to make itself distinct from Game of Thrones while keeping everything we loved from the original series. It has incredible attention to detail and is absolutely impeccable from a production standpoint, with some of the best costuming, set design, VFX, cinematography, and music ever put to the silver screen. House of the Dragon is a much more intimate affair than the world-spanning scope of Game of Thrones, as it is at its core a family drama.
The family drama, yeah. You can have all the, the dragons and all the things that people love about the show, but if that stuff isn't, at the core of it, isn't believable, then I don't feel that there's much point.
House of the Dragon proved all of its doubters wrong, turning the angry mob that was ready to hate the show into a happy crowd of people once again enamored with the world of Westeros. But will it stay this way, or is it doomed to tread the same path as its predecessor, gaining early praise before being lambasted for an unsatisfying conclusion? Well, in this regard, it has something going for it that Game of Thrones never did. It's an adaptation of a finished story. Unlike the mainline A Song of Ice and Fire series, which remains unfinished and serves as the basis for Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon is an adaptation of a part of Targaryen history known as the Dance of Dragons, and chronicled in Martin's fake history book, Fire and Blood. The ending of the show is already known to readers of Fire and Blood, and unless the showrunners greatly diverge from the source material, House of the Dragon shouldn't meet the same fate as Game of Thrones. A source of early optimism surrounding the show was the knowledge that David Benioff and Dan Weiss were not going to have any involvement in this project, and instead the show would be helmed by Ryan Condal and Miguel Sapochnik. Famed for his role in directing some of Game of Thrones' most celebrated battle sequences, Sapochnik added credibility to the more technical aspects of the show. In the case of Condal, Martin specifically recruited him to the project, as the two were friends prior to this. Condal has expressed a love of Martin's world and sees him as an inspiration as a writer. Martin clearly has a respect and trust for Condal, and believes that he will do his work justice in adapting it to the television medium.
It's great to have Ryan, who's a great writer and someone who really knew my world. He's going to do his best to remain faithful to it.
And I think it's important to note here that House of the Dragon is meant as a faithful adaptation of Fire and Blood. With so many fantasy adaptations nowadays, I think it is important to point out that it is the intent of Condal and his team to bring Martin's story to life in a visual medium, as opposed to the adaptation styles of other shows that oftentimes use the author's world and characters as a starting off point and write their own story from there. As someone familiar with and enjoys the source material, this is my ideal adaptation style. And even though it is the goal of House of the Dragon to be a faithful adaptation, that is not to say that they are unwilling to make changes or that every change is a detriment. In my opinion, adaptation changes can be valuable so long as they help to make the story more compelling and do not significantly alter the original author's intent or the spirit of their work. With that said, the nature of the source material allows for a flexibility in House of the Dragon's adaptation of the story. Fire and Blood Blood is written as a Targaryen history book, compiled by Archmeister Gildane years after the events of the story. The story itself is presented from multiple primary sources that are often contradictory in nature. A single event will have multiple versions of how it played out, which gives House of the Dragon the choice to choose which version they wish to use.
This version makes Fred the villain and Bill the hero, and this version makes Bill the villain and Fred the hero. And then at some point it hit me, why don't I give all versions? Because history is uncertain. In Fire and Blood, I didn't have to make that. But Ryan and Miguel, when they're adapting it, they largely had to make up their mind.
The showrunners of House of the Dragon have expressed the desire to tell a nuanced story that is not about good versus evil, but is much grayer in nature, as the characters in the story try to navigate the circumstances they find themselves in the best that they can.
That it's not about good versus bad, that it's about people who are really all trying to do the best they can with what they know at the time, and how that sort of all goes wrong.
The characters are equally as capable of acts of honor, virtue, and love as they are betrayal, deceit, and hate. When I originally read Fire and Blood, my understanding was that it is a tragic tale of a family that destroys itself, passing on their quarrels and resentment to their children, which continues the same cycle. If the Dance of Dragons was posted on the Am I the Asshole subreddit, no matter which character posted it, the replies would all be the same. Everyone sucks here. In service of this grey, nuanced, tragic tale, the showrunners wanted to be ambiguous on what side is ultimately in the wrong and in the right, hoping that this will lead the fanbase with a divided sense of allegiance between the Greens and the Blacks.
And I like the fact that the readers of Fire and Blood divided as to who actually is the hero and who actually is the villain. And I hope the viewers of the show will have the same issues here.
With this being one of their main goals of the series, the way the characters are portrayed and the versions of events they choose to follow has to be carefully thought out. It is a balancing act, making each side have good and deplorable aspects to each of their characters. If the scale is thrown out of balance with one side becoming the clear heroes of the story and the other side becoming the clear villains, I think the story ultimately becomes less compelling. That is not to say that the scale cannot lean one way or the other, so long as it is relatively even. I will be bringing up the balancing scale throughout this review, as I think it is an interesting exercise to see if the showrunners were successful in creating the divide they hoped to. I will be taking an in-depth look at everything that happened in Season 1 of House of the Dragon, analyzing the events and character interactions in each episode. I will also be relating the events at the show to how they occurred in Fire and Blood, so this review will also contain spoilers for the sections of Fire and Blood that the show has covered in Season 1. I will not be talking about anything in Fire and Blood beyond the events of where the show is, so no need to worry, there will not be any spoilers for future seasons of House of the Dragon. There will also be light spoilers for Game of Thrones throughout. Also, at the end of each episode analysis, I will assign one character as the episode MVP and one character as the episode LVP. This will be based on which character played the Game of Thrones the best and or worst. When it comes to the MVP, entertainment value will also be taken into account to some degree. Feel free to play along in the comments and leave who you think is the MVP and LVP for each episode. With that said, it's time to jump into the review. Full Season 1 spoilers ahead.
Jaehaerys called the Great Council to prevent a war being fought over his succession, the only thing that could tear down the House of the Dragon was itself.
House of the Dragon's first episode is easily the most important of the season. It's important from a story perspective because it sets the stage for the journey we are about to go on throughout the season, but even more importantly, it had the Herculean task of winning back the fanbase and regaining their trust. The success of the entire show hinged on the first episode being able to help its disillusioned viewers move on from the heartbreak and betrayal of Game of Thrones and re-immerse themselves in Westeros. Much of the audience came into the premiere ready to hate it but wanting to like it. House of the Dragon would not get a second chance if they faltered out of the gate, and so Heirs of the Dragon needed to be excellent in order for the show to grow. And it did just that, as I think it is one of the strongest episodes of the season. A tricky decision in the writer's room was deciding when the story should actually begin. The Dance of Dragons is a generational conflict, and in order to sufficiently understand it and all of its nuances, the appropriate amount of context is required. If they were to start too late into the story, the audience would not have the full picture, and if they were to start too early, they would be forced to have more drastic time jumps. I think the ultimate decision to start the show at the Great Council of Harrenhal of 101 AC was the perfect choice to kick off the show. The Great Council is an incredibly important and pivotal event in the timeline, and it really does set the stage for much of the conflict that is to come. After a crisis of succession emerges when King Jaehaerys' son and heir dies, the Great Council is called, allowing the lords the power to discuss and decide the succession, with Jaehaerys promising to accept whatever the council decided. It was great seeing the old king, even briefly, as his presence really shows a kingly awareness that his successor ultimately lacks. The purposes of the council was to keep the realm and Targaryen dynasty strong and united, opening a forum so that none could say they were not given fair due. The visuals of Harrenhal look great, as it lives up to its reputation as an enormous, monstrous castle. In the show, it is whittled down to two candidates, Rhaenys Targaryen, the eldest child of Jaehaerys' firstborn son, and Viserys Targaryen, the eldest child of Jaehaerys' secondborn son. After much deliberation, the council ultimately comes to the decision that Viserys should be named heir, the deciding factor being Rhaenys' sex. This was the case because of the patriarchal system in place in Westeros, and the thousands of years of male primogeniture employed by the Andals and the First Men. The vote in the show was 20-1, revealing that the houses of Westeros were entrenched with these ideas at the time of the council. It is also important to note that the effect of naming a female heir over a male could have an effect on the inheritance of the lord's own holdings. If this was to occur, many lords and sons could find their own succession in question, and considering they were the ultimate decision makers at the council, it behooved them to see Viserys inherit and keep the status quo. In Fire and Blood, this is even more clear-cut, as Rhaenys is dismissed almost immediately because she is a woman, and instead the second closest claimant was actually her son, Laenor, who would be inheriting through his mother's bloodline to his grandfather. It was deemed that even though Laenor's claim was through a more direct line, it was weaker than Viserys' claim because it passed through a woman, whereas Viserys' claim was through the male line. Not only could a woman not inherit over a man, but any claim through a female line was seen as weaker than a claim through a male line. I understand why they decided to change the primary claimant from Laenor to Rhaenys in the show, as it simplifies things and puts more focus on women being passed over. The Great Council has huge implications for the conflict at the heart of House of the Dragon, as its decision sets a strong precedent for the laws of inheritance. In the eyes of many, the Great Council of 101 AC thereby established an iron precedent on matters of succession. Regardless of seniority, the Iron Throne of Westeros could not pass to a woman, nor through a woman to her male descendants. With this context, it makes Viserys naming Rhaenyra as his heir seem to be a very unwise decision, as it goes against a precedent set by the entire realm only a few years after it was set. All in all, it's a great scene, and it has massive implications for the story ahead. House of the Dragon then brings us to the present day of the story with a title card, informing us that we are 9 years into Viserys' reign, and 172 years before Daenerys is born. I think this is an interesting framing device, as it connects the show to Game of Thrones, and the descendant of our main characters. Living up to its name, we then get our first dragon sighting, as a yellow she-dragon named Syrax is flying in the skies above King's Landing.
The first dragon you meet is Syrax, which is Rhaenyra's dragon. She's built for speed. She's very proud and honorable.
When we get a closer look at Syrax, we can see that she is very distinct looking, and not simply a yellow rendering of Dany's dragons. When Syrax lands, we meet one of our main characters, the Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen. As she dismounts her dragon, we can already get the feeling that she is adventurous and free-spirited. At the center of the merriment, cherished and adored by all, was their only surviving child, Princess Rhaenyra, the little girl the court singers dubbed the realm's delight. She walks over to her friend, Alicent Hightower, and offers to take her up for a ride, to which Alicent declines. It is clear from this first interaction that they are close friends and also very different people. In the book, Alicent is nearly 10 years older than Rhaenyra, and so this girlhood friendship is a change made by the show. I actually really like this change, as it helps start the characters off at a very similar starting place, and adds to the tragedy of the story. It enhances the story and makes it more compelling. As Rhaenyra and Alicent are walking through the Red Keep, it is incredibly lively and feels like we are at the height of Targaryen power. It is vibrant and colorful, and really makes it feel like the Red Keep is the place to be in Westeros, doing much to show the times these characters are living in. We are then treated to a scene between Rhaenyra and her mother, Aemma, and it further illustrates the type of person Rhaenyra is and how she stands in contrast to the world she inhabits. Where everyone has been focusing on the unborn baby, Rhaenyra is much more concerned with her mother and how she is doing.
Well, here you are, surrounded by attendants, all focused on the babe. Someone has to attend to you.
They have a talk about what it means to be a woman in this world, Aemma accepting her place in it, and Rhaenyra still fighting against it, saying she has no interest in being a mother and would prefer to be a knight. We learn that Rhaenyra is stubborn and willful, not someone who does something because they are told to. Aemma explains how women have their role to play and that the birthing bed is a woman's battlefield. It is not an easy thing, but there is honor and beauty that can be found in it alongside the hardship. This conversation really helps set up Rhaenyra's character, as her reluctance to be a mother and follow the traditional feminine roles assigned to her are a major focus point for her character. We then jump over to meet none other than Vizzy T. We are introduced to him as he is holding court with his small council, not focusing on the ruling of the kingdom, rather telling a joke. I feel like this does a good job of showing us who Viserys is, as he's incredibly affable, and that they are currently in an incredibly prosperous time with the realm undisturbed by war. Viserys Targaryen was not the strongest-willed of kings. It must be said, always amiable and anxious to please, he relied greatly on the counsel of the men around him, and did as they bade more often than not. In contrast to Viserys' relaxed and unbothered demeanor are the members of his council. The loudest voices in the room are that of the Hand Otto Hightower and the Sea Snake Corlys Velaryon, both of which will be main players in the dance, and their respective families will serve as the cornerstones of the opposing factions.
I think the fun of this series is that you get to introduce the Hightowers and the Velaryons and spend a lot of time with them. In many ways, you can say either one of those houses are sort of the Lannisters of this time in their reach and power and their access to the to the throne and to the king's ear. I'm glad that Fire and Blood, as much as I love the Starks and the Lannisters, was not just another, go at the Starks and the Lannisters. That they still inhabit the world, but we're going to focus over here and here now.
I agree with Condell that it is really refreshing that House of the Dragon will focus on houses that were not all that present in Game of Thrones. It helps make the show distinct and not a retread of the conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters. It's always fun exploring other houses more in depth. In the council meeting, Corlys is all business, greatly concerned with what is happening in the Stepstones. The Stepstones is crucial because it controls the sea lanes to and from the Narrow Sea, having a massive impact on transport and trade in the region. This is of immediate concern to Corlys.
I would urge that you not allow this triarchy much latitude in the Stepstones, Your Grace. If those shipping lanes should fall, it will beggar our ports.
But Viserys seems unaware of the threat it poses to the kingdom. Viserys wants to focus the discussion on the tourney that is to be held in honor of his unborn son, instead of focusing on the real issues of the kingdom. He is a good time king, burying his head in the sand when presented with something he does not want to confront. He is so excited and convinced that he will have a son, not noticing that this makes Rhaenyra feel less than. With only one scene, Viserys, Corlys, and Otto all feel compelling and fully formed out of the box. In the next scene, we meet one of the most polarizing and engaging characters in the whole show. And I will take the time here to express that just because you like a character that does terrible things, that does not mean you condone that character's actions in real life. I've seen a lot of discourse online stating that liking certain characters makes you a bad person. This is stupid to me, as not only are these events fictional, but its main purpose is to provide entertainment, not to be a guide for morality. Especially in a story like this, where every character has done something unsavory, there is nothing wrong with liking them and becoming invested in their story. If a character is well written and engaging, it is only natural to be drawn towards them regardless of the morality of their actions. I just wanted to address that because I've seen a lot of this way of thinking surrounding the show, in particular due to the split nature of the fandom, and I really don't care for it. With that disclaimer out of the way, where were we? Oh yes. Lounging on the Iron Throne with an air of presumptuousness and no regard for propriety is Daemon Targaryen. Over the centuries, House Targaryen has produced both great men and monsters. Prince Daemon was both. In his day, there was not a man so admired, so beloved, and so reviled in all of Westeros. He was made of light and darkness in equal parts. To some, he was a hero. To others, the blackest of villains. Martin names Daemon as his favorite Targaryen, and with a description like that, it is easy to see why.
I'm notorious for my love of gray characters. And one of the grayest characters in the entire history of Westeros is Daemon Targaryen, the Rogue Prince. He's a very colorful and unpredictable character, and I think he has to rank up there as my favorite.
Daemon has an enormous screen presence and draws the audience's attention every time he is on screen. In his intro, he is sitting on the Iron Throne, I think showing how in some ways he views himself above everyone. I don't think he necessarily even wants to be king, but he is attention-seeking and willing to use his position as heir to create chaos. In this scene, we clearly see that he has a special bond with his niece. The two of them are cut from the same cloth, not willing to succumb to what they are told to do. It is also an interesting note that the two often speak High Valyrian to each other instead of using the common tongue, as if they see a true Targaryen in each other, a true Valyrian. There's also a subtext in this scene as Daemon gives Rhaenyra a necklace. Daemon is giving off some major creepy uncle vibes. The incestual undertones are overlooked because they are Targaryens, but the age difference and the way he treats her do make it feel, at least on some level, that he is grooming her. With that said, they have a complicated relationship, and it will be interesting to track throughout the season. I also just want to highlight the new Iron Throne, as it is the first time we see it in the show. I really like the updated version, as it makes it feel more monstrous, but maintains the iconography of the original. It's a cool idea that as the years have gone on, it has changed, and by the time Game of Thrones starts and the Targaryens are deposed, it is a fraction of what it once was.
I wanted to make a hybrid version that was closer to something described in the original book that still honored the throne from the original series.
This episode makes great use of its time, with each scene revealing an aspect of any given character. In the scene where Rhaenyra and Alicent are studying, we get to take a closer look at their friendship as well as examine how different they are from each other. We learn that Rhaenyra doesn't take her studies seriously. She is naturally smart and so gets by doing the bare minimum. She doesn't care what others think of her and won't let their expectations dictate how she behaves. As the realm's delight, she has been spoiled, but at the same time, she feels like her father has always wanted a son, which makes her feel bad about herself.
I hope for my father that he gets a son. As long as I can recall, it's all he's wanted.
You want him to have a son?
I want to fly with you on Dragonback, see the great wonders across the narrow sea and eat only cake.
In contrast to Rhaenyra is Alicent, who is very diligent in her studies, taking them incredibly seriously. She is high-strung, self-serious, and dutiful. Their differences can be linked to the relationships that they have with their fathers.
For me, like, you've been granted maybe too much freedom, where you'd love some boundaries set. And whereas my relationship with my dad, it's been imposed upon me that I will live a life of servitude.
They have each adapted to the world they live in differently because of what was expected from them. This is a terrific scene that does a great job fleshing out a critical relationship and helps to establish what kind of people they are. We then get to see something that will be a regular occurrence throughout the season, and that is Vizzy T and his failing health. So far, it's just an infected cut from sitting the Iron Throne, but as the season goes on, we will see him slowly deteriorate. The emphasis of it in this episode intrigues the audience and gets them wondering how it will develop. Though their screen time together ultimately ends up brief, Viserys' relationship and love for Aemma is incredibly important for his character development and the trajectory of the story. In this scene, we see that Viserys does truly love his wife, but at the same time, he is asking a lot of her. She's already had several miscarriages, and the weight of that has had an immense emotional impact on her. Because of his dream, Viserys has pushed her once again to be with child, as he is obsessed with the image he saw. It's also kind of sad because Aemma expresses regret and feels like she has failed Viserys for being unable to produce a male heir for him.
I know it is my duty to provide you an heir, and I'm sorry if I have failed you in that I am, but I've mourned all the dead children I can.
It's completely out of her control, and yet she carries that burden. I think the actress, Sean Brooke, does a great job showing how tired Aemma is from all of this heartache. Aemma says that no matter what happens, this is the last time. We then have a hard cut to Daemon rallying his gold cloaks. He is the leader of the City Watch, an assignment he was given as a means of distracting him and getting him out of the affairs of the Council. Like Tyrion did with the latrines of Casterly Rock, Daemon took his assignment and made the most of it, making the gold cloaks his own and invigorating them with a sense of purpose.
Beginning tonight, King's Landing will learn to fear the color gold.
When the news dropped that Matt Smith was cast to be Daemon, I didn't really like the decision, as I did not think he suited the role. In the other works I'd seen of him, he just came across as far too goofy to give Daemon the menacing presence that he requires. However, it was in this scene when Daemon is rallying up his troops that I became fully convinced in Smith's portrayal of the character, as he really makes it his own and does an incredible job of bringing the Prince of the City to life. We get to see how ruthless Daemon is as he exacts the king's justice. He names himself judge, jury, and executioner.
I think Daemon thinks like he's actually doing the right thing. I think he feels like there's a strange morality to him, and he thinks, right, I'm going to go out and punish these people and show everyone that I'm being diligent about this. And yes, I'm pushing the envelope a bit, but I don't think it's just gratuitous violence from his point of view. But I do think there's a part of him that probably enjoys it.
It can also be seen as Daemon trying to get the attention of his brother, like he is saying, "Hey, look at me, you can use me, I am doing this for you." This transitions into another council meeting, as Otto is complaining to the king about Daemon's doings. All are surprised to see that Daemon actually attended a council meeting. Here we get to see the beef between Otto and Daemon, putting Viserys in the position as mediator. Because of the soft spot Viserys has for his brother, Daemon knows that he has free reign to poke and prod Otto, even bringing up his recently deceased wife. He stands resolute that his harsh methods yield results, and are the best course to manage the city. We also learn in this scene that Daemon is married, and does not particularly care for his wife.
You've not been seen in the Vale or at Runestone for quite some time.
I think my bronze bitch is happier for my absence.
We continue our character study of Daemon as we see that he can't finish with his lady Mysaria. She tries to console him, as it seems his impotence is related to the stressors he is feeling in regards to Viserys having a son, and his role as heir being taken away from him. In passing, Mysaria offers to bring him in a maiden, which is something that it is said he enjoyed in the book. However, this isn't really something I care to see on the show, and I'm glad it was glossed over. Still, I think it is important to note that Daemon is an interesting character, not a good person. We are then treated to the big set piece of the episode with the tourney. The tourney sequence is a massive achievement as it works on every level. It feels even more impressive when you compare it to the tourney in the first season of Game of Thrones. By comparison, it feels massive, a real spectacle and a true celebration. The colorful heraldry really stands out to make this feel like it's from a more prosperous time. The tourney itself is also extra violent, as the Knights of the Realm have so much pent-up aggression from living in peace times. The tourney gives them a release, and so it becomes a bloody affair. There are a lot of interesting moments throughout the tourney, like when Borman Baratheon calls Rhaenys the queen who never was, visibly angering Corlys and likely equally irritating Rhaenys, though she hides it better than her husband. We also see Alicent is uncomfortable with the extreme violence and is picking at her fingers as she struggles with her lack of control over the situation. We meet a new mystery knight. Donned in what looks like to be old shabby armor, we can infer that he is a poor common-born knight. However, as he unseats a number of opponents, including the Baratheons, it is clear that he possesses tremendous skill. When Rhaenyra asks about him, we learn his name is Criston Cole, and he is the common-born son of Lord Dondarrion's steward. The tourney also further illustrates how conniving Daemon can be, with one of my favorite sequences in the whole episode. He chooses Otto's son, Sir Gawain Hightower, as his opponent in the joust. He decides to resort to a cheap tactic of tripping the horse, unseating Gawain and winning him the joust. This shows us the underhanded tactics Daemon is willing to put to use if it allows him to achieve his goals. After unhorsing Otto's son, Daemon strides over to Otto's daughter Alicent and asks for her favor. Having his daughter give her blessing to the man who just bested his son is really rubbing salt in Otto's wound. I really love this moment, as it shows how Daemon will try to get a rise out of his foes. Criston and Daemon ultimately go head to head, with Criston getting the better of him in the joust. We get a really cool shot of Daemon being dragged across the barrier. Not one to go down quietly, Daemon pushes the issue and engages Criston on foot. Criston wields a Morningstar as his signature weapon, and it's always nice to see the use of other types of medieval weapons other than swords. It's a great fight, with Criston ultimately besting Daemon after Prince celebrates prematurely. It is also noteworthy that Criston comes upon Daemon from behind, and this could be seen as less than honorable and potentially a hint at his thuggish nature. This scene also highlights that the way things are portrayed in the show don't always line up with what the intentions were behind the scenes.
We know Daemon's a great fighter, but but we need to know that Cole's a better fighter.
The moment of Kristen beating Daemon was supposed to show that he was the superior fighter. However, by making him attack from behind, nothing is really definitive, and some have argued that this encounter shows Daemon to be the better fighter, as in order to beat him, Kristen had to take him unawares. I think this is important to highlight because what the team is saying doesn't always add up, and this can lead to some confusion and the audience perceiving the story in ways that they were not meant to. After winning, Kristen asks for Rhaenyra's favor, which she happily gives him. When he removes his helm, it also becomes clear that he is Dornish, othering him in another way alongside his common-born status.
He's of another world. I mean, he's like fought in war, and he comes from a low-born family, and I don't think that any of this world to him is of importance, certainly at the beginning when you meet him.
The tourney was being intercut throughout with Aemma's birthing scenes. This was intentionally done as a means to highlight and contrast the man's battlefield with the woman's battlefield. I think this was a great choice and feels poignant in illustrating the two realities men and women inhabit in this world. Midway through the tourney, Viserys was called away as he was told of a complication with the birth. He is told by the Maester that Aemma is going to die, and he has the choice of whether or not to try and save the baby. This choice, and the guilt and shame he feels as a result of it, defines the character moving forward, as he is never truly able to forgive himself for what he does. Obsessed with having a son, Viserys consents to the cesarean. Now, I don't have an issue with Viserys' decision, as his options are essentially Aemma dies and the baby might live, or both Aemma and the baby definitely die.
Because it's made very clear to him that Aemma is going to die either way. The only choice that you really have in the matter is whether you try to save the child. And he knows that it's his duty to put forward a male heir, especially if his wife is not going to make it, not be able to generate another heir for him. So that's what motivates him to make that decision with the Grand Maester.
Where I think Viserys screws up and shows his cowardice is the fact that he doesn't tell Aemma. He lets the Maesters take Aemma unaware, leaving her terrified in her final moments, knowing nothing except that her husband let this happen to her. He showed weakness as he took away any agency from Aemma by leaving her out of the decision-making process. He could not do the hard thing of telling her what was about to happen, or to talk to her about it. He even tries to act like everything is going to be fine, knowing full well that it's not.
No, I'm scared, nothing.
Don't be scared.
What's happening?
Don't be scared, they're going to break the paper.
This shows us one of Viserys' biggest flaws, as he is unable to face the hard things head on, and as a result he makes everything worse and more painful. In the end, he gets the son he wanted, but at the cost of his beloved wife. It ends up being even more tragic, as he ends up committing the ultimate sacrifice for nothing, as his son Balon dies only hours after Aemma. This is the first of many traumatizing birthing scenes that have no doubt scarred many female viewers. This is not the show to watch if you are currently pregnant. I also want to make note about how the show has done a good job expanding on the source material, as in Fire and Blood, Aemma's death is barely a paragraph and is devoid of any real emotion. Thus did matters stand in 105 AC, when Queen Aemma was brought to bed in Maegor's Holdfast, and died whilst giving birth to the son that Viserys Targaryen had desired for so long. The show brings the characters to life and gives them a humanity that was lacking in the book. The way they flesh out the source material enhances the story and improves the adaptation. We smash cut from baby Balon making a gurgling noise to the funeral pyre. Viserys is so distraught with grief that he is shutting down, and Rhaenyra is angry at the world. It falls to Daemon to step up and try to console them, helping them move forward and continue their duties. I feel like this moment shows how Daemon cares for his family and will step up to help them when they need him. Rhaenyra is the one to command Syrax to set the pyre aflame, adding to her heartbreak. Viserys had kind of been banking on having a son, and now with that not going to happen, Otto pushes his agenda. Otto proposes Rhaenyra be named heir in an attempt to spite Daemon and remove him from the line of succession. With Daemon set to inherit the Iron Throne upon Viserys' death, that is bad news for Otto, and likely bad news for Westeros as a whole. I think Otto genuinely believes that he is well intentioned when he is petitioning Viserys to cast Daemon aside, fearing that he would be another Maegor and rule with bloodshed and cruelty. However, at the same time, I think Otto often has difficulty differentiating between what is good for the realm and what is good for his house.
Even though his intentions are good, he's also persuaded himself that there is nothing but good intention behind his action.
In his mind, naming Rhaenyra as heir is a band-aid and buffer against Daemon, and not the real long-term solution. It is funny though how Otto petitioned for the very thing that he tries to undo later in the story.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
In this conversation, he lacks tact and sets Viserys into a rage as he is still raw with grief.
My wife and son are dead! I will not sit here and suffer crows that come to feast on their corpses!
Lionel Strong, a member of the small council, is speaking facts about how naming Rhaenyra heir breaks over 100 years of tradition that will not likely go over easily. Viserys defends his brother, who just so happens to be listening in from his little hidey hole. I get the impression that after hearing this, Daemon feels secure in his position, which is what leads to him overstepping with the heir for a day. Even after being rebuffed, Otto wastes no time as he sends Alicent on Operation Seduce the King. It feels very manipulative and generally icky, especially when he tells her to wear one of her mother's dresses. This scene really shows how little power Alicent has, and how she is at the mercy of the men in her life. When Alicent actually visits Viserys, she does a good job of comforting him, even if it is a little uncomfortable. The real star of the scene though is Viserys' model of old Valyria. I mean, this thing is beautiful, and in a funny way really speaks to his character. He has no interest in dragon riding or sword fighting, he studies his histories, and he plays with his model. It also serves as a connection to his heritage, with at least part of him wishing for Valyria before the Doom. It's a nice touch that feels really unique. Once Otto reports Daemon's heir for a day catchphrase, Vizzy T is irate. We get a fantastic scene with Vizzy on the throne and Daemon opening up about all that he thinks. In this scene, Vizzy feels powerful. Daemon tells Viserys some hard truths, like that he is a weak king being preyed upon by lesser lords. All he really wants is his brother's love and attention, to be given real trust and made the king's hand.
You've only ever tried to send me away to the Vale, to the City Watch. 10 years you've been king, and yet not once have you asked me to be your hand.
At the same time, there are many reasons not to make Daemon hand, as once he is given that amount of power, it could be hard to rein him back in. In the moment, fueled by his fury, Viserys disinherits Daemon and names Rhaenyra as his heir out of spite. The fact that the reason he makes Rhaenyra his heir is to spurn Daemon, and the headspace he is in after so recently losing his wife, this decision feels poorly thought out from the onset. It is a bad decision from its inception, and it is symbolic that he cuts himself on the throne immediately after declaring it. Daemon is banished for the first time, sent away to the Eyrie to be with his wife. As he is leaving, we get to see his dragon, Caraxes, in all his glory. Caraxes feels like such a unique beast, oozing with personality. In many ways, he is a reflection of his rider.
My dragon's the best, because he's the grumpiest, and he's sort of lithe, and they call him the blood worm. He's angry and snappy, a bit like Daemon, to be honest.
Because the dragons are so integral to the story being told, I'm really happy that the show has gone through great lengths to make each of them feel truly distinct. Viserys informs Rhaenyra that she is going to be made heir, much to her surprise. He tells Rhaenyra about Aegon's prophecy, giving the audience PTSD from the ending of Game of Thrones. The inclusion of the prophecy is my only real issue with this episode.
Aegon foresaw the end of the world of men. This secret, it's been passed from king to heir since Aegon's time. Now you must promise to carry it.
It has been confirmed canon by Martin that Aegon was a dreamer, which certainly changes his reason for conquest. They are putting a huge emphasis on it, especially considering that the dagger is the eye of the dragon in the promotional art. It is an attempt to connect the two series by making the dagger super important, but knowing how it all ends falls flat. It also changes Rhaenyra's motivations for going to war later in the story, as she has a much more altruistic reason for wanting to be queen, and it is less about personal ambition. It changes the context of the war from the black side in a way that I think could undermine the message of the story. As far as the scale goes, I think it shifts the balance from 50-50 to 55-45 in favor of the blacks. Rhaenyra is named heir, and Viserys has the realm swear fealty to her. This is a great scene, as you can tell that there is a lot going on in Rhaenyra's head as she takes it all in. Rhaenyra is the MVP of the episode. We get a full picture of what kind of character she is, and she is named the heir with the lords of the realm swearing fealty to her. As far as the LVP, it was between two really interesting characters who had a rough go of it. I heavily considered Daemon because he is ultimately cast out by his brother and loses his position in this episode. What saves him from the bottom is Viserys screwing up on a number of occasions. He earns his LVP by the way he handled the Aemma situation and how he named Rhaenyra his heir in his anger and grief, setting the stage for the tumult to come. Heirs of the Dragon was met with universal acclaim, with the general audience back on the Game of Thrones hype train. It premiered at 10 million people, and you can tell that it did a good job because the following week, ratings actually increased instead of dropped. It's no surprise either that the show was renewed for a second season shortly after this episode aired. It cannot be overstated how important this episode was in securing the trust of the audience again.
It is the pleasure of Daemon Targaryen, the Prince of Dragonstone and rightful heir to the Iron Throne, to announce that he is to take a second wife in the tradition of old Valyria.
With the start of episode 2, we get our first glimpse at the new opening sequence. Now this is an instance where House of the Dragon is in a bit of a no-win situation because of its relation to Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones' opening sequence was Emmy Award winning, as throughout the intro we travel across the map of Westeros, helping the viewer get situated and better understand where everything is happening. House of the Dragon could have just taken that intro and called it a day. However, I don't think it would work quite as well as it did in the original. Where Game of Thrones spanned the entirety of Westeros and Essos, House of the Dragon is far more local to King's Landing and the surrounding area. There are only really a few major destinations, so the map intro could feel superfluous. They also probably wanted to have something a bit more thematic with the story that they are telling, and that is why we got the Bloodlines through Old Valyria sequence. On paper, I like this idea, but it falls short in execution because in order to understand what is happening, the audience needs to know each of the characters' personal sigils. Without that knowledge, it's really hard to make sense of it and doesn't really help in the same way that the map intro did. Even though they didn't take the opening animation, they did use the opening title theme. This was done as a way to tell the audience that they are in the same world as Game of Thrones.
How do we keep the DNA alive between those two shows? And we felt the main theme, again, it's an overarching theme for all of Westeros, so we felt this is it's the right idea to do that. It's been off the air for a while. Just to draw everybody in right away, it just kind of sets the tone.
The opening song for Game of Thrones is iconic, and I can see why they would use it. It also feels like if they used the Game of Thrones opening sequence and music, people would call them lazy. Overall, I like the House of the Dragon opening, but I'm not in love with it by any means. We open up the episode to the news that 6 months has passed since the end of the first episode. This can be kind of jarring for some people, as it feels like time is moving too fast. There's more of this to come, and I will discuss it further when we get to some of the bigger time jumps. Corlys rolls into the small council chambers heated that still nothing has been done about the stepstones. Corlys is a man of action and is no longer content to sit idle while the Triarchy controls his shipping lanes.
I want to seize the stepstones by force and burn out this crab feeder.
I think this episode gives us a better look into his character. Yet even with such forebears, Corlys Velaryon was a man apart, a man as brilliant as he was restless, as adventurous as he was ambitious. He asserts himself in this scene and effectively calls the king weak for his lack of action in regards to the stepstones, and in regards to allowing Daemon to squat on Dragonstone undisturbed. For Viserys, inaction on these matters is easier, and so he remains idle. Rhaenyra speaks up with an idea, but is quickly shut down and sent away to do busy work. The busy work actually does prove to be incredibly important, as Rhaenyra is given the task of choosing the replacement for the open spot on the Kingsguard. Unlike the Kingsguard during the events of Game of Thrones, filled with Oathbreakers and Meryn Trant, this is the Kingsguard in its prime, when the White Cloak meant something. The knights took their vows seriously, and to break them was dishonor of the highest scale, often ending with the disgraced knight being gelded or put to death.
In the original series, the heyday of the Kingsguard had long passed, but this is that heyday, and we were trying to show that and show how important and how meticulous they were over their decision making.
Rhaenyra's decision in this moment is simultaneously prudent and short-sighted. She makes her decision rather impulsively, not caring about the politics of such an appointment and how it could win her allies or make her enemies. She fails to see the bigger picture by not even really considering the knights from noble houses, while putting much of her attention on the meat of the position. She chooses Criston for the position because he is the only one of them with combat experience, which theoretically should make him the best at the actual job. There is definitely some merit to her methodology, but it also reveals that she still has a lot to learn about the politics of the kingdom.
I choose Sir Criston Cole.
Let's not be too hasty, Princess. Houses such as Crickle and Mallister are important allies of the crown.
My father should be defended by a man who's known real combat.
We see that Viserys and Alicent are still having their secret meetups. Viserys also tries to talk with Alicent about Rhaenyra, as she has been distant since Aemma's passing. Both Viserys and Rhaenyra are terrible at communicating, so this only widens the gap between them. Viserys also makes sure that Alicent isn't telling Rhaenyra about their meetups, once again showing how he often avoids hard conversations because it is easier. Alicent and Rhaenyra meet up, and Rhaenyra tells Alicent about how she doesn't want her dad to remarry, and that him doing so would be an attack on her position as heir. Alicent relates to how she too has difficulty talking with her father, and tries to get Rhaenyra to open up. We learn that Alicent is a strong believer in the faith, and that it serves as a connection to her mother. This gives us another instance on how Alicent and Rhaenyra are different, as Rhaenyra is not religious and doesn't even know what to say in her prayer. This is a nice scene, and one of the last between the two where they are completely unfettered by the circumstances forcing them at odds. Corlys is ever focused on climbing higher, and offers Viserys his daughter's hand in marriage as a means of achieving this. Corlys is a smart man, and though it is a reach, it is a savvy political maneuver. Now it is definitely icky considering that his daughter Laena is 12, but given the world they live in and the political landscape, it makes sense. By marrying Laena, Viserys shores up the Valyrians as allies, who are one of the most powerful houses in the kingdom, as they are incredibly wealthy and control an impressive fleet. Corlys then reiterates that the crown looks weak to outsiders because of the stepstones, Daemon, and having a female heir. He says this in a hope that Viserys sees how marrying Laena will strengthen his position. He also gives us a great quote during this proposal.
To elude a storm, you can either sail into it or around it, but you must never await its coming.
I've got to give it to my man Corlys. This is a well thought out proposal that would be mutually beneficial to both parties. There are only two things in his way of making it happen, the first being that his daughter is 12, and the second are the secret meetings the king is having with Alicent. We then must endure an incredibly awkward and painful dinner between Viserys and Rhaenyra. This scene really highlights their inability to communicate with each other and get beyond the surface level garbage. If they were better communicators, there would not be nearly as many hurt feelings or misunderstandings.
Somehow he completely isolates her by not being able to communicate, and she wants his sort of adoration more than anyone and can't ask for it, so they're at an impasse.
When faced with a difficult situation, Viserys turns to the council of his trusted advisors. First on that list is Otto, as he brings to him the prospect of Corlys' marriage proposal. I really feel like Otto plays this just right, as he uses a soft touch to dissuade Viserys from the proposal. He can't outright oppose it because it makes sense from a logical perspective. However, he manages to play on Viserys' feelings about how it is a tough position to be in to have to marry for duty's sake, and to ignore what the heart wants. I think there's definitely some truth to his words as he relates to Viserys through his shared loss of their wives, but it is also a means to manipulate him. Overall, I think Otto handles this very well.
I dearly loved my own lady wife, and to be compelled to replace her for duty's sake.
When we see Viserys and Laena walking together, the proposal seems even more ridiculous given how they aged up Viserys in the show. He looks like he could be her grandfather. Rhaenyra is staring down Vizzy while he is on his walk, making it plain to everyone that she is unhappy with what is happening. Rhaenys decides to engage her in conversation, to part some wisdom on her. She tells Rhaenyra that she doesn't understand the order of things, and that once she does, she will be able to move forward. She tells her how her being supplanted as heir is an eventuality, as Viserys will remarry and will likely have a son in the future. And once that happens, her claim is kaput. She brings up the precedent set by the Great Council. Rhaenyra says that they didn't reject a woman, they rejected Rhaenys. She states that she is different because the Lords of Westeros swore an oath to her. This shows that Rhaenyra still doesn't get it, allowing for Rhaenys to tell her the hard truth of the situation and drop a baller line.
The hard truth, which no one else has the heart to tell you. Men would sooner put the realm to the torch than see a woman ascend the Iron Throne.
We see another interaction between Viserys and Alicent, where Alicent gives the king a gift for his model. It's an interesting relationship because I think they enjoy each other's company, but Alicent is essentially being forced into it by Otto, complicating the whole thing. I think they find comfort in each other, but it is nothing close to resembling love. We are entering the part of the episode where it derives its title from, as Daemon's machinations are prevalent throughout the back half. He sends the council into crisis mode after stealing a dragon egg and leaving a message for them. In the message, he styles himself Prince of Dragonstone and rightful heir to the Iron Throne, tells of his intent to take a second wife who just so happens to be pregnant with his child. He also invites Vizzy T to his wedding. This once again shows off Daemon's chaotic nature and shows him to be a true wild card.
I just think he's a fucking agent of chaos. And he just enjoys, like, placing these little bombs everywhere.
Viserys doesn't want to act, feeling like Daemon is poking him, and it is just best to ignore him. It is only when he hears that the egg stolen was that of his dead son Balon that Viserys is spurred into action. He wants to go himself, but is persuaded by Otto not to go and for the Hand to go in his stead. This is a bad idea. Knowing the animosity between Otto and Daemon, sending Otto is the worst option because it has the highest chance of things going wrong. When Otto is about to set out for Dragonstone, we get a small interaction between him and Alicent where he asks her why she hurts herself. I think he sees this as a weakness, and Alicent does not have the necessary fortitude to do what has to be done. The confrontation at Dragonstone looks phenomenal. They are making use of this new technology where it allows for the live visual effects with a practical set in the middle. This provides the actors the ability to visualize what it is they are supposed to be reacting to and helps with the immersion of the show. Daemon makes note of Criston, failing to recall his name and dubbing him Sir Crispin, something the fandom has ran with. To his credit, Criston answers back with the result at the tourney, and Daemon laughs at the reply, I think, enjoying it. This is a fun little interaction and serves to lighten the tension with a bit of levity. I think the back and forth between Daemon and Otto is great, with Otto hurling insults and making demands and Daemon taunting him all the while. It is also noteworthy that the Gold Cloaks went with him to Dragonstone and remain loyal to him. I think Otto's actor, Rhys Ifans, does a tremendous job in this scene as he's completely indignant and done dealing with Daemon's crap.
This is an abomination. With every breath you soil your name, your house, and your brother's reign.
Tell us how you really feel.
As the situation is about to get sticky, Noodle Boy Caraxes reveals himself, forcing Otto to reconsider his course of action. Even still, things might have gone sideways if Rhaenyra hadn't showed up and talked Daemon down. It shows an impulsivity and recklessness to Rhaenyra as she went against what she was told to do. She feels untouchable from her father, but also from Daemon, as she knows that he won't hurt her and that she's the only person he will listen to. They speak High Valyrian to each other again, and Rhaenyra effectively calls his bluff. The two dragons on opposing sides also makes for a great visual. During the conversation with Rhaenyra, we learn that Mysaria isn't even pregnant and that Daemon was just lying about it. This definitely adds to his chaotic element as he is doing things to try and get attention and to get a rise out of people. Mysaria is mad at Daemon for his actions because while he is protected by his Targaryen lineage and position as a prince, she is in much more danger. I think Mysaria is an interesting enough character, however I find myself disinterested in her scenes, mostly because of the accent the actress has given the character. It is the only performance in the show I don't really care for and actively takes me out of the show whenever she talks. While all this is going on, Viserys is seeking the counsel of the lealest homie in all of the land, Lord Lionel Strong. Those who did not know him oft took him for a brute, mistaking his silences and slowness of speech for stupidity. This was far from the truth. He was literate and learned, his knowledge of the laws of the Seven Kingdoms exhaustive. I love the way Lionel breaks down Corlys' proposal in this scene, weighing the pros and cons as well as considering Corlys' reason for offering it in the first place. He rightly urges Viserys to take Corlys up on his offer.
The sea snake has made a calculated reach, fair play for a man of his position. You should wed Laena Velaryon, your grace. Sate Lord Corlys and fix him at your side, permanently as an ally.
I think Lionel is one of the characters who translates well to the show, as I barely remember thinking about him at all on my initial read of Fire and Blood, but I find myself excited whenever he comes on screen in the show. When Rhaenyra returns, her rebellious actions opens up the door for a breakthrough in their father-daughter communication. They finally have some real talk as they commiserate over their love and missing of Aemma. Viserys assures her that nobody could ever replace her mother, but as the king, he has a duty to the realm and must remarry. With so few Targaryens, they are vulnerable. Rhaenyra tells Viserys that she understands and is okay with him marrying. However, when she says this, she is under the impression that it will be Laena Velaryon and not her best friend.
I intend to marry the Lady Alicent Hightower.
Viserys' decision to wed Alicent instead of Laena is another catastrophic decision that helps lead the realm to imminent war. He goes against the advice of his council and ends up angering a bunch of powerful and proud people. It is a great little moment though, when Corlys smirks when Viserys announces his intention of taking a wife, only for it to be wiped off his face when the bomb is dropped. Corlys' actor, Steve Toussaint, has a great delivery of the line,
"This is an absurdity."
Viserys succeeds in making everyone mad at him except for Otto. As far as Otto dangling Alicent in front of Viserys as a prize, I think there are two ways to look at it, and I think Sarah Hess does a good job summing them up.
You can see it in one sense as gross and conniving and wrong.
And in another sense is like practical and actually maybe even kind of looking out for her. Like, you know, it's like if they have to make an alliance with some other house, she could get married off to some other rando who is a horrible person in the incredibly skewed universe that we're, you know, telling this story in. It's not the worst thing that he could be doing.
It is completely understandable to take issue with it, but I do think there is a flip side that should also be taken into account. Spurned by the king, Corlys invites Daemon to High Tide, where he gives a fantastic speech. High Tide looks really cool, with trinkets from Corlys' voyages on full display, showing his wealth and power.
All these wonderful objects are an incredible tribute to the sea snake's life. It is a vanity, because of course it's like, yeah, I did that, and I did that, and I did that. And what did you do? Oh, you were born into royalty. Well, I made my stuff.
I think his monologue gives some great characterization to Corlys, as he is done sitting around and is ready to take matters into his own hands. Daemon is also great in this scene, as he absolutely wrecks Viserys with a diss, and then in the same breath defends him from Corlys' insults.
Never my brother's strongest trait.
What?
Being king.
But our king idles himself with feasts and balls and tourneys.
I will speak of my brother as I wish. You will not.
A great ending scene that leaves the audience excited for the next episode. For the episode MVP, I considered giving it to Rhaenyra for her defusing of the situation at Dragonstone, but ultimately decided to give it to Otto. I think Otto had a great episode as he gave Viserys counsel without showing his hand, stood tall when confronted by a dragon, and ultimately got his blood on the throne. The LVP once again goes to Viserys for another bad decision that sowed dissension in the realm, as his intention to marry Alicent made an enemy out of the Valyrians and alienated his daughter.
It only remains for Viserys to name him heir to the throne. I wouldn't be so sure.
He's the king's firstborn son.
I don't know that his grace sees it so clearly.
Then it lies with you to make him see it.
We start episode 3 in the Stepstones, seeing the chaos of the region. We focus in on a Valyrian soldier who is being tortured by the crab feeder. He curses his tormentor and begs for help. And it seems his prayers are answered when Daemon comes flying in on Caraxes. However, the destructive nature of dragons is on full display, and what the soldier thought was his salvation ended up being his damnation, as he is little more than collateral damage. I thought this was a really great moment. Also, the crab feeder has a very interesting look, as he is covered in grayscale and wearing a busted up mask. He doesn't end up amounting to much, but he is memorable for his look alone. As Caraxes stomps around and burns the area, Daemon challenges the crab feeder. We get to see more of the rider-dragon bond as Caraxes protects Daemon with his wing, mirroring his rider's movement. When Daemon is hit in the shoulder by an arrow, Caraxes roars out as if he can feel Daemon's pain. Great little scene showing that Daemon has entered the fray and showcasing the dragons in an interesting way. Back in King's Landing, we learn that there has been a 3-year time jump, with the king finally getting what he's wanted for so long. As a son, Aegon is born to him. I really don't think Viserys did himself any favors when he decided to name his kid Aegon, as that name lends itself a kingly legitimacy and can also be easily confused when talking about the Conqueror's prophecy on your deathbed. But in all seriousness, I think naming his son Aegon makes Rhaenyra's position as heir even more tumultuous, as it makes it seem like he has designs for Aegon to eventually become king. Now, Viserys' uncertainty on whether or not he should supplant Rhaenyra is explored in this episode, and so it is possible that when Aegon was born, he was caught up in the excitement of the moment. Another alternative is that it reinvigorated his belief in his dream and named Aegon after the crown he will one day wear. Regardless, that decision does not do Rhaenyra any favors. We also learn that even Otto answers to someone, as his elder brother and Lord of Oldtown, Hobart Hightower, is present and is pushing Otto to make sure that Aegon is named heir. It's an interesting dynamic as it shows Otto in his role as a second son, doing his best to fulfill his brother's wishes and bring prestige to their house. It recontextualizes how we see Otto to a certain extent. Also, I find it kind of funny that even as a baby, Aegon is a bit of a goober.
Already our boy has a kingly presence. He may yet, brother, but this morning he insisted on eating porridge with his hands.
As Viserys is trying to enjoy the celebrations and feast, he is nagged by Tywin Lannister, who is warning him about the state of things in the Stepstones. Tywin seems earnest in his desire to see the situation resolved, but Viserys has no interest in the war, condemning Corlys and Daemon for starting it. He is content to leave them to their own devices. It is also clear that Viserys' relationship with Rhaenyra has continued to sour since he married Alicent. The birth of Aegon no doubt only made things more strained, as Rhaenyra felt like her days as heir were numbered, her younger half-brother her replacement. Rhaenyra is reading alone, not caring to take part in the festivities. She has a bard with her, playing the same song on loop, which provides some good levity.
Under the dragon's eye.
Again.
Perhaps the princess might like to hear something else?
She would not. Play it again.
The poor bard is put in a confusing situation once Alicent arrives, and the queen and princess order him to do conflicting things. When he is dismissed, he is no doubt relieved. We see that Alicent is pregnant again, doing her duty to Viserys as a wife. The relationship between the former friends has deteriorated even worse than Rhaenyra's relationship with her father. I think Rhaenyra unfairly places blame on Alicent and directs some of her anger towards her former friend. Alicent was put in an impossible position where she really didn't have a choice in her future. She was seeing the king in secret because her father was making her, and when Viserys declared his intention to marry her, she had no choice in the matter. She is a victim of the patriarchy, and Rhaenyra taking her feelings out on her shows her immaturity. That is not to say that Rhaenyra does not have the right to feel angry, but the anger should be directed at her father, Otto, and the situation as a whole, rather than the one person that didn't have a choice. It is understandable for Rhaenyra to be upset, but she is not going about it in the best way. She fears she will be replaced, and so decides to shut down, ignoring her duties and responsibilities. I feel like by doing this, she is making it more likely that she would be replaced, as ignoring her duties really does nothing to help her station or convince her father that she will be a good ruler. She needs to start making friends and allies, but all she is doing is alienating them. With that said, I can understand her frustration as she feels like the whole thing is pointless and nothing she does will actually matter.
And you have duties.
As I am ceaselessly reminded.
You would need to be reminded if you ever attended to them.
No one's here for me.
I think she also looks at Alicent and sees her being pregnant and looking after a baby, and doesn't want any part of that. In the carriage on the way to the hunt, I noticed that Viserys is actually giving baby Aegon some wine to sip on. I found this interesting considering that drinking will become one of Aegon's major vices, and this moment foreshadows it as well as showing some questionable parenting by Viserys. Viserys hosts a grand hunt in celebration of Aegon's name day. This is what Martin meant when he talked about a royal hunt. It's like a great big festival, a grand affair with a ton of people out and involved in the hunt. This feels like what he wanted in the first season of Game of Thrones when Bobby B went on his hunt, which was just 4 dudes walking in the woods carrying spears.
You know, there should be like 100 other guys and horses and tents, and when the king goes hunting, it's not like, okay, I'm walking through the woods with a spear here.
At the time, they didn't have the budget to do justice to the royal hunt, and so this feels like a full circle moment in a way. The title of the episode, as well as Hobbit, are a little bit presumptuous as they declare Aegon the second of his name when he has not even been named heir yet. Only kings get a numeral, because if we are counting all Aegons, he is like the 5th at this point. In one of the tents, we have a gathering of ladies, talking about the goings-on in the kingdom. Creeping into frame is Lionel's youngest son, Larys Strong, known as the Clubfoot. Larys is allowed to sit with the ladies and innocuously eats a cookie, content to sit in the background and listen. The ladies start to take a couple shots at Rhaenyra, and Alicent jumps to her defense. Rhaenyra disagrees with Lady Redwine's assertion that the crown is at war, and then when pushed, she insults her.
But the crown is not at war.
The crown is at war, Princess. Though your father refuses to admit it, we've been dragged into it by your uncle and the sea snake.
And how have you served the one with late Lady Redwine by eating cake?
This is not a good political move by Rhaenyra, as she is potentially making enemies when it would have been far more beneficial to put on a false face and hear the woman out. Unlike her father, who makes a few really huge mistakes, Rhaenyra makes a lot of minor mistakes that add up over the course of time. We are then graced with the magnificent being that is Lord Jason Lannister. Jason has such an air of arrogance and obliviousness that he comes across as a massive goober and is incredibly fun to see on screen. He is entirely insufferable, but that's what makes him so fun. I also have to give it up to his actor, Jefferson Hall, who plays both Tyland and Jason, making each of them feel totally different from each other. While Jason repeatedly puts his foot in his mouth, he hints to Rhaenyra that he would be interested in a marriage union between them, and upon realizing this, Rhaenyra promptly leaves. She confronts her dad as she feels like she is being sold off, and that is the only value that she provides to him. This is something that Viserys has talked to her about before, but she pulls a Vizzy Tea and ignored it in the hopes that it would go away.
And I have tried often to discuss it with you, but
But you've refused me at every turn.
That is because I do not wish to get married.
Even I do not exist above tradition and duty, Rhaenyra.
Rhaenyra craves freedom, and as a result acts as if she is above the tradition and duty of her station. She only wants to do things her way, and is unwilling to compromise even if duty demands it.
How does she want to behave? What does she want to do?
Whatever she wants. That's the point. She can't. She wants to do whatever she wants, and she can't.
She's so angry at her father that she storms out and rides alone into the woods. Kristen sees this and chases after her. When he catches up to her, we see the two interact and see the bond that has formed over the last 3 years. There is a familiarity and comfort between the two. Rhaenyra vents to him about how she longs to be free and envies the lives of the commons. She is lacking the perspective of the commons POV though, which Kristen provides as we go a bit into his backstory. While he had freedom growing up as a common-born man, he wanted to make something of himself. Rhaenyra laments about not having the power to do anything, which Kristen counters, telling her that she changed his life when she named him to the Kingsguard, giving him the highest honors of anyone in his family. He owes everything he has to her, and this dynamic is an interesting aspect to their relationship. While on the hunt, it is reported that a Whitehart has been spotted. This is taken as a positive omen, as it has appeared on Aegon's name day, marking him as someone special. This sets Viserys into an existential crisis as he is questioning his decision to name Rhaenyra heir and his reasons for doing so.
We know that Viserys is kind of prone to mythology and signs and dreams and symbolism, and to have that symbol put in front of him on this day where he's really secretly wondering whether he's made a wrong decision and then be forced to reckon with it on a dramatic level was a really interesting thing for us.
He's drowning his confusion in his cups when he is approached by Jason. Throughout their conversation, Jason makes it clear that he assumes Aegon will be named heir, to which Viserys is angered. This is another instance where Viserys makes a mistake and does not take the necessary steps to put up a smooth succession for Rhaenyra. He had the Lord swear fealty to her before he had a son, and because of hundreds of years of tradition, it was assumed that after Aegon was born, he would be named heir. Viserys' surprise that others are thinking this way really shows how little thought he has put into the succession. After Aegon's birth, he should have reiterated his intent to name Rhaenyra his heir to the realm, and after a certain number of years, had them once again swear fealty to her and renew their oaths. Not reading the king's mood very well, Otto proposes Viserys marry Rhaenyra to Aegon. The way Viserys looks at the 2-year-old Aegon with an expression that says, "Are you serious?" is absolutely fantastic. Viserys is unimpressed with Otto's suggestion and starts to feel like he is more self-interested than interested in what is best for the realm. With that said, I think the proposal has some merit, though would likely not have worked out. If Aegon and Rhaenyra are married, it unites their claims in a way and removes the biggest rival claimant. Now the issue we run into is whether or not rule would fall to Aegon by default because the lords overlook Rhaenyra. That is why I likely think it wouldn't have worked out, but I don't think it is as absurd as it initially sounds. Vizzy T is tired of listening to everyone trying to use him to force their own agendas. He is becoming skeptical of everyone's motives until he finally talks to the Chad, Lionel Strong. Instead of proposing marrying Rhaenyra off to his own son and heir, Harwin, Lionel advises Viserys to marry Rhaenyra to Laenor Velaryon, the son of the Sea Snake, in an attempt to bring him back into the fold. Sage advice from Lionel as always. As Rhaenyra and Kristen are having a campfire, Kristen keeps trying to convince her to return to camp. Rhaenyra refuses, leaving Kristen powerless in the situation to do anything than as he is bid. It further illustrates how the core of their dynamic is Rhaenyra making a decision and Kristen having to react and adapt to what she is doing. While they are chilling around the campfire, a boar bursts through and attacks them. After Kristen skewers the beast from behind, it still has some life in it, and Rhaenyra takes this as an opportunity to unleash all of her pent-up frustration. In a cathartic release of all her emotions, Rhaenyra turns the boar into a bloody mess, and does Bobby B proud. Viserys' existential crisis comes to a head when he reveals to Alicent about his dream. We learn that he had a dream of his son being named king and crowned with the Conqueror's crown. He became obsessed with this dream and the idea of him being a Targaryen dreamer. He was so certain he was going to have a son because of that dream, but after Balon died, he lost faith in it. When he named Rhaenyra heir, it was partly because he had come to accept that this dream would never come to be. But after Aegon was born, he is now left to question whether or not he made the right decision in naming Rhaenyra heir, as his dream is once again within sight.
I thought Rhaenyra was the way out of my abyss of grief and regret. That naming her heir would begin to set things right.
Oh, it did.
I never imagined I would remarry. But I would have a son. What if I was wrong?
This is a fantastic scene, and really lets the audience into the inner workings of Viserys' mind. It should also be said that Paddy Considine is absolutely terrific in this scene, portraying Viserys' indecision brilliantly. When it is revealed the next morning that the stag is not white but brown instead, Viserys is hit with a wave of conflicting emotions.
So then when it turns out that it's not a white stag but it's a brown one, his relief is palpable, but also in a funny way, there's disappointment.
I do wonder if he had found the White Hart, if that would have pushed him over the edge and named Aegon as his heir. Also, if that is the case, how large of a factor does the brown stag play in him becoming steadfast in his decision to have Rhaenyra as his heir? As he is gathering all of his thoughts, he kills the buck. It is not this big triumphant moment, but instead it is long, drawn out, sad, and a bit pathetic. The moment is incredibly uncomfortable, to the point you are just hoping that he puts it out of its misery. Now this White Hart plotline is a show invention, and I have mixed feelings about it. What I like about it is that it allows us to really explore Viserys and his doubts. It helps to flesh out his thought process, and gives a greater understanding as to why he is so resolute in his decision later on. Conversely, I don't like it from the blacks and greens side of things. The White Hart in this scenario is a symbolic representation of who the rightful ruler is. Regardless of who is presented with the White Hart, Rhaenyra or Aegon, it feels like the show is putting its thumb on the scale and telling the audience that yes, this is the side of righteousness. By doing this, I think it takes away some of the ambiguity in the story and makes it less about everyone making mistakes and more about one side being wronged. It takes away the gray and is telling us who the show thinks is the rightful heir. I honestly don't really think there is any other way to interpret this, and I feel like it changes how the story is framed moving forward. I think this moment tips the scales once again in favor of the blacks, with it now being 60-40. Rhaenyra returns to camp covered in blood and dragging a boar. Harwin Strong seems impressed, and that smile is bound to cause trouble in the future. Once everyone is back in King's Landing, Otto goes to Alicent and tries to persuade her to convince the king to name Aegon as his heir. He is taking a different approach to what he was trying earlier. He suggests that if Aegon were named heir, it would secure an easy transition of power. And I think he is right in this assertion, as having a female heir is more likely to divide the realm and come to bloodshed than a male heir, as the latter adheres to the status quo of Westeros.
You mustn't ignore the certain truth that if Rhaenyra were to step over Aegon to ascend the throne, the realm would tear itself apart.
Once again, Otto is suggesting something that is a good path forward for the realm that just so happens to benefit him and his agenda. Which one of these things is he using as his modus operandi, and which one is a happy accident? Otto also claims that Aegon is the one that is being robbed of his birthright. This discussion leads us to a deeper analysis of Rhaenyra's and Aegon's claims, which is something I will discuss in detail later on. When Alicent goes to Viserys, she does not mention anything her father said, and seemingly makes no attempt to further Otto's agenda. As we get a clear shot of Viserys, we get to play the game, which body part is Viserys missing? If you said pinky and ring finger, you win! With Viserys now missing 2 of his fingers, we see that the wound he suffered from the throne continued to fester until they had to be removed. The reveal is done very subtly, but it is a little funny how in this scene he starts to gesticulate with his hands a lot. Viserys had received a report from the Stepstones, and things have not been going well. He sees the war as an act against him and his authority, as the reason it was started by Corlys and Daemon was because they were angry with the decisions he made. He is more than happy to leave them to their struggles, but Alicent convinces him to send aid. A messenger is sent out, not knowing the tragic fate that would soon befall him. Also, after everything that Viserys considered during the hunt, he promises Rhaenyra that she will not be supplanted as heir. He does something unexpected, admitting to her that he wavered and considered changing his mind. I think this honesty goes a long way, as he offered it freely and lends credibility to his promise, as he is not hiding it in laws and have truths.
I did waver. At one time, but I swear to you now, on your mother's memory, you will not be supplanted.
If Viserys named Rhaenyra heir as a means to spurn Daemon, he keeps her as heir because of the shame and guilt he feels for what he did to Aemma. Supplanting his daughter would feel like an affront to Aemma. When he sees Rhaenyra, he no doubt sees Aemma, and he clings to her as his connection to his wife. When he promises on Aemma, there is no going back for Viserys. This is a pivotal moment for the story and everything that happens moving forward. Throughout the rest of the conversation, he stresses the importance of marriage and how it can help strengthen her claim. He gives her the freedom to choose her own husband. Overall, I think this is a good attempt to try and bridge the gap in their relationship and to set things right between them. Over in the Stepstones, we look in on a Velaryon war council. Things aren't going well, and that might surprise a lot of people because having a dragon on your side should mean an auto win.
Crabfeeder and his men are coming out, doing a bit of fighting, and then running back inside when the dragons come. and it's tiring and it's exhausting, and we not seem to be getting anywhere.
Unfortunately, this guerrilla style of warfare mitigates a lot of the advantages that dragons provide, and was similarly employed during Aegon's conquest in Dorne, allowing them to remain the only kingdom unconquered. We see Laenor, who has aged about 8 years and 3, Vaemond, Corlys's younger brother, who was given the title of Master of Complaints. We also get wind that there is some dissent in the camp about Daemon, who just so happens to have returned. The messenger reaches them and gives the letter to Daemon. After reading it, Daemon proceeds to beat the ever-loving shit out of the messenger. This act of violence is because he thinks accepting help from his brother means that he is a failure. This spurs him into drastic action, wanting to be done with it before aid arrives. We get to know what the letter says, as Viserys narrates it while Daemon is making his way to the shore. It feels very heartfelt, and shows the love that he still has for his brother. Daemon draws in the crab feeder and all of his men, by offering a fake surrender. We get to see our first war crime, as false surrender is definitely against the proper conduct of war. It shows that Daemon is willing to bend the rules so long as it suits his needs. Once Daemon reveals his deceit, he charges forward and we are treated to a really cool sequence. Since his appearance during the letter reading, Daemon has not said a single word, allowing him to exist in the sequence in his own little silent film. He is also rocking the battle braid, which looks really cool as he is slicing his way through the enemy. However, I could see how this sequence wouldn't work for some, as it is essentially a suicide mission that he survives.
Really, all of it is a suicide run, and it's kind of astonishing because at every point Daemon should die.
I thought it was entertaining, but would understand if it felt like there was no real tension despite the near impossible situation Daemon found himself in. My one major issue with the fight is that when Daemon is surrounded, all of the Crabfeeder's troops that were hiding from the dragons charge out to kill Daemon, leaving their safety behind. This just seemed a little silly and inconvenient to me, as they did not need all of their troops to kill one injured man. By all of them evacuating the caves, this gives Laenor the opportunity to burn them all and cleanly end the conflict. Daemon chases after the crab feeder, and I've seen some people say that they were disappointed that we didn't see the fight, but I disagree. Crab feeder was a bit of a nothing villain, and the fight itself would have been one-sided. I really don't think we missed anything by not seeing it. It was pretty cool though when Daemon dragged the crab feeder's corpse out with him, and then posed covered in blood for the cover of his new death metal album. The episode MVP was actually a tough decision. It came down to Viserys and Daemon. I think Viserys was easily the most interesting character in this episode, but Daemon had the more clear-cut moment of triumph. Ultimately, I decided to give it to Daemon. The LVP goes to Crab Feeder for getting duped and then sliced in half. Big L.
Your courtship is at an end. You will wed Sir Laenor Velaryon, and you will do so without protest.
The son of the sea snake, so I can be a remedy for your political headaches.
You are my political headache.
Episode 4 is a pivotal episode in the journey of some key characters, the events that occur shaping and changing them for the future. They have experiences that massively change the trajectory of who they are and how they operate in this world. It kicks off as we are witness to Rhaenyra's cross-country tour where she is looking for her future husband. Viserys has given her the freedom to choose her consort, but marriage is not a duty he is allowing her to shirk. However, Rhaenyra has taken this freedom of choice and using it to delay or prevent any actual union. She is disinterested in any and all suitors and is barely going through the motions of what is expected of her. Viserys has given her more power than most noble women are allotted in Westeros, and she is seemingly taking that for granted. There is also a focus that while she is listening to these marriage proposals, she is fiddling with the necklace Daemon gave her in episode 1, almost indicating that she already has someone in mind for her husband. The tour itself is no doubt a tedium. However, it is a chance to make friends among noble houses, simply by paying them respect while listening to their proposals. Given that Rhaenyra is the named heir and Princess of Dragonstone, it is only natural that any and all available lords would put themselves forward as a potential match, given the prestige and honor that a royal union would bring to their house, should Rhaenyra deign to choose them as her king consort. The interest in Rhaenyra's hand is shared by all, young and old. From Rhaenyra's perspective, she is disgusted by some of the lords putting themselves forward, as they are oftentimes twice her age.
We see her, and there's this like 70-year-old guy talking about how the view's so great, and she's like, I'm not gonna marry you. Like, stop. Next. And then this kid comes up, so it kind of just feels like a big joke at this point. It just feels like a big parade.
I think it is understandable that she is not keen on any of these prospects, but the way she goes about this is done very poorly. Because of the freedom of choice Viserys has given Rhaenyra in choosing her partner, she doesn't have to marry any of these men she finds to be undesirable. All she needs to do is listen to their proposals respectfully, as befits their station, and then politely decline. But because she is irritated that they would even put themselves forward as a potential match, marriage. Coupled with her annoyance of having to consider marrying in the first place, she speaks down to them and does herself no favors. She insults Lord Dondarrion about his age, and then laughs at the young Willem Blackwood, finding joy in the insult being hurled his way by the Bracken.
This was half a century ago, Princess.
Yes, it was.
That was unseemly, Princess.
It's unseemly for him to put himself forward as a contender for my hand. And now a child.
The Blackwoods are an ancient house with a formidable army.
Your day shall be easy, and night safe.
The princess has a dragon, you dumb.
I'm gonna like that one.
This is another instance of Rhaenyra belittling people of important houses simply because she doesn't want to do her duty. Her actions give her an air of entitlement as she feels comfortable with the freedom Viserys has given her. She does not come off as appreciative of the opportunity given to her and is not taking this seriously. She wants to do what she wants, whenever she wants, and abandons her tour as a result, not willing to put up with another moment more. As she is leaving, the Bracken pushes his luck, calling into question Willem's honor and courage. Willem is not about to stand for this, and draws his steel. This is a great moment as the camera cuts away from the conflict, with the audience thinking that the older, larger Bracken will kill Willem, but when it is revealed, it is Willem who has skewered the Bracken. This is a nice surprise and serves as some great levity in the show. These moments are few and far between, as House of the Dragon is a very serious show with a dark tone, but when they do occur, they are great.
I think you need to search for moments of levity and making a show that's as grim and heavy at times as this is. But the trick with that is that they have to be in tone with the show, so it's finding a moment of levity in the darkness.
Condal has promised that there will be more humor in Season 2, and I am a little nervous about this, but I think it will most likely be okay. As long as they don't Marvel-fly it with quippy, tension-breaking jokes, or go the Season 8 route of non-stop dick jokes, it should be fine. House of the Dragon is telling a dark story, so preserving that tone is incredibly important. With Willem Blackwood proving himself to be a giga-chad of the highest order, we can move on to Rhaenyra and her crew heading back to King's Landing. Their smooth sailing is disrupted as Daemon is flying Caraxes like a maniac. As Rhaenyra sees her uncle flying towards King's Landing, she is excited about the prospects that brings.
It was just kind of like, oh, Daemon's back.
Daemon returning is a big deal, because no one really knows what he is going to do. When he rolls up wearing a crown and sporting a fresh cut, the audience is left wondering what is about to happen. The throne room is filled with tension as Daemon makes his dramatic entrance. As this is going on, Viserys spots Rhaenyra in the crowd, clearly angry at his daughter abandoning her obligations. Daemon reveals that after they won the battle in the Stepstones, they left the region undefended. He starts out by saying how he was named King of the Narrow Sea, before bowing to his brother and offering up his crown. He reaffirms his allegiance to Viserys, giving his brother what he wants, if only briefly. Viserys welcomes Daemon back with a hug, in what is a sweet moment between the brothers. From Viserys' perspective, it is simple. He still loves his brother and is happy to have him back, hoping that he can turn over a new leaf. Daemon's side is much more complicated. I think some part of him genuinely wants to hear his brother tell him that he did a good job, that he has value to him as king. The other part of him is the part of him that has shifted since their last meeting. After being rejected by Viserys, cast aside as heir, being seen as nothing but a screw-up, his brother's approval is no longer good enough. A petty part of Daemon wants to get back at him. He returns to King's Landing with this in mind. Viserys is incredibly happy to have his brother back, and angry at Rhaenyra for shirking her responsibilities. Alicent offers to show Daemon the tapestries, and Viserys is very dismissive of her, openly laughing at her proposal.
Would you like to see the tapestry? He has no interest in such things.
Obviously, this is not intended to be malicious, but Viserys is putting down his wife in public and making her feel bad about herself. It seems like Viserys is completely oblivious to the effect his words have on Alicent, as she becomes distant for the rest of the conversation after this. This isn't even to mention that the tapestries she is talking about are pretty gnarly, as they are essentially depictions of a bunch of orgies with dragons in them. I mean, who wouldn't want to see those? As Rhaenyra is dismissed by her father, Alicent goes over to comfort her. In this scene, Alicent talks about how she feels isolated and alone, that people only see her as queen and don't care about her beyond that. I think she reaches out to Rhaenyra because even though their friendship has been strained, she sees Rhaenyra as one of the few people who she can still be honest with and knows who she really is.
Alicent is feeling completely stuck.
and she doesn't have any friends. She feels isolated and alone.
While she is trying to comfort Rhaenyra, it also becomes clear that Alicent is at least a little envious of the freedom Rhaenyra was given. It's interesting how Alicent, who wasn't given any choice, sees Rhaenyra's position as amazing, while Rhaenyra takes it for granted, seeing it as an injustice that she has to be married at all. Rhaenyra feels used, and that her suitors are only interested in her because they are self-interested. She is unwittingly describing Alicent's situation, talking about what a nightmare it would be to marry some old lord and be relegated to popping out babies the rest of her life.
How romantic it must be to get imprisoned in a castle and me to squeeze out to heirs.
Can you imagine?
We get a scene of Daemon and Rhaenyra reconnecting, with it revealing some unsavory dynamics. Daemon is eyeing Rhaenyra, no longer looking at her like a little girl, but as a woman and as something to be desired. He makes sure that she is still wearing the necklace he gave her, almost as if it is a symbol of how she is his possession. If it wasn't already clear, I think throughout the course of this conversation, Daemon decides he's going to make a move on Rhaenyra, partially because he wants her, and partially because he knows it will anger Viserys. I know there are a lot of people that see Daemon and Rhaenyra's relationship as a very romantic love story, but I see it more as an unsavory relationship that has unbalanced dynamics and is twisted in some ways. That is not to say that they do not love and care for each other, rather that the love expressed is unhealthy and does not come from an altogether good place. Throughout the actual conversation between the two, we learn how each of them view marriage and how Rhaenyra sees it as a prison sentence. She is resistant to the idea of childbirth as she doesn't want to face the same fate as her mother. We get a brief scene with the small council where we learn that Corlys is still pissed about Viserys passing on Laena. Corlys is talking with Braavos about a marriage alliance, which would be bad news for Westeros as the Velaryons are an incredibly powerful and wealthy house. The fact that Viserys is shocked that Corlys is still angry shows that he did not fully realize what he was doing when he decided to marry Alicent. This episode also gives us glimpses into Alicent's day-to-day life. She is isolated, with her life revolving around child rearing and her wifely duties. She herself is incredibly young and likely not ready to be a mother. This no doubt has an impact on how her children are raised and develop in the future. With the Shroud of Night engulfing King's Landing, Daemon puts his little plan into motion. He has left a message and a set of peasant clothes for Rhaenyra, and a map of the castle's secret passages so that she can leave the keep undetected. And when I saw they were going with this version of events from Fire and Blood, I was surprised. In this instance, what we see in the show is largely based on a recounting of events from the court jester, Mushroom. He is notorious for over-embellishing everything that happens, inserting as much sex and violence he can into the stories. His versions of events are often provocative and survive on their shock value. Mushroom's telling of this moment in the book, he asserts that Rhaenyra was in love with Criston Cole and was saving her maidenhead for him. To help her seduce Criston, Daemon brought Rhaenyra to brothels so that she could study how to best seduce a man, as well as having her practice giving BJs by performing them on Daemon. We didn't get everything that Mushroom describes, and honestly that is probably for the best, but I was definitely surprised that they decided to go the Mushroom route as much as they did. I think this can probably be credited to the fact that Mushroom's versions of events are oftentimes more interesting due to their outlandishness and because they are trying to keep the audience engaged. The showrunners chose the most provocative interpretation. When she finds Daemon, we know that he is up to no good, as he is in his crime hoodie, alerting the audience that some seedy shit is about to go down. It also doesn't take long before Daemon is giving Rhaenyra alcohol, putting her in a vulnerable state. This adds to the uneven dynamic, as well as the fact that Daemon is putting Rhaenyra in a position where she is completely reliant on him. Rhaenyra is all about this little adventure, but she is also being led astray by her nefarious uncle.
There was a lot of conversation about Rhaenyra not being innocent, and at the same time, she is not the perpetrator of this. The idea that this is actually abuse felt really important to explore.
On their midnight stroll through Flea Bottom, they come upon a little play thrown by the locals. The play outlines the three potential heirs, Daemon, Rhaenyra, and Aegon. The play makes all the players come across as ridiculous caricatures, and pokes fun at them. The play shows what the commons are thinking, with it being revealed that most of the small folk are in favor of Aegon being the heir. Rhaenyra is booing and trying to stir up support for her, but when her supporters are in the minority, she ultimately decides that what the small folk want doesn't matter.
But many of the small folk are like to believe that as a male, Aegon should be the heir.
Their wants are of no consequence.
They're of great consequence if you expect to rule them one day.
This is a big lesson, as she couldn't be more wrong, as the small folk are the ones to be governed, and if they are ignored entirely, they might take new measures as a means of being heard. This shows the privileged life that Rhaenyra has lived, and how she doesn't put much value in those deemed to be below her. A flaw of many nobleborns, but a flaw nonetheless. Meanwhile, back at the Red Keep, we see that Viserys is covered in cuts and scabs. Alicent offers to clean his wounds with a gentle touch, and he liked it so much that once the hour was late, he summons Alicent to his chambers. Now this is a late night booty call if I've ever seen one, but it is also a sad affair. With the way the society is structured, Viserys summoning Alicent doesn't really leave her with much choice. It is seen as part of her wifely duties and something she must do regardless of her own desires. The issue of consent is dubious in this instance, as Alicent has no real way to decline Viserys' advances. She complies because it is expected of her, and this is what marriage means for women. The scene is uncomfortable, as Alicent lays there like a corpse as Viserys has sex with her. Her expression is dead-eyed, the act joyless. Viserys tries to get her engaged by having her look at his face during the act, likely only making the situation worse. Overall, the scene leaves us feeling awful for Alicent, as her life seems to have devolved into a waking nightmare. Daemon brings Rhaenyra to a brothel, ready to enact the final part of his plan. He takes off Rhaenyra's hat, exposing her silver hair to everyone so that she will be identifiable. He wants to be seen with her in the brothel. He tells Rhaenyra that marriage is a duty, but that doesn't mean they can't have sex with whoever they want. This is a philosophy that Rhaenyra takes to heart, and is also something that causes her a ton of problems later in life. With that said, Daemon makes his move, and the two start kissing and disrobing. However, as they are just about to do the dirty, Daemon pulls back and leaves her with her pants still around her ankles. When watching this, I feel like Daemon leaving left a lot to be interpreted, as it begs the question, why couldn't he go through with it? Did he feel guilty about seducing his impressionable niece? Did he realize that nothing good could come of this? I think there was a lot of subtlety and nuance to be had here. After she is abandoned by Daemon, Rhaenyra is forced to find her own way home, and as she is leaving the brothel, she is seen by a young boy who reports this to Mysaria and Otto. Rhaenyra walks through the front doors into her chamber, causing Criston to do a double take as he has been guarding an empty room for hours. He pokes his head in to make sure that everything is alright, and Rhaenyra is still frisky from her encounter with Daemon. She steals his helmet and blocks his exit. Criston doesn't really want to deal with this, and as he goes to get his helmet, Rhaenyra kisses him. He tells Rhaenyra to stop, and once again, House of the Dragon gives us a scene with multiple complexities and dubious consent. The scene is oddly uncomfortable, and a lot of people have very passionate views on what occurs. There's once again a weird power dynamic at play, as Rhaenyra is the princess and Criston is her shield, sworn to obey her in everything. He really is at her mercy, as she holds all the power in the scenario, as she is essentially his boss. Moreover, he is a common-born man of Dornish descent. He's looked down upon by much of the court for these facts. The only thing he has in his life is his skill in battle and his position as a Knight of the Kingsguard, a position that he was given by Rhaenyra. In many ways, Criston feels like he owes everything he has to Rhaenyra, and this only makes things murkier. Rhaenyra is horny and doesn't realize the terrible position she is putting Criston in. And I think this is Rhaenyra's selfishness coming to the surface, as I don't really think she cares all that much. She has found something she wants, and she is going to take it, consequences be damned. Up until this point, Criston is fully loyal to her, and would likely do anything for her. However, in this moment, she takes this relationship for granted, making him do something that he is not only severely uncomfortable with, but also puts his life in danger. Unlike the Kingsguard we see in Game of Thrones, who break their vows on a regular basis with no repercussions, the Kingsguard of this era take their vows very seriously, and by breaking them, they can be gelded, sent to the wall, and condemned to death. By putting Criston in this position, she is making him sully the one thing in his life that he values, the consequences of this having a profound effect on him.
It's sort of like as big a sacrifice as one could possibly make. So I think that after that, there's obviously a real mix of incredibly complex feelings that he's probably having, that sort of ebb and flow with how the rest of that episode and the further episodes go.
She's essentially taking what could have been a lifelong ally and turning him into an embittered enemy. A lot of people feel like at the end of the day it was ultimately his decision, but I think the points that I have highlighted show that it is much more complicated than that. Having said that, the scene caught me off guard because in the book there is an account where Criston rejects Rhaenyra and another account where Rhaenyra rejects Criston, but there's no accounts of Rhaenyra and Criston actually sleeping together. This is an interesting change changed from the source material. Also, as the scene plays out and Criston removes all of his armor, I think it is a really powerful moment as Criston stares down at his white cloak, looking at all that he has in the world and knowing that it is about to be sullied. As Rhaenyra and Criston sleep together, the pleasure Rhaenyra is having is contrasted with Alicent's misery. Rhaenyra is doing something because she wants to, while Alicent is doing something because she feels she has to. Otto's spy network reports what happened during the night, and he is simultaneously elated and horrified. On the one hand, it serves his grand designs, as after learning what has occurred, Viserys is sure to be enraged at Daemon, banishing Otto's political rival, as well as being irate with Rhaenyra, as the princess's maidenhood is paramount to her honor and her marriage prospects. It is such a massive slight on Rhaenyra in this society that her being disinherited as heir is entirely possible, which would make way for Aegon, much to Otto's delight. Where Otto is apprehensive is the fact that the news is no doubt going to distress Viserys, someone who he does care about. Moreover, Otto has to be the one to deliver the news, which will look bad on him for having Rhaenyra spied on. Knowing how Targaryens are like to treat messengers doesn't help either.
Otto wishes that anybody else were tasked with delivering the news than him, because he really does love Viserys and loves the king and knows that it's going to destroy him to tell him that.
When Otto actually does tell Viserys, the king does not want to believe it, seeing it as some ploy by Otto to push his agenda. And it is, to a certain degree. It's also a tough watch, as Viserys forces Otto to say it out loud instead of leaving it as an implication.
Say it out loud. Say it. Coupling.
Risa Fans does a great job showing the quiet distress of Otto in this moment. As the conversation is going on, Alicent is still in the king's chambers from her late night visit. She overhears her father's accusation and is immensely upset by this. The next morning, when Criston arrives in Rhaenyra's rooms to inform her that Alicent has summoned her, we see how the two of them are dealing with the aftermath of the previous night. Rhaenyra is still oblivious to Criston's feelings, while Criston can hardly look at her, keeping his head down in shame. Alicent confronts Rhaenyra about what happened, feeling incredibly distressed and disturbed by the news. Rhaenyra denounces these as vile accusations that are not true. She swears on the memory of her mother denying the accusations.
So you did not... Daemon never touched me. I swear this to you, upon the memory of my mother.
And while it is technically true because they think she slept with Daemon and not Criston, this means little as she is still lying to Alicent through omission. Alicent wants to believe Rhaenyra, and so she clings on to the story that she is being fed. I think this is because if the accusations against Rhaenyra are true, it is a slap in the face of Alicent. To Alicent, Rhaenyra losing her maidenhood is as if she is above the customs of Westeros, something that Alicent has been forced to comply with. If Rhaenyra is able to do this with no repercussion, it makes all the sacrifices that Alicent has made feel invalidated, that she has had to suffer while the rules don't apply to Rhaenyra. This is also why she feels so betrayed when it is revealed that Rhaenyra lied. Viserys has a hungover Daemon dragged into the throne room and tossed to the floor. He berates him, and even though Daemon didn't actually sleep with Rhaenyra, he still claims that he did. With Rhaenyra's virtue sullied, her marriage prospects are dramatically diminished. With the possibility that now no one will want to marry Rhaenyra, Daemon takes this as an opportunity to propose himself as her husband, taking her as his prize. This was likely his plan from the beginning, as it gives him something he wants that he would have had no chance without beforehand, and it also serves to hurt his brother.
Give me Rhaenyra to take to wife, and we will return the House of the Dragon to its proper glory.
Daemon doesn't take Viserys seriously, as he has been taking advantage of the fondness his brother has for him for years. He knows that Viserys won't take any real serious action against him, and that sooner or later he will be free to traipse back in like he always does. When Viserys does banish him, it is done because he feels like he has to, and it does not have any real teeth to it.
And it's more about duty in that sense, by banishing him. And that's painful to do when it's a loved one.
Rhaenyra is then faced with the consequences of her actions as Viserys lays into her. He tells her that the truth doesn't matter, only perception does. He notes that Jaehaerys would have disinherited her for this, but he feels like that would only cause more issues. He tells her that she has lost the privilege of choice and must marry Laenor Velaryon. Even though Rhaenyra is upset by this, she uses this as an opportunity to highlight Otto's wrongdoings, making his dismissal a condition of her compliance. Viserys agrees to this and dismisses Otto as his hand. He notes that Alicent being sent to comfort him was likely part of Otto's designs, and that he has become too biased to give impartial counsel. It is made clear though that Viserys still does not believe Rhaenyra's story, as he has her sent Moon Tea to ensure that she doesn't become pregnant with a bastard. Plan T, if you will. I found it hard to give out an MVP for this episode, as I feel like most of the characters made major mistakes. However, there was one character that proved themselves to be a paragon of unparalleled virtue, honor, and badassery, and that is none other than Willem Blackwood. The LVP of the episode I feel like I have to give to Rhaenyra, as I feel like she had a really bad episode, making countless poor decisions. At the start of the episode, she was insulting a bunch of noble lords. She abandoned her tour, which angered Viserys, and showed a disinterest in her duties. She gallivanted in Flea Bottom with Daemon, which put her in a compromising position. She made an enemy out of a guaranteed ally in Criston, and she lied to Alicent, embittering her childhood friend. This was truly a terrible episode from Rhaenyra, as she made a bunch of long-lasting enemies from her actions taken in it, and highlighted some of her unlikable qualities. It was so bad that, coupled with Alicent's sympathetic turmoil displayed throughout, I think this episode shifts the balance between the blacks and the greens from 60-40 back to 55-45.
The beacon on the high tower. Do you know what color it glows when Old Town calls its banners to war? Green.
Episode 5 opens up with a new location, with characters we have yet to meet. We learn that the woman is Daemon's bronze bitch, his lady wife, Rhea Royce. She is riding on a morning hunt when she comes across a hooded Daemon. I think it is unclear if he went to the Vale to specifically kill her, but I am having trouble thinking of any other reason he would be there. With Rhea dead, he is rid of the shackles of a marriage that he hates, and can even make a claim to the lands that his wife is due to inherit. When he pushes her horse off balance, she breaks her neck, and it seems he is content to leave her as is, until she taunts him. It is also interesting because in the books, it is not hypothesized by any of the sources that Rhea was murdered, and Daemon was noted to still be in the Stepstones when her death occurred. Condell says that the vague, random nature of Rhea's death led him to inferring that Daemon flew up and killed her, as he had motive and a means of quick transportation.
There was this line in the book that always fascinated me. Daemon's wife, the Lady Rhea Royce of Runestone, fell off her horse and her skull was crushed in the fall. And I read that and I was like, that's such a weird detail to include with no context around it. So I stared at it and I was like, well, Daemon obviously went home and murdered his wife.
I think this is an interesting interpretation and is definitely in character for Daemon. It also makes it feel as though Daemon is a sponge for all the Blacks' misdeeds, being by far the biggest perpetrator of immoral acts on that side. He is able to get away with the murder because, as Bronn once said,
ladies fall from their horses and snap their pretty necks all the time.
Sailing from King's Landing to Driftmark, we see our boy Vizzy T looking pretty rough. He has started to lose large clumps of hair, is missing more fingers, and is coughing up blood as he gets seasick. We also see that he named Lionel Strong as Otto's successor as Hand, easily the best choice he could have made. Finally, Viserys makes a strong decision. A powerful scene that has a massive impact on the road forward takes place between Otto and Alicent as the former Hand is departing for Old Town. Alicent is in tears as she will feel even more alone with her father leaving. She also feels guilty because she was the one who told Rhaenyra that Otto was spying on her. Otto is harsh with Alicent, telling her that there are only two paths forward. She can either cling to Rhaenyra, trusting that she will treat Alicent's children well, or she can prepare Aegon to rule. Otto tells her that because of her sex, Rhaenyra's rule will be questioned, and some lords will raise up Aegon as heir, regardless of what Alicent or Aegon actually want. As a result, Rhaenyra will have to put Alicent's children to death in order to secure her claim. It is a ruthless move, but a necessary one to fully ensure her position.
The realm will not accept her, and to secure her claim, she'll have to put your children to the sword.
If Alicent stands idle and supports Rhaenyra's succession, it gives Rhaenyra all of the power, and she is putting her children's lives in her ability to trust Rhaenyra. Some people have been resistant to the idea that Rhaenyra would harm Alicent's children, because they believe her to be a good person. I think it is definitely debatable. However, it is a gamble, and if the succession doesn't go smoothly, her supporters will no doubt be whispering in her ear that it is the only path forward. With many lords believing that a son should always come before a daughter, she may not have any choice if she wishes to remain in power. Rhaenyra's entanglement with Daemon later on in the story only enforces the idea that Alicent's children would be in danger, because even if Rhaenyra has her doubts, Daemon would have no issue with disposing of his nephews.
Either you prepare Aegon to rule, or you cleave to Rhaenyra and pray for her mercy.
Otto telling Alicent this is a defining moment for her, as it sets up the way she moves forward, seeing her actions as a means of protecting her children. I think this is a phenomenal scene, with the rain adding to the atmosphere and both actors giving stellar performances. Not long after, Alicent has a conversation with Larys Strong. Even though we saw him briefly in episode 3, this is Larys' real introduction as a player in the game and as a schemer. The enigma that is Larys Strong, the Clubfoot, has vexed students of history for generations, and is not one we can hope to unravel here. Where did his true loyalty lie? What was he about? Larys takes the role of the mysterious, soft-spoken planner that was filled by Littlefinger and Varys in the original show. And rather fittingly, if you put Littlefinger and Varys together, you get Larys. In this conversation, Larys talks about the beauty of one of the flowers, noting that it is thriving in this environment despite not being native to the area. This is a comparison to Alicent, effectively challenging her to thrive like the flower or to wilt away in the absence of her father. He not so subtly lets it slip that Rhaenyra used Plan T and thus lied to Alicent about not having sex. This causes Alicent to have serious doubts about her former friend and leaves her feeling used and betrayed. She is not quite fully convinced, but she is now heavily doubting Rhaenyra's story and wishes to investigate further. This exchange leaves Alicent seemingly gaining a new ally, though it is one that she does not fully understand. We leave this conversation wondering what Larys' ultimate motivation is and what he is planning. We are left with more questions when it comes to the Clubfoot. When Viserys arrives at Driftmark, he looks weak, physically, but also in his status as king. He is coming to Corlys with no leverage, hoping to fix his past indiscretions and begging to have Corlys' son marry his besmirched daughter. Corlys has all the power, and he lets Viserys feel it, taking opportunities to slight him in small ways. He is seeing how far he can push Viserys, reminding him that the crown needs the Velaryons. He doesn't receive the king personally, offering a paltry welcome.
Where is Lord Corlys? He should be here to receive the king.
Corlys and Viserys start negotiating the terms of the union, debating how the succession following Rhaenyra will go. Corlys is seeing how far he can push it, asking whose name Laenor and Rhaenyra's children will inherit. Viserys says that they will be named Velaryon until they take the throne, at which point they will change their name to Targaryen. He also mentions how the eldest child will inherit, regardless of gender. This is a change from the book, as Viserys naming Rhaenyra as his heir was very much the exception, and he had no intention of changing inheritance laws as a whole. This changes the lens through which we can view Viserys' actions, as his handling of the situation is seemingly more inept if he intends to have this massive systematic change. I'm not really a fan of this change. It feels a bit tacked on and not something the writers gave much thought about, as it doesn't really end up mattering anyway. I suppose it is meant to paint Viserys as a fighter for equality, but it feels like a half-hearted attempt. While their fathers are ironing out the details, Rhaenyra and Laenor are coming to an understanding of their own. Rhaenyra has taken Daemon's advice to heart, as she proposes to Laenor that they will do their duty by marrying each other, but they sleep with whoever they want. This agreement is made to maximize their pleasure and happiness, but will have massive repercussions down the line. Rhaenyra wants to have her cake and eat it too. We get a little more insight into where Corlys and Rhaenys stand as they discuss the meeting with the king and the prospective union. They agree that Viserys looked incredibly weak physically and also in terms of power. They discuss Laenor, and we get a bit of a glimpse into Corlys as a father.
How is he as a father?
That's a hard one, because I want to say he's great, but he's not good.
He thinks that Laenor's sexuality is something he will grow out of, and that he will go straight once he lays with Rhaenyra.
She's grown quite comely these last few years.
You know his true nature.
He's still young. He will outgrow it.
Rhaenys is cautious about the whole engagement, worried about the jeopardy they are putting their son in, while Corlys is blinded by his ambition, seeing only the destination of the throne. The topic of the Great Council is once again brought up, and Corlys beats the drum that Rhaenys should have been queen. Rhaenys is over it, but Corlys isn't. He tries to put up the front that he is angry at how his wife was treated and that she was robbed of the throne, but the reality is that he feels like he was robbed of the throne and that he was slighted.
He is forced to admit to himself, no, it's actually about me, because she has let it go. She has said, we're fine, we're rich. I don't need any of that. But he still bangs on about, no, you do. So I think ultimately, really, it's about him. And it's about him being closer to the throne, him having more influence on the way the realm goes. But he has just hidden it under this idea that it's all about my wife.
The only way he will be satisfied is if his blood is on the throne in some way, and he is willing to make sacrifices to make that happen. We meet Laenor's lover, the Knight of Kisses, Sir Joffrey Lonmouth. Trying to fight down the hate and bile that rose up at the mention of the name Joffrey, The audience watched the two engage in a sweet embrace. The arrangement proposed by Rhaenyra is the best thing the two could have hoped for, given the way Westerosi society views homosexual relationships. Given Laenor's birth, he was always going to have to marry for duty, so having leave to continue his relationship with Joffrey is his ideal scenario. They also deduce that since Rhaenyra proposed this arrangement, she has a paramour of her own. They decide that uncovering the identity of this paramour will help them feel even more secure in the arrangement. On the boat back to King's Landing, Criston Cole comes to Rhaenyra with a proposal. He asks Rhaenyra to run away with him, to cross the narrow sea and marry each other. A lot of people seem to think that Criston makes this proposal because he is in love with Rhaenyra, but I have a different interpretation. I think Criston makes this proposal in an attempt to win back some of his honor. By sleeping with Rhaenyra, he has broken his vows, and even though no one else knows about it, he feels an immense sense of guilt, shame, and self-loathing. He is having a crisis of identity, because without his white cloak, what is he? He is desperate to try and restore even a shred of his honor. His proposal makes some sense in that Rhaenyra has often lamented her duties to the realm and has vocalized her desire for freedom, but ultimately it is a selfish proposal that he is doing for his honor, not Rhaenyra's. I can understand why he would try this, but I also understand why Rhaenyra would reject it. Rhaenyra does not understand Criston at all in this moment though, as she suggests they continue to have a thing on the side, allowing her to do her duty but still have her fun. This is Fabian Frankel's best work in the season, as he realizes what Rhaenyra wants him to be.
So you want me to be your whore?
She doesn't realize that she is asking him to dishonor himself even further, to be used only for sex in Rhaenyra's own pleasure and to be discarded when she is done with him. She is asking him to give up his sense of self-worth. She is asking him to give up everything while she herself is unwilling to give up anything. In Criston's proposal, they both give up what is most important to them, Criston's white cloak and Rhaenyra her inheritance. In Rhaenyra's proposal, Criston is making all of the sacrifices and Rhaenyra gets everything she wants while giving up nothing. I think both proposals are selfish in nature. Ultimately, the two simply do not understand each other, as neither of them was ever going to go along with what the other suggested. People think that because Rhaenyra rejected his proposal, he is a spurned lover who is angry because he feels entitled to Rhaenyra's love. Criston doesn't grow to hate Rhaenyra because she rejected his proposal, but because he feels like she compromised his honor. As a low-born Dornishman, she raised him up to a member of the Kingsguard. He took his oath and duty extremely seriously, and he felt indebted to Rhaenyra for elevating his station. She took advantage of Criston, putting him in a terrible position where his life could be in jeopardy. She has him make the ultimate sacrifice, sullying the most important thing in his life, the thing that he has built his entire identity around.
I took an oath of chastity. I've broken it. I've soiled my white cloak. It is the only thing I have to my fucking name.
She does all of this and doesn't care how Criston feels about any of it, so long as he continues to warm her bed. He is left feeling used and discarded, his feelings turning bitter. This is not to say that you can't take issue with how Criston reacts to all of this and how he acts in the future. It is perfectly reasonable to dislike Criston and the way that he behaves later in the story. This is simply to highlight that the situation and feelings that build in Criston as a result are very complex, and he should not be so quickly disregarded as an entitled incel. When they arrive back at King's Landing, Alicent summons Criston to her chambers, trying to get to the truth of Rhaenyra's proclivities. Criston's emotions are already overwhelming him as he is starting to shut down. When he is summoned by the Queen, he figures that she already knows and is calling to have him punished. Alicent is trying to ask if Criston knew whether or not Rhaenyra slept with Daemon, but she is taking so long to ask her question that Criston thinks she is talking about him, and then he confesses to the crime. He can't live with it hanging over his head. He knows that what he did is considered treason, and he asks for his punishment to be death rather than be gelded. He is so overwrought with shame that part of him longs for death. However, Alicent decides not to do anything. She doesn't even share his secret. She keeps it to herself. With Criston admitting his sin to her, Alicent has gained the confirmation that she needed to no longer trust Rhaenyra. This is massive for the future of the realm, as if Alicent can't trust Rhaenyra and her word, then the safety of her children comes into doubt. In the one option Otto laid forth, the only thing that is protecting Alicent's children is her ability to trust Rhaenyra, and with her lies revealed, that has come into question. Alicent also feels hurt and betrayed by Rhaenyra's actions and lies. It shows her that Rhaenyra takes what she wants, regardless of others. I've seen people claim that Alicent is only mad because she is envious that Rhaenyra got to bang a hot piece of man meat while Alicent was stuck with a decrepit old man. I think it is more the fact that Rhaenyra acts like she is above the law, doing anything she pleases, while Alicent has always done what is expected of her, sacrificing what she wants for her duties. It feels like an insult and coupled with the fact that she lied to Alicent, it feels even worse. Viserys ponders his legacy, revealing his rotting flesh. He doesn't think he will be remembered as a great king because he didn't fight in any wars. He feels like he wasn't tested and considers how he would have fared if he had been. He asks if he will be remembered as a good king. What will his legacy be? I think Viserys was tested, he just didn't realize it. He didn't have a massive war he had to fight in, rather, he had the task of keeping his house in order, to preserve the prosperity he inherited from the old king. His legacy is his children and the path they bring House Targaryen. The seeds of conflict festered throughout Viserys' reign, and his decisions and inability to quell the coming storm is what he will be remembered for. Throughout the wedding sequence, we get to see ever increasingly dramatic entrances. It starts off with the Lannister crew as Jason once again makes himself look like a goober. Gerald Royce shows up accusing Daemon of murdering Rhea. Then, the Velaryons roll up, looking stylish and bringing their whole crew. Daemon walks in next, despite still technically being banished. There is an air of tension as we wait to see how he will be greeted, only for Viserys to avoid any conflict and let him sit at the dais. Viserys then starts his speech by talking about how the wedding will be a grand event, filled with day-long feasts and tourneys. He is interrupted as Alicent makes her entrance, capturing every eye in the room as she wears an incredible green dress. The dress looks spectacular and is her way of fighting back.
This is her saying, "Screw all of you. I know the truth, and I know where I stand."
We learn that the beacon of Old Town grows green when the Hightowers declare war, and this is Alicent's declaration. It's her way of telling everyone that she is not going to be lied to and used anymore, that she is going to stand her ground and take the safety of her children into her own hands. She greets Rhaenyra with a cold formality, showing that the relationship has deteriorated even further. All in all, a great sequence. Gerald Royce confronts Daemon about the murder of Lady Rhea, only for him to turn it on Gerald, bringing up his right to inheritance through his late wife. Nothing really comes of this though, and with the 10-year time jump between episodes, this feels like a dangling thread. Criston is looking incredibly uncomfortable as he stands guard as if the pressure is building up inside of him and he is going to burst at any minute. Joffrey and Laenor are looking for who Rhaenyra's paramour could possibly be, before settling on Criston as he is white-knuckling his sword. Misreading the situation, Joffrey earns himself the nickname Joffrey Loudmouth as he goes over and confronts Criston about the thing that he feels the most shame about. Joffrey is trying to leverage the information so that they can come to an understanding. It is also a bit of a veiled threat, essentially telling him that we know your secret, so you better be good to us, or else.
And we should swear to each other to God then, and their secrets. Because if those are kept safe, and so are we all.
Joffrey assumed that Criston was on board with the arrangement and hadn't considered that he would find such a thing to be distasteful. By opening his big mouth, Joffrey unwittingly stepped on a landmine. But before the big explosion, we get some more character interactions. We see a flirtation between Daemon and Laena Velaryon, before Daemon talks to Rhaenyra about her marriage. Rhaenyra takes this opportunity to taunt Daemon, telling him to take her and make her his wife. It is a challenge of sorts. She doesn't expect him to take her up on it, but a part of her is hoping that he will. Viserys watches on anxiously as the two talk. As the crowd obscures them from view and we hear screams of horror, House of the Dragon makes its first major mistake. When it is revealed what is transpiring, we see that Criston Cole is brutally beating Joffrey Lonmouth to death in front of the entire royal court. We don't know what set Criston off, but his pent-up rage has finally bubbled to the surface, and Joffrey is the unlucky recipient of it.
And the whole time I was thinking like, oh, I just shouldn't have done that.
There are a ton of issues with this scene, as Criston murders a knight and assaults the king consort without any repercussions. For what he does, he should no doubt face some massive consequence as he murders a knight in cold blood, a knight that has strong connections with House Velaryon. Laenor would no doubt want to have Criston punished. So the fact that literally nothing happens to Criston feels silly and takes me out of the story. Kondo built this scene around the idea that things usually go wrong at a Game of Thrones wedding.
The fun of that sequence is playing on the audience's expectations of a Game of Thrones wedding and knowing that these things tend not to go well.
However, I think this big shocking moment feels forced and undeserved. Also, in Game of Thrones, the big shocking wedding moments had repercussions for those involved and made sense in the logic of the show. The Red Wedding was not something Walder Joffrey did on a whim. It was something that the entirety of Season 3 was building towards, and the only reason he took action against the Starks was because he had the backing of Tywin Lannister. When Joffrey is poisoned at the Purple Wedding, there are immediate repercussions as Tyrion is taken into custody and Sansa flees the city. The events at the weddings were pivotal moments in the story that helped progress it. In House of the Dragon, Criston killing Joffrey exists in this moment and is never touched on again, the audience having no explanation as to why Criston was not dismissed from the Kingsguard. This is expedited by the 10-year time jump as we fast forward through any and all fallout that comes as a result. In Fire and Blood, Criston doesn't kill Joffrey at the wedding, but instead at one of the tourneys that was held in its lead-up. Criston killing Joffrey in a tourney makes much more sense as there is risk assumed in such an event, and people dying while participating in them is not unheard of. I can understand why they didn't want to do another tourney, as they felt like they already covered that ground in the premiere, but the alternative they gave us does not make sense in the context of the show. This is easily one of the worst scenes in the show, and hampers this episode as it is its climax. Even though I don't like the scene, I did enjoy when Lionel gives Harwin little more than a look, which Harwin understands and enters the fray to rescue Rhaenyra, carrying her out on his shoulder. Laenor is devastated by the death of his lover, and unfortunately for him, his wedding night is not one he will soon forget. After the events of the evening, Viserys cancels the plans to have a massive wedding, and has Rhaenyra and Laenor wed quickly and quietly later that night. It's pretty heartbreaking as Laenor is crying throughout his vows, and Rhaenyra tries to comfort him. Succumbing to his ailments, Viserys collapses during the ceremony, leaving many show watchers wondering if he literally just keeled over and died. After his outburst at the wedding, Criston goes to the weirwood tree, set on committing suicide. He is emotionally spent, feeling he has once again disgraced himself, and killing himself is the most respectable thing that he can do as recompense. Just as he is about to stab himself, Alicent stops him. She saves him, and moving forward, she owns him. The episode MVP for me was very clearly Alicent. She gains allies in Larys and Criston whilst stepping up in her father's absence, getting the truth and resolving to stand her ground. Her entrance with the green dress solidifies it even further. For LVP, I heavily considered Joffrey Lonmouth, as I think he overplayed his hand and botched a perfect scenario. However, I ultimately decided to give it to Criston Cole, as he completely loses control and should have faced a severe punishment for his outburst.
To have one child like that is a mistake. To have 3 is an insult. To the throne, to you. To House Velaryon and the match you battled so hard to make for her, not to mention decency itself.
If episode 1 of the season was the most important episode, episode 6 is the second most important. The story that the show is trying to adapt is a multi-generational conflict spanning a vast period of time. Episode 6 is the transitional episode as we experience our biggest time jump of the show, jumping 10 years forward from where we left off in episode 5. Managing the timeline was always going to be one of the greatest challenges of the show, and the showrunners had to do their very best to make the transition as smooth as possible.
Episode 6 was one of the big leaps for us because you're not only jumping forward 10 years in time, but you're recasting. You're recasting the show midway through. We always spoke of it as our second pilot.
Some show-only watchers might be asking the question, are the time jumps really necessary? And in my opinion, the answer is yes, given the story that they are trying to tell. If there wasn't any time jump after episode 5, and we continued to follow the characters' stories as they were, it would drastically slow the pace of the show. Moreover, it would be telling a different story than the show initially set out to tell. The time spent in the first 5 episodes was to give context to the grudges and dynamics between the characters, which eventually lead to the conflict. The story that takes place episode 6 and onwards is the story that the show set out to tell, with the first 5 episodes providing the necessary understanding to give impact to the future events. We can see the path that led us there and all of the mistakes the characters made along the way. With that said, especially for those who did not know that it was coming, the time jump can feel jarring. For 5 episodes, the show has had the audience get invested in its characters and the actors portraying them, before it upends everything. People grew to love the portrayal of the younger actors, like Millie Alcock and Emily Carey, with letting go of them feeling like they are losing some major aspects of what they loved about the show.
5 episodes, an audience have sat with this person, have fallen in love with this person, have developed affection for them, and then suddenly I'm going to walk in and change their face and body and tell them to like me.
Even though the older versions of of the characters were cast first, it was the younger versions that the audience was introduced to first, and they became protective and possessive over them as a result. I can understand how this can be upsetting, but it is a necessary evil, and I think the show goes about it in the best way that they can. It helps that Emma Darcy and Olivia Cooke do a phenomenal job with the characters moving forward. Adding to the unevenness of the transition is the fact that it is only a select few of the characters that are recast. Rhaenyra, Alicent, Laena, and Laenor are the only real major recastings, with the rest of the cast carrying over through the time jump. The rest of the characters seem to have discovered the Fountain of Youth, and remained unchanged by the passage of time. It can be disorienting, seeing that Rhaenyra is noticeably older and looks like a different person, whereas Kristen Cole looks the exact same. Even if they didn't recast most characters, I think they should have had them aged in some way to signify the passage of time. They do this with some characters like Lionel Strong, but most are seemingly unchanged. I think this feels especially noticeable with a character like Kristen, who is very young at the start of the story, and whose fresh face doesn't really suit the embittered man he has become after all of these years. I think at the very least they could have given him a beard or something. Overall, I think the time jump was handled as well as it can be expected, but the audience is forced to suspend some disbelief with certain aspects of it. As we see the opening sequence, we get to follow some new bloodlines. Gee, I wonder who these new characters could be. The episode opens up on a woman giving birth, once again traumatizing the female audience with another violent and bloody birthing scene. The members of the audience not in the know slowly piece together that this is an aged Rhaenyra, and not some character we are meeting for the first time. With barely a second to breathe, she is told that the Queen wishes to see the newborn immediately. Rhaenyra is frustrated by this, but complies nonetheless. The sequence is one long take, as we follow Rhaenyra and Laenor walking through the halls of the Red Keep. This is a cool shot, and helps us get reacquainted with Rhaenyra. Laenor comes off as a bit of a goof though, as he is chattering away. Like, come on dude.
Was it terribly painful?
Bruh. We get a check-in with Lord Caswell, as he is one of the first to congratulate Rhaenyra on her new son. Despite the pain and discomfort Rhaenyra is in, she keeps going forward as a matter of pride and principle. She thinks the whole thing is a farce, but she will not hide away so that the Queen can cast aspersions behind her back. As they enter the Queen's chambers, they are met by Kristen Cole at the entrance. This is the first really jarring moment, as when we last saw Kristen, he had just murdered Joffrey Loudmouth, and was ready to commit suicide. Now we see that he is still in the Kingsguard, and it's like nothing has changed at all for him, confusing the audience and reinforcing my negative opinion of that scene in episode 5. When they enter the room, we get our first look at Alicent, who starts her reintroduction by gaslighting Rhaenyra about not asking her to come. It is clear, even from this brief introduction, that Alicent is the character that has changed the most. She has grown more hostile towards her former friend as the years have gone on. She sees Rhaenyra as selfish, and the betrayal of her lies are the foundation that she built her animosity on. I've seen many people criticizing Alicent's grudge against Rhaenyra as being solely based on the lie told 10 years prior, and that it makes Alicent look childish for still being angry. And while that may have been the start of it, I think it is clear the actions that Rhaenyra has taken since have only angered her further. Alicent has given her entire life to her role as a dutiful daughter, doing as she was bid rather than what she wanted. She did this because it is the way of things, and because in her opinion, it is what any self-respecting noble woman would do. She sees Rhaenyra doing whatever she pleases, ignoring her responsibilities in favor of her desires. Alicent sees Rhaenyra's children and their very clear bastardy as the greatest example of this. Instead of doing her duty and having her husband's children, she slept with whoever she fancied and produced bastards. She sees this as an affront to her role as a noblewoman. What makes this worse in Alicent's mind is that Rhaenyra has now done this multiple times and has the audacity to claim them as trueborn. This probably stings even more for Alicent, as she feels like an even bigger fool for believing her friend all those years ago, knowing now that Rhaenyra will lie about anything so long as it suits her. This is not to say that Alicent's treatment of Rhaenyra is just or that it is not petty in origin, merely that it is not a grudge based on a single interaction, but the culmination of everything Rhaenyra has tried to get away with, and how Alicent sees such behavior as entitled. The Alicent we see in episodes 6 and 7 is much closer to the Alicent we get in Fire and Blood. I mentioned how the show aged Alicent down in order to be the childhood friend of Rhaenyra and add to the tragedy of the story. This change and the time we spend with Emily Carey's version of Alicent does much to paint her as a sympathetic character. However, in Fire and Blood she is nearly 10 years older than Rhaenyra and is not dissimilar from the evil stepmother trope. In the book, we don't really understand Alicent, and she comes across as a two-dimensional angry woman. I think the work the show did setting her up with a younger iteration of the character did a tremendous job in helping the audience understand her and making her multidimensional. Her portrayal in episodes 6 and 7 is closer to her book counterpart, and coupled with the knowledge gained from the first 5 episodes, I think she becomes a complex and interesting character. I do have some issues with the way her character progresses in episodes 8 and 9, as I feel it makes her writing inconsistent, but I will go into more detail when we get there. Shifting the analysis back to the scene, we see old man Vizzy T walk back into our lives, allowing us to play our favorite game. Which body part of Viserys is missing? We see that the time jump has not been kind to him, and that he is now missing an entire arm. He has continued to deteriorate, losing his hair, and his skin has started to take the look of rotten flesh. We also learn that his eyesight is going, as he thinks the new baby has Laenor's nose. He really is seeing what he wants to see, ignoring any signs that all is not as it should be to avoid having to deal with the issues that would come along with this realization. When asked about the baby's name, Laenor eagerly volunteers the name Joffrey, much to Rhaenyra's chagrin. This gives us a little bit of insight into their marriage dynamic, as Rhaenyra is angry about not being consulted, and a part of her thinks that Laenor shouldn't have any say, as it is not even technically his blood.
You don't think to consult me before you name my child?
He's our child, is he not? I deserve some say in the affairs of my own family.
You don't seem so interested in our affairs of late.
On Laenor's side, he wants a say, but he has also been complacent in some of his duties as a husband and a father. It's noted in Fire and Blood that Laenor had tried to name a child after his late lover since the birth of their first son. He was overruled twice before he finally got his way. As the inspection confirms what Alicent already suspected, she gives Laenor a biting remark that is straight out of the book.
Do keep trying, Selena. Sooner or later you may get one who looks like you.
We follow Rhaenyra and Laenor as they bring the baby to their own chambers, where they find their 2 older kids and Harwin Strong. With their pale skin and black hair, they don't look anything like Laenor, and it should be obvious to everyone that they are Harwin's bastard children. The kids' names are Tracerys and Lucerys, but they usually go by Jason Luke. They seem like good kids, and they picked out a dragon egg for their baby brother. We get a look at this unusual family dynamic, as Laenor takes the kids and leaves Rhaenyra and Harwin with the newborn. Rhaenyra and Harwin got busy in the 10-year time jump, and her infatuation no doubt came as a result of the time he carried her off to safety like a Giga Chad. All the same, even though they agreed to this arrangement, I imagine Laenor and Harwin have some complicated feelings about it. From Laenor's perspective, I think he really loves the kids and would do whatever he could for them. At the same time, I think there is a part of him that wishes they were actually his. He also might feel like he has less of a say in how to raise them because they are not biologically his. This might have the unintentional effect of him taking a more hands-off approach, because he might feel like he is intruding if he tried to assert his position as their father. From Harwin's side of things, it must be difficult to never be able to publicly acknowledge your own kids, and that if you were ever to do so, you would be putting your own life as well as the lives of your children in danger. He likely wishes that he could have been the one to marry Rhaenyra, because if he had, then their children would not be bastards and there would be nothing to worry about. A lot of people were disappointed with the fact we didn't get much time with Rhaenyra and Harwin and never really got the chance to explore their relationship before Harwin meets his untimely end.
Okay, here's the plan. All right, look, I know I can get the girl to fall in love with me, okay? Now, I know I'm not one of the members of her family, and I got that going against me, but I do have a secret weapon. Boom.
And while this is disappointing, it is unfortunately a luxury that the show doesn't have time for. In his brief time on screen, the audience grew to really like Harwin, and I think that is a massive credit to the showrunners and the portrayal of his actor, Ryan Corr. In Fire and Blood, Harwin really felt like a nothing to me. He feels like a sperm donor in that we never really get to know who he is, and his only relevance is his role in the making of Rhaenyra's children. Harwin is an example of the show breathing life into a character and making them infinitely more interesting than their book counterpart. He is an extremely likable character on the show, to the point that I would have liked to see more of him. In the next scene, we get to meet the next generation. We meet them as they are creating the live-action version of How to Train Your Dragon. We get our first introduction to Alicent's children, as well as spending more time with Rhaenyra's children, who we briefly met earlier. I think this initial scene does a good job establishing the characters. In contrast to Rhaenyra's children, who have black hair, Alicent's children have the long silver hair that the Targaryens are known for. They also differ in their dress, as Alicent's children are wearing green and Rhaenyra's are wearing black and red. We are introduced to Jacaerys, Lucerys, Aegon, Aemond, and Viserys and Alicent's youngest son, Daeron. Wait, I mean, Daeron should be here somewhere, but I don't see him. Oh well, I'm sure we'll see Best Boy Daeron sometime later in the episode. Weird that he's not here with the dragon training though. Anyways, we learn that Aegon has already bonded his dragon named Sunfire, and as a result, he is bored and disinterested in what the dragon tamers are trying to teach Jace. We see Jace's dragon, Vermax, who he is still trying to bond. We'd see that Jace has some trepidation, but he is really eager to learn and train his dragon. He excitedly says Dracarys, and watches as Vermax enjoys his yummy treat. We also see a prank set up by Aegon and his nephews as they lead Aemond to his new mount, the Pink Dread. As Aemond is the only one of them to not have a dragon, it is the source of his biggest insecurity. Though seemingly harmless, jokes at his expense make Aemond bitter and feel like a fool. He is upset and has a chip on his shoulder. I feel like this also shows us what kind of relationship these kids have with each other at this point. Aegon is the ringleader and seemingly has a good relationship with his nephews, the resentment of their parents yet to fully take hold. Aemond also comes off as a quiet kid, the loner of the group who feels like he is being picked on. When we jump over to Alicent and her daughter Helaena, we see that Helaena is a bug girl and a bit of a weirdo in her own right. They are making her a Targaryen dreamer in the show, with the ability to see things yet to come. Even with this brief scene, I think they do a good job making her feel memorable and distinct. It is another example of the show building upon a character, as there was no mention of Helaena having foresight in the book. When talking of the centipede, she mentions that the last ring of it has no legs at all, with some fans taking this as an allusion to Bran ending up as king at the end of Game of Thrones. Interrupting the mother-daughter bonding is Aemond. He is brought to his mother because he was wandering around the dragon pit in places that he wasn't supposed to be. He tells her about the Pink Dread and how everyone was laughing at him. He goes to her for comfort, and I definitely get the impression that Aemond is a bit of a mommy's boy. As Alicent hugs Aemond, Helaena drops her first prophecy, which is that he will have to close an eye. We'll learn next episode exactly what she means, but I wonder how this plays to show-only watchers. As I already knew that Aemond was destined to be Aemond One-Eye, this line felt very on the nose to me. I wonder if show-only watchers picked up on this line, and if they did they find it added anything, or did it just make it blatantly obvious that he was going to lose his eye? Alicent takes the Pink Dread incident to Viserys, painting the picture as if it was all Jace and Luke's idea, and that they are terrible children as a result. Obviously, this wasn't the case, and Viserys points out that Aegon was most likely the instigator. However, where Viserys starts to lose me a bit is when he starts to kind of blame Aemond. He tells Alicent that Aemond was stupid for believing that they found a random dragon, and that he is too old to be as upset as he is over it.
He thought they'd happened upon some wild, unnamed dragon alerted to the dragon pit.
I think this exemplifies the kind of relationship Viserys has with his children by Alicent. There's a disconnect between them, and Viserys almost seems like he doesn't want to deal with them.
I'm not into being your dad anymore. Don't want to be your dad.
His son is bullied, and instead of doing anything about it, he just says that the kid should grow up. As a result of this kind of attitude, Aemond likely would not have felt comfortable opening up about his emotions to his father, and so he depends on his mother. Viserys was not great at communicating with Rhaenyra when she was younger, but it was always clear to her that he loved her dearly. With Alicent's children, I think he is even worse at communicating, and no doubt his neglect has an effect on how they develop as they feel unloved and unwanted by their father. As the conversation continues, Alicent proceeds to bash the Velaryon boys, raising the question of their legitimacy to Viserys in all but words. This prompts Viserys to dismiss his model helper and give an anecdote about a horse he once had.
I had a black mare once, and the neighboring stallion signed a foal on her. The stallion was as silver as the moon on a winter's night. And the foal, when it was born, chestnut. Nature is a thing of mysterious works.
I think that this story shows us that Viserys is not willing to even consider the possibility that the children are illegitimate, because doing so opens a massive can of worms that will have repercussions for the realm. I think this is a good time to talk a little bit more in depth about bastardy and why the legitimacy of Rhaenyra's children is such a big deal in the world of Westeros. Because bastard children are born outside of the confines of marriage, the act that begets them is usually seen as lustful, deceitful, and from a place of weakness. Many see it as a betrayal to have a child born to them outside of their marriage, not only to their marital partner, but to the gods and marriage as an institution. With this being the thoughts surrounding the way in which bastards come into the world, some of this perception seeps onto the children themselves. There is a stigma against bastards, seeing them as treacherous, treasonous, and evil by nature. Whether it is true or not when looking at specific individuals, all bastards have to fight against this perception, and even when they prove themselves, some will still deny their virtue. They have no rights of succession, and are seen as inferior in every way to a true-born child.
I'm Lord Bolton's eldest son.
But you're a bastard. A true-born will always have the stronger claim.
By Rhaenyra having bastard children, she has made things even more difficult for herself and her position even more precarious. Many lords in the realm might already have issues with a daughter inheriting before a son, but even if they are willing to concede on that point because of Viserys' decree, the fact that the legitimacy of Rhaenyra's heir is in question makes them even more reluctant to back her claim. By trying to pass off her bastard-born children as true-born, Rhaenyra is actively committing treason, which could result in the death of her, Harwin, and their children.
Your intimacy with the Princess Rhaenyra is an offense that would mean exile and death for you, for her, for the children.
What she is doing is a massive no-no in Westerosi culture, and the only reason she is getting away with it is because Viserys is still alive and refuses to acknowledge the mess Rhaenyra has created. Now you might be wondering, well, if their bastardy is such a big problem, why doesn't she just legitimize them? Problem solved, right? Unfortunately, it is not so easy as that. We have seen bastards be legitimized in Game of Thrones with seemingly no issues. Ramsay, Gendry, and even Jon Snow was offered to be legitimized by Stannis. But in the case of all three of them being legitimized is almost as a last resort of sorts. When Ramsay is legitimized, it is because Roose does not have any heir to speak of. In the case of Gendry, all of the Baratheons are dead, and he is the last with any relation, and when it comes to Jon Snow, everyone thinks that all of Ned Stark's true-born sons have been killed. In all three instances, legitimization is done because there are no alternatives, and it is not seen as a bastard stealing the rank of a true-born. In the case of Rhaenyra legitimizing her sons, many would point to Alicent's children as better alternatives due to the nature of their birth. The perception would be that the bastards are stealing their birthright. Also, just because a bastard is legitimized, the stigma surrounding them does not magically disappear. It continues to cling to them, making it easy to question their rule and attempt to undermine them. However, the real impediment to Rhaenyra legitimizing her children is that in order to do so, she must first admit to high treason and formally acknowledge that her children are illegitimate. By doing this, she would be admitting to lying for years and trying to pass off her children for trueborn despite their baseborn nature. I've mentioned the cost of this treason, and even if Viserys does not act on it, the lords of the kingdoms would no doubt be outraged. There is a code of conduct in Westeros, and Rhaenyra has not only broken it, but burned it to nothing. After her talk with Viserys, Alicent is venting about the injustice of the situation to Criston Cole.
She flaunts the privilege of her inheritance without shame. She expects everyone in the Red Keep to deny the truth our eyes can all plainly see.
Acting like a couple of mean girls, they bond on their hatred for Rhaenyra, complaining how she always acts like she is above everything. Criston then drops his infamous line that caused most of the fanbase to turn on him if they hadn't already. Alicent chastises him for it and tells them that they need to hold themselves to a higher standard in order to remain righteous. It's interesting to see how Alicent views who is in the right and who is in the wrong, proving that it is all in the eye of the beholder. Even though we have had some time with Aegon earlier in the episode, the window scene feels like the true introduction of the character where we learn what he is all about. He is doing his best Homelander impression, jacking off out of a window of the keep, showing us that he is a horny teenager. When Alicent bursts in and scolds him for the pink dread, he says it was only a bit of fun, showing that fun is what he prioritizes. Alicent emphasizes family, and that he needs to be building up his brother instead of tearing him down. Unlike the relationship Alicent has with Aemond, her relationship with Aegon feels abusive. She berates him and slaps him across the face. She tells him that he is a challenge to Rhaenyra's claim simply by existing, and that as a result, his life is in danger. Aegon tells her that he won't challenge Rhaenyra's claim, but she makes it clear to him that that is not possible, and that him and Aemond threaten Rhaenyra's legitimacy.
If Rhaenyra comes into power, your very life could be forfeit. She could move to cut off any challenge to her succession.
Then I won't.
You are the challenge! You are the challenge, Aegon! Simply by living and breathing!
She doesn't mention Darren, but she no doubt meant to include him. Yeah, and Darren. This conversation no doubt has an impact on Aegon, as Alicent and Otto are constantly berating him and telling him that his half-sister is going to kill him. This affects his development as a person and makes him feel bad about himself and not good enough for his mother. This causes him to act out and develop some bad habits, which will only progress in the years to come.
She's telling him that he is the challenge and that they're going to come for him and kill him. I mean, when you tell a 14-year-old that, and that's probably not the first time that you've had that conversation with him, that does something to a developing brain.
We then jump across the Narrow Sea and get to see Daemon and Laena's Dragon Heir show. We see that at some point Laena claimed Vhagar. When this episode aired, people were disappointed that we didn't get to see Laena claim Vhagar, but knowing that we get to see Aemon claim Vhagar in the next episode, and how that has a much larger impact on the plot, I think it makes sense that it was done off screen. We learn that Daemon and Laena have gotten married and have had 2 daughters, Baela and Rhaena, and Laena is pregnant with a 3rd. I hope this goes well. They've been living in Pentos for nearly 10 years, and the Pentoshi prince that is hosting them has offered them a permanent residence. Laena is not keen on the idea, but Daemon is considering it. The scene in Pentos feels really disconnected from the rest of the episode, and throws a lot of new information at the viewer, no doubt adding to the jarring nature of the time jump. The training session in this episode is a great scene, and one that further builds on the intra-character dynamics. Criston Cole is serving as the training instructor for the young princelings, which is probably not the best choice if you want to teach them to get along. Instead, what Criston does is to help pass on the animosity to the children, training them to fight each other and see each other as enemies. Aegon gets distracted by some serving girls. Sure hope nothing bad comes of that. Criston is clearly favoring Alicent's children, largely ignoring the Velaryon boys. The Velaryons are not being trained as well as the Targaryen boys are, and this can have effects down the line. Harwin Strong, who is watching from the side, takes note of this and calls out Criston for ignoring Jace and Luke. Criston takes this as an opportunity to pit Aegon against Jace, and although Jace is strong, it is clearly a mismatch as Aegon is older and bigger. Criston urges Aegon to be relentless, attacking the younger boy while he is on the ground. Harwin can't stand to watch much more, and so he manhandles Aegon, bringing an end to the bout. Seeing that Harwin is riled up, Criston baits him, implying that he is Jace and Luke's father, which he is.
Your interest in the Princeling's training is quite unusual, Commander. Most men would only have that kind of devotion toward a cousin, or a brother, or a son.
This results in Harwin losing it, giving Criston exactly what he wants as he attacks the Kingsguard member, in the eyes of many confirming the true parentage of the boys. I think it is a great scene and adds a lot to the show. I just want to highlight though how Harwin is stripped of his position as captain of the City Watch for hitting Criston, but Criston faced no repercussions for killing Joffrey. That scene just gets worse and worse the more I think about it. We see some of the fallout of Harwin's lapse in judgment as Lionel chastises him. Lionel, the realist and lealist G in the Seven Kingdoms, knows how big of a deal this all is. He tries to get the point across to Harwin how terrible a position he has put them in, and that they are only getting away with it because Viserys refuses to see the truth.
Yet his grace the king, it seems, will not accept what his eye say. This flimsy shield alone stands between you and the headsman.
This is a good scene that lets us see things from a strong point of view. Rhaenyra overhears this conversation and has much to think about.
She's living multiple lies at once, believing she's getting away with it, and ultimately no one's buying it.
While she's doing this, Laenor barges in drunk, completely unaware about how their position has worsened. He comes off as a goober, making jokes about Rhaenyra's swollen bosom to his new lover, Sir Quarrel. Laenor is acting selfishly as he tells Rhaenyra that he is going back to the Stepstones to fight. In Fire and Blood, Laenor is not much of a warrior, only being knighted a week before his wedding because it felt like it would be improper if he wasn't. In the show, being a warrior is an important part of his character, and I think it is a pretty good change. I like both versions of Laenor, but admit that him longing for battle brings a new dynamic to his character. However, his announcement angers Rhaenyra as he would effectively be abandoning her and his children. If Laenor left Rhaenyra's side, rumors concerning the legitimacy of their children would likely increase. There is some tension in their marriage, but I think Rhaenyra is in the right to call out Laenor on his bullshit as she needs him by her side. Back in Pentos, we learn the sad truth that Daemon favors one of his daughters over the other because Baela's dragon egg hatched and Rhaena's didn't. This makes me feel bad for Rhaena as she feels like her father's love is dependent on her having a dragon.
Father ignores me.
She is also scared that because she doesn't have a dragon, she might not be allowed to stay with her family in Pentos. Lena tries to comfort her daughter, telling her that she will have to take a harder path and claim her own dragon. This is the most characterization we will ever really get from Rhaena or Bela in Season 1, with their older counterparts in episodes 8 and 10 being little more than cardboard cutouts. Hopefully we see more from them in Season 2. At a small council meeting, we get confirmation of something that I was worried might get cut out. They confirm on the show the existence of the Muppet Tullys. We have Lord Grover mentioned by name, and I am sure we will eventually get to meet him and the rest of his family, Elmo, Kermit, and Oscar. However, discussing the Tullys was not the principal reason for this meeting. We learn that the Triarchy has taken back the Stepstones and is now aligned with Dorne. Rhaenyra says that an army should have been left to guard it, but Alicent counters that they couldn't afford to do that, as it would result in it having a negative effect on the people of the realm.
A garrison of soldiers sent to hold our ground.
We cannot afford it. We must consider the cost to our subjects.
I must agree. The cost of war is greater.
It's an interesting look in where each of their priorities lie when considering rulership. Before the council is adjourned, Rhaenyra stands to offer a proposal. Unfortunately, her body does the indignity of leaking while she speaks. Rhaenyra's actor, Emma Darcy, has mentioned how they believe Rhaenyra is at odds with her gender in a lot of ways.
Rhaenyra is sort of at odds with the gender she's born into. She grows up as the decentered child. She's female, so no one expects her to have any power. But what I love is, again, centering, well, what is a patriarchal culture and what it means as a female character to try and work in opposition to that.
I think this is a prime example of it, as her sex makes itself known at the most inopportune times. It's hard enough for her to try and be taken seriously by the men of the realm, and moments like this only make it more difficult for her body betraying her. The proposal itself is a good one from Rhaenyra's perspective. She suggests unifying the Greens and the Blacks by having Jace and Helaena marry. This union would help legitimize Jace as Rhaenyra's heir in the eyes of the people, as he would be marrying an uncontested, true-born Targaryen. Also, if Alicent agreed to this, she would have one less detractor, as their fates would now be tied together. For Rhaenyra, there are no downsides, and it could potentially help avoid the coming conflict. Why then does Alicent reject this offer? On principle, she is against the idea because as far as she is concerned, Jace is a bastard, and to marry Helaena to him would be far beneath her station. It would also put Helaena in more danger, as her fate would be tied to Jace's, who is already in a bad position because of the circumstances of his birth. Also, the reasons why it would benefit Rhaenyra are also the same reasons Alicent would be reticent to do it. It would help legitimize Rhaenyra's children in the eyes of many, and that is not something Alicent has any interest in doing from a political standpoint. But also because to Alicent, it would feel like Rhaenyra once again can get away with anything she wants with no repercussions. Viserys is all about this proposal, but he once again shows his weakness. As Helena's father and the king, he could have easily overruled Alicent and had the children married anyway. This would anger Alicent, but it would make moving against Rhaenyra and Jace much harder for her to do, as her daughter's fate would now be intertwined with the Blacks. Once again, in an attempt to not anger anyone, Viserys is too passive for his own good. It's also worth noting that such a proposal never actually occurs in Fire and Blood, as Jace and Luke were betrothed to Bela and Rhaena pretty much since their birth. Troubled by the actions of his son, and feeling his integrity has been compromised, Lionel tries to resign from his position as Hand of the King. Fizzy T is having none of it though, because he knows how much of an asset Lionel is. He tells him to speak the reason why he is resigning, or else he won't let him. Alicent perks up at this, hoping Lionel will tell Vizzy about Harwin being the father of Rhaenyra's children. Knowing it would put his son and grandson's lives at risk, Lionel remains silent, reluctantly agreeing to remain on as Viserys' hand with one stipulation. He must first escort Harwin back to Harrenhal. Disappointed by the result, Alicent has a private dinner with old Larry Foote. She tells him about what Lionel said, and then laments how she wished that her father was Hand once again, because he would be partial to her.
You cannot say, my queen, that your father would be impartial in this matter.
No, but he would be partial to me.
This shows a willingness in Alicent not to strictly adhere to what is good and just, as having her father as Hand would present a conflict of interests. What Alicent says and what Larys hears are two different things.
Laris hears, go out and kill my father and my brother so that the king doesn't have a hand so you can bring your father back.
Eager to do some kinslaying, something that is a massive no-no in Westeros, as no one is more accursed than the kinslayer, Laris releases a number of criminals from the black cells. He takes their tongues and sends them on their way to kill his family. Back across the narrow sea, we are subjected to our third graphic birthing scene in this season, and second in this episode. Things aren't going well, and Daemon is presented with the same choice that Viserys was given in episode 1, sacrificing the wife to save the baby. Unlike Viserys, Daemon would have likely made a different choice. However, Laena decides to make a choice of her own, running from the birthing bed and ordering Vhagar to burn her alive. This is our first prolonged look at Vhagar, and the hoary old bitch looks incredible. She is also conflicted, not wanting to kill Laena, but being ordered to. She looks like she is massively pained by this action, but she ultimately relents and gives Laena the Dragon Rider's death that she wants. Laena's death plays out a little bit differently in the book. In Fire and Blood, she is actually able to give birth to the baby, and then both of them die shortly after. The baby was said to be twisted and malformed and died within the hour. During her final hour, it is said, Lady Laena rose from her bed, pushed away the septas praying over her, and made her way from her room, intent on reaching Vhagar, that she might fly one last time before she died. Her strength failed her on the tower steps, however, and it was there she collapsed and died. I think Laena was an interesting character in the show, even if we didn't get to see much of her. Her death allowed us to further explore the bond between a dragon and its rider, which is always welcome. My only disappointment in regards to her character is that in the book, her and Rhaenyra were said to have had a really close relationship, something we didn't get at all in the show. I definitely understand why this was omitted, as it is superfluous, but I thought I would mention it. As Harwin is leaving for Harrenhal, he is saying his goodbyes to Rhaenyra and their children. Heartbroken by their mentor's departure, Jace comes to a realization, asking his mom if Harwin is actually his father and if he is a bastard.
Is Harwin Strong my father? Am I a bastard?
Rhaenyra tries her best to assuage her son's worries, but his realization has an impact on how he views himself. I can't help but feel bad for him, as he has no control over his birth and all the animosity and vitriol that is directed towards him as a result. Knowing his bastardy propels him to try even harder to prove himself as a capable heir and true Valyrian. With Harwin's departure, Rhaenyra thinks it's time that she leaves as well. I think this is likely a mistake, as the reason she stayed all of these years was to prevent the Greens from controlling the narratives and consolidating power. This is as true now as it was then, and can only serve to make her position more difficult in the future. Shortly after arriving at Harrenhal, Lionel and Harwin are burned to death. Larys gives a Littlefinger-like monologue as he reveals that he is the one responsible for their deaths, and how he is now able to maneuver more freely, that he is unencumbered by the burden of family. Fire and Blood never gives a definitive answer as to who was responsible for the Strong's death, with various accounts attributing it to the Curse of Harrenhal, Corlys, Daemon, Viserys, and Larys, each with a different motive for doing so. The show decides to go with the Larys version of events, shocking the audience and making them wonder what else he is capable of. By killing his father and brother, Larys becomes the Lord of Harrenhal, and has entrapped Alicent to some degree, as she is somewhat complicit in the act. He is sniffing the same kind of flower from episode 5, and he gives Alicent a creepy smile as he is certain that he will be rewarded for his work. I think this makes Larys an extremely compelling character, as uncovering his true motivations is at the forefront of people's minds after this.
It's just this fucking ass.
Hey guys. Also, one criticism I have seen is how Larys gives his minions a symbol to wear that can easily be traced back to him. I agree that this is silly in-universe, but it is done for the audience so that they will be able to identify Larys' spies with a simple glance. It requires a little suspension of disbelief, but I don't think it is too egregious. Many people found episode 6 to be one of the weaker episodes, and I can understand why. The jarring nature of the time jump paired with the insane pace of the last 20 or so minutes can leave people reeling. Having the Strongs and Laena killed off in the same episode when it feels like we were just getting to know them can feel like a bit of a cheat for some people. They spend a lot of the episode telling the audience why Harwin and Laena are interesting characters that you should get invested in, and then they kill them off immediately. This is where I think a 12 or 13 episode season would have helped, as it would have given some breathing space in episodes like this. Episode MVP I am giving to Larys in the spirit of doing something very bad very well. It shows him to be ruthless and willing to do just about about anything. He improves his own standing and embeds himself further with Alicent, even if she doesn't want him to be. LVP I ultimately decided to give to Harwin for putting his family in a difficult situation, falling for Kristen's bait, and dying. In terms of the balance scale, I think this episode swings things in favor of the Blacks. Alicent and Kristen alienate the audience as they show some of their pettiness. Larys also declares for Team Green by murdering his father and brother, two of the most likable characters on the show. After this episode, the balance is back to 60-40 in favor of the Blacks, and it would have likely been a bigger swing had Rhaenyra and Harwin's transgressions not evened things out a bit.
What that rogue Aemond has done in winning Vhagar to our side. The boy was right. It's worth 1,000 times the price he paid.
We open the episode at the funeral of Laena Velaryon. All the characters have gathered at Driftmark to pay their respects. We see the Velaryon burial tradition, highlighting their connection to the sea. Corlys's brother, Vaemond, gives the eulogy, speaking of Velaryon blood as he gives Rhaenyra's kids the death stare. Daemon can't help himself, as he giggles at the mention of the strong Velaryon blood. We see that Otto has been made Hand again, with Viserys choosing someone familiar rather than looking elsewhere. Another questionable choice, as the issues of having Otto as his hand are as relevant now as they were when he was dismissed. The Wake has a ton of small character interactions that really helps to highlight where everyone is at in the story. We see that Jace is grieving for Harwin and thinks they should be at Harrenhal to mourn the Strongs. This is dangerous for Rhaenyra, and she knows it. As being an emotional young boy, Jace could inadvertently reveal their secret in his anguish.
The Velaryons are our kin, and the Strongs are not.
Jace, knowing that he is likely a bastard and that Harwin is his real father, could create a disconnect between him and the Velaryon family he is supposed to be a part of. Rhaenyra takes the time here to try and emphasize to the young boy that the Velaryons are their kin, the Strongs are not. I feel for Jace in this moment, as his whole world is changing as he only recently came to the realization that he is not a trueborn Velaryon, but is actually a strong bastard, shattering his worldview and his own self-identity. To make things more complicated, Harwin, who acted as a father figure and was his actual father, has just died, leaving Jace bereft and unable to talk to Harwin about what he now knows. He can't even mourn openly, lest the truth of his birth get out. It's only a little moment, but the more you think about it, the more there is below the surface. We also have a small interaction between Alicent's children. Aegon has been disinterested throughout the entire funeral proceedings, and in this scene he laments about not having anything in common with his sister. He is being forced to marry her, and it's not something either of them really desire. Aegon is complaining about his duty, because I think he doesn't see any point in it. He is not his father's heir, so why does he have to marry his sister? Aemon chimes in that if he were asked to marry their sister, he would do his duty. Some people online have taken this to mean that Aemon has a crush on his sister and the two are meant to be together, but that's not really what I got from it. I think it would be fair to say that they have a sibling bond, but I took his statement more to mean that he would do whatever is necessary for him to help his house. He will do any duty required of him in the hopes of improving his own standing and the standing of his family. It might be less exciting than the secret sibling love affair many have interpreted from this scene, but I think it is more likely the intent behind it. We also get another prophecy from our resident bug girl.
Spool of green, spool of black, dragons of flesh, weaving dragons of thread, hand turns new.
I don't think there is all that much to this prophecy, unless I am missing some hidden meaning. I think the first line is the most interesting and open for interpretation. Hand turns loom, I think, could be in reference to the hand of the king, Otto. In this scenario, the hand turning the loom would be the person in control of weaving the dragons of flesh and thread with the spools of green and black. This would put Otto as one of the major players controlling and creating the conflict. Given what we know Otto has been planning and does in the next few episodes, I think this is a decent interpretation. The spools of green and black obviously refer to the two sides, and the dragons of flesh being their Targaryens themselves. The Targaryens of thread would be the banners that they summon to their cause. That's my interpretation at least, but if you have a different interpretation of your own, feel free to let me know in the comments. The scene ends with Aegon going to get drunk and admire some of the serving girls. Kristen Cole makes note to Alicent that Larys has been intently staring at her the entire time.
It's creepy. It's creepy.
Larys looks weirdly self-conscious in this scene, like he's afraid he might have pushed Alicent a little too far when he murdered his entire family in her name.
I think that I've been coming on a little bit too strong.
Alicent is actively avoiding him as she is still trying to process everything and how to interact with Larys moving forward. We see little Lucerys looking sad as Corlys tells him that one day Driftmark and High Tide will all be his. Luke says he done want it, but reveals a heartbreaking reason as to why. He says if he is Lord of Driftmark, it means everyone he loves is is dead. Heeding what his mother told him, Jace goes to comfort Rhaena and Bela, not saying anything, merely holding Bela's hand. Rhaenys then comes over and hugs her granddaughters in their shared grief. Jace awkwardly stands to the side during this, and then Aemon walks by. For a moment, it looks like Aemon wants to comfort Jace, but feeling unsure of himself, he just keeps walking. I think this moment highlights the growing distance that has been forced on these kids by their parents. Laenor is overcome with grief, losing himself in it as he is standing alone in the water. Corlys sees this and is embarrassed, seeing it as undignified. Corlys seems like he has always been hard on his children, sometimes failing to simply let them be, as he views them as tools for his own ambition. He tells Quarrel to get Laenor out of the water and out of sight of everyone gawking. Funerals can often lead us to think about our own mortality, and can put things into perspective of what is actually important in life. It's with these thoughts that Viserys goes to Daemon in an attempt to reconnect. He has always loved his brother, and wants to make things right between them because he doesn't know how many more chances he will get. Because I mean, seriously, it's a miracle that Viserys has lived this long. Unfortunately, Daemon is not ready to go back with his brother to King's Landing, feeling like he would be cowing to Viserys. He doesn't want any handouts, and so he rebuffs his brother, roasting him in the process.
The gods can be cruel. Seems they've been especially cruel to you.
On his way out, he bumps into Otto and shows us that the beef between the two is as strong as ever.
But I'm here to tell you to watch your back. Because this beef is officially back on. All right then.
Otto being Viserys' hand again is also probably a major factor in his rejection of his brother's proposal. Seeing her uncle dip, Rhaenyra tells her kids to go to sleep and chases after him. Viserys is feeling tired himself and heads in for bed. On his way in, he calls Alicent Aemma, showing us that Viserys is starting to lose some of his mental faculties. To a certain extent, he is a man lost in time, as the guilt he feels from Aemma's death is just as present as it ever was. Also, I'm not sure what time it is supposed to be, but it feels early for everyone to start going to bed. This actually brings me to one of the biggest criticisms of the episode, and that is the lighting present throughout the rest of the exterior shots. Everything looks muddled and dark, and unless you're watching on a high quality TV or have all the lights off in the room you are watching, it can be hard to make out what's happening on screen. The scenes in question were actually shot during the daytime and made to look like it was nighttime in post. The shot of Daemon and Rhaenyra on the beach was used as promotional material and looks good without the artificial lighting. The behind the scenes footage looks much better than what we got on the actual show. I'm not really sure why they didn't film at night, as it is almost guaranteed that it would have looked better on screen. It is possible that it wouldn't have worked with the timeline of the production, but regardless, what we got doesn't look that great. With that said, I don't think it's this massive issue that I saw a lot of people saying it was when the episode aired. It's distracting for the first few minutes, but eventually I found myself acclimating to it, and I was still able to enjoy the story. So while it is bad, I don't think it's too detrimental to the experience of the episode. As the murky shroud of darkness engulfs Driftmark, we see that Aegon has passed out drunk on the steps. Otto comes looking for him, and upon finding him, kicks him and then scolds him. It makes it clear that Otto thinks Aegon a fool, and the relationship between the two is a little bit abusive. Seeing Aegon drunk is a disgrace in Otto's eyes, not behavior befitting a king. On Aegon's side, I think it's a cry for attention of sorts. No one really seems to pay him any mind or cares what he says or does, so he acts out and gets drunk, seeing if that will elicit any response. It feels like Viserys especially doesn't even know that Aegon exists, which is ironic considering how desperately he wanted a son. Now that he has that son, he couldn't care less, leaving Aegon in the lurch, feeling unwanted and unloved. No one seems to pay Aemond any mind either, as the young prince is able to sneak away without anyone caring or noticing. We get a really interesting scene between Corlys and Rhaenys that really showcases what each of them value. They both know that Rhaenyra's kids are bastards, and Rhaenys, reeling from the loss of her daughter, wants Corlys to name Rhaena and Bela as his heirs to Driftmark. She doesn't care that technically Jace, Luke, and Joffrey are Velaryons, and Rhaena and Bela are Targaryens. To her, what matters most is blood. I think this is the proposal of a grieving mother, and similar to how the funeral made Viserys reflect and try to reach out to Daemon, I think Laena's death made Rhaenys rethink what really matters to her. If Corlys went through with his wife's suggestion, I don't think it would go over very well. In order to have Driftmark passed to Laena's children, he would have to disinherit Rhaenyra's children. I feel like this would cause more problems, as it has huge implications. It feels like it would be tantamount to screaming that they are bastards. Rhaenyra would be wroth with anger, and so too would Viserys. It would likely result in making enemies of the crown, which would not be a good political move. There seems to be a consensus that Rhaenys would be a far better ruler than Viserys, but this suggestion feels very much like something that Viserys would do. It also makes you wonder how Rhaenys sees the Valyrian boys. Does she see them as her grandchildren, or does she not have any attachment to them whatsoever? If anything, this scene makes it feel like the latter, as what she is suggesting would, as Corlys puts it, cast an even darker shadow over those boys. When the conversation starts, Corlys is trying to use the same old justification for his actions, that his ambition is a reaction to Rhaenys being snubbed at Harrenhal. Rhaenys calls him out for this falsehood, and he lets the facade fall, revealing that his entire life has been based on the pursuit of legacy. To him, it doesn't matter that Laenor's kids are strong bastards. They have his name, and as a result, they carry his legacy. He asserts,
"History does not remember blood. It remembers names."
I think this is a great scene, and we get to know Corlys and Rhaenys a little better, as well as further exploring their relationship. Back into the dimly lit abyss of the outside, we follow Rhaenyra and Daemon as they walk along the beach and get reacquainted. Rhaenyra talks about her current situation, saying that Laenor will be useless now more than ever, after the death of his sister. She has no faith in him and calls their marriage a farce. We got some glimpses of why she would feel this way in the last episode, with Laenor's carrying on. She also mentions how they tried to conceive but were unable to and didn't enjoy the act. We don't really get a good idea on whether they tried once or twice or were consistently trying. She talks about how she found comfort in Harwin and trusted him, giving us a small window into that relationship. The way she talks about her relationship with Harwin, it doesn't really feel like romantic love, but more like an escape with someone she could rely on. At the mention of the Strongs, Daemon asserts that Otto and Alicent were likely the culprits behind their deaths, while Rhaenyra doubts Alicent's involvement. Daemon is wrong, but I can definitely see how he came to that conclusion, as Otto is the one who benefits most from the death of Lionel. We get a brief look into how Daemon felt about Laena, saying they were happy enough. Rhaenyra felt abandoned by Daemon, and tells him so, expressing how her life started to go downhill when he left. But with him here now, she throws caution to the wind, taking what she wants and hooking up with her uncle. The two have beach sex, which seems like a bad idea with all that sand laying around. The atmosphere of the scene feels like it is telling us that this is a big romantic moment, but to me it feels a little weird. In the earlier episodes, it felt like Daemon was grooming her and trying to mold her into his woman, and this scene feels like it is the culmination of that. There is an undeniable chemistry and love of some kind there, but it is not the love story that many think it is. It might just be me, but it feels like toxic love that burns bright but is far from wholesome. The relationship started with an uneven power dynamic and had Daemon manipulating a young Rhaenyra early on to get what he wanted. Even though Rhaenyra is now older, that history is still there and makes their relationship complex. Add to the fact that Rhaenyra supplanted Daemon as heir, and things get even more interesting. So all in all, I don't think this is a healthy romantic relationship, but it is definitely compelling.
Rhaenyra and Daemon are made of the same stuff. It's why they're a terrible match. Added to which, when Rhaenyra is made heir, she essentially takes everything from Daemon. And yet her attraction goads her to go to the heart of that envy.
As Aemond is left to his own devices, he comes upon the object of his desire, Vhagar. Even at 10, Aemond Targaryen did not lack for boldness. Right there at high tide was a dragon worthy of him, Vhagar, the oldest, largest, and most terrible dragon in the world. Aemond's claiming of Vhagar in first ride is an absolutely fantastic moment. When he comes upon the sleeping beast, we really get to see how massive and monstrous Vhagar is. Even if he has Targaryen blood, to approach a beast like Vhagar with the intent of bonding it must be absolutely terrifying. For a young boy like Aemond to do this is incredibly brave. We get some shots that give us perspective to how big Vhagar is and the task Aemond is trying to undertake. He was likely spurred on by the wound left by the Pink Dread, and a hurt that was still fresh. The fact that he was bullied for not having a dragon gets the audience behind Aemond, hoping that he will finally get the dragon he has long desired. With Vhagar sleeping, Aemond does his best not to wake the dragon, as doing so could mean suffering a terrible death.
You don't want to wake the dragon, do you?
Unfortunately, Aemond is not as sneaky as he'd like, as Vhagar wakes and threatens to roast Aemond like a marshmallow. To his credit, Aemond stands his ground, speaking to Vhagar in Valyrian and standing strong in his position. I think it is Aemond's tenacity in this moment that saves his life. Had he cowered, Vhagar would have seen weakness and killed him, not letting someone unworthy of her ride her. I think the fact that Vhagar has had a number of riders before Aemond also helps, as she is used to the process and more willing to form a bond than a wild dragon would be. With Aemond having climbed aboard, Vhagar takes to the air, putting the boy through the ringer. The flight itself is incredibly cinematic and feels dynamic. It feels like the visual of dragon riding has been perfected in House of the Dragon, building on the foundation laid out by Game of Thrones. You get the sense that Vhagar is testing Aemond, flying into a flock of birds, performing nosedives, dipping into the water, seeing if the kid can hold on or if he was a fool to ever try and claim her. With the brilliant work of Ramin Djawadi, this moment feels triumphant as Vhagar soars through the skies. I think it is probably my favorite scene of the episode. It also has massive implications in the short term and the long term. As Vhagar is massive, naturally she makes some noise when she moves about. Bela and Rhaena are woken up by her stomping around, spurring them into action. They wake up their cousins and head out to confront the person responsible. What follows was hotly debated when the episode aired, with both sides having strong opinions on who was in the right and who was in the wrong. I think first we should address the idea expressed by Rhaena that Aemond stole Vhagar.
Someone stole Vhagar.
The argument here is that since Laena was Vhagar's previous rider, her dragonless daughter should have the first chance to claim her. That by Aemond riding Vhagar, he has effectively robbed Rhaena of a dragon mount that is rightfully hers. I personally don't subscribe to this train of thought. Throughout the history of the Targaryens, there are no instances of there being a right to inheritance in regards to dragons. A dragon has its own mind and is not a slave to be done with as one pleases. It has the power to reject someone it does not wish to submit to, or it can choose to bond with them instead. I don't think Aemond stole Vhagar, because that would imply that Vhagar is property. Instead, what we saw was Aemond trying to form a bond with Vhagar, and her accepting him. I could see how some might perceive Aemond trying to claim Vhagar before Rhaena has tried as poor form, but even then I think it shows initiative on Aemond's part, and a little bit of entitlement on Rhaena's. Rhaena had the opportunity to claim Vhagar before Aemond even arrived on Driftmark, but she didn't. I acknowledge that she was emotionally distressed as she was still grieving her mother, but unfortunately, a dragon like Vhagar was going to be snatched up sooner rather than later. In my opinion, Aemond claiming Vhagar was fair game. That is not to say though that Rhaena is not justified in her anger. From her perspective, her whole life she saw Vhagar as her mother's dragon. When she thinks of Vhagar, she thinks of her mother. She likely hoped to claim Vhagar in honor of her mother as well as to win her father's approval. When Aemond, a cousin she barely knows, beats her to the punch, she feels like she was robbed of that opportunity. I can definitely understand why she would be upset. I will say, however, that intending to claim Vhagar and actually claiming her are two very different things. Even for people with Targaryen blood, approaching a dragon is dangerous, and approaching the biggest living dragon is even more so. Rhaena likely spent time around Vhagar whilst growing up, so there might be some familiarity there, but it is definitely not a sure thing that Vhagar would bond with Rhaena and not roast her alive. It's possible that there could have been some trepidation on Rhaena's part as she tried to muster the courage to approach Vhagar, which is potentially one of the reasons she was waiting to make her attempt. It's also possible that she would have constantly put off claiming Vhagar out of fear, as following the 6-year time jump in episode 8, she has not tried to claim any of the available dragons at Dragonstone like Vermithor or Silverwing. The scene where Aemond is confronted by Bela, Rhaena, Jace, and Luke created some passionate discussion with people questioning whether or not everyone was watching the same show. As Aemond is walking into the cavern, he is confronted by the other group of kids. After having claimed Vhagar, Aemond feels like he has been instilled with a new sense of power. He is confident and self-assured in a way that he wasn't before.
It's him.
It's me.
Rhaena tells him that Vhagar was her mother's dragon and was hers to claim. Aemond retorts that she should have claimed her then.
You never called dibs. Dibs were implied.
Implied dibs?
Yeah.
He coldly and cruelly asserts that her mother is dead and he is Vhagar's new rider. Aemond also calls back to the pink dread of it all, saying that Jace and Luke can find Rhaena a pig to ride. Aemond hasn't initiated the conflict, but he is not backing down or helping matters in the least. He has insulted Rhaena, but seems content to leave it there. However, feeling that Vhagar has been stolen, along with the insults being hurled her way, Rhaena charges Aemond. As she tries to tackle him, he pushes her to the ground. This then leads to Bela stepping in, trying to defend her sister. She walks up and punches Aemond in the face, which Aemond responds in kind. Aemond then makes a threat about feeding them to his dragon if they attack him again. When he says this, it almost comes off to me like Aemond is reminding everyone that he has a dragon now. Hey everyone, look at me, I have a dragon, yahoo! To this point, Aemond has only acted in self-defense. He has taunted them and wants to sling insults their way, but ultimately he was not the aggressor. Trying to defend his cousins, Jace then jumps into the fray, getting a couple of hits in before he is pushed to the ground by Aemond. Then Luke jumps at Aemond and is punched out. Jace manages to push Aemond to the ground, and the four of them then start beating him. Aemond is able to fight them off, and has me thinking that the extra focus that Kristen Cole gave Alicent's children is revealing itself here. After he frees himself, Aemond has Luke in a chokehold and grabs a rock, holding it above his head. I've seen people online argue that by grabbing the rock, Aemond is now showing an intent to kill Luke. I don't think this is what's happening, although I can maybe see why you would think that. From my perspective, him grabbing the rock is almost a defense mechanism, a declaration not to mess with him because if you do, you're gonna get rocked. It's his way of leveling the playing field. Instead of 4 against 1, it's 4 against 1 with a rock. He is holding it threateningly, but I don't think he plans on using it with lethal force. Aemond then starts insulting Jace and Luke, calling them strongs. This prompts Jace to pull out a knife. Similarly to how I don't think Aemond intended to use his rock to kill anyone, I don't think Jace drew his knife intending to kill Aemond. It's a response to Aemond's threats with a threat of his own. And while I don't think the kids meant for things to get this serious, they each have slowly escalated things without realizing it. Instead of bashing Luke's head in, Aemond pushes him to the ground. Jace attacks with his knife, but Aemond dodges and then hits Jace on the head with the rock. He stands over Jace with his rock menacingly, before Jace blinds him with sand, and Luke grabs the dagger and slashes him in the eye. One thing I wish we got that was in the book is that after Aemond loses his eye and is screaming in pain, Vhagar is roaring as well. This would have been a great way to reinforce the bond between dragon and rider, as well as emphasizing how scary it is to go against Vhagar. I know online that much of the discourse was that one side was entirely in the wrong and the other side was entirely in the right, but to me it's another example of all the characters being in the wrong. It's a group of kids making a series of poor decisions, slowly escalating things without realizing how far it's gotten. I probably lean more on the side that Aemond was the most wrong out of the group, but at the same time everyone played a part in how things ended up. Not least of all is the parents and guards who were asleep on the job, completely unaware of princes and princesses beating the shit out of each other. In the aftermath of the little kid fisticuffs, everyone is gathered in the grand hall of High Tide. The maester is stitching up Aemond and tells Alicent that the eye is lost.
Just get a black eye patch, embrace it. Losing an eye is badass, dude.
It's not badass. I have no depth perception!
Alicent takes her anger out on Aegon, hitting him and blaming him for not being with his brother. This is another instance of Aegon's caregivers being hard on him and hitting him. Aemond's maiming is not Aegon's fault. The expectation should be that the guards were watching the princelings, not Aegon. Aegon is just the easy scapegoat, the punching bag that they can take their frustrations out on because he is good for nothing anyway. As Aemond's mother, Alicent is more responsible for the well-being of her child than Aegon is as the elder brother, and yet, she puts the blame on Aegon when she herself had no idea where Aemond was or what was happening. When Rhaenyra arrives late, she tries to get caught up to speed. The kids all start talking at once, each squabbling, trying to tell their story the loudest. Jace tells his mom about how Aemond called them bastards, and that is all she needs to hear. In an interview, Rhaenyra's actor Emma Darcy said that Rhaenyra's plan in this scenario is to lie hard, do not back down, and weaponize the word treason. She says that Aemond's maiming was an accident, and it was her sons that were attacked and forced to defend themselves. Alicent is irate herself, making false claims that Luke went there meaning to kill Aemond.
It was a regrettable accident.
Accident? The Prince Lucerys brought a blade to the ambush. He meant to kill my son.
Rhaenyra turns it back onto Aemond, as she mentions how he called her sons strongs, and to do so was high treason.
It was my sons who were attacked and forced to defend themselves. The legitimacy of my son's birth was put loudly to question. My sons are in line to inherit the Iron Throne, Your Grace. This is the highest of treasons.
Alicent is in disbelief that the focus has shifted from Aemond losing an eye to whether or not he insulted Rhaenyra's children. It's really interesting, as Viserys seems more angry about the insult to Rhaenyra's children than the maiming of his own child. He scolds Aemond, and it's sometimes easy to forget that they are father and son. It once again speaks to Viserys' favoritism towards Rhaenyra and how he treats his children by Alicent as afterthoughts.
Viserys has a soft spot and an affection for Rhaenyra, and even that affects his marriage, that he doesn't stand up for his own children.
He shows very little compassion to his young son who just lost an eye. As he demands to know where Aemond heard the rumors that Rhaenyra's children are bastards, everyone is thinking that the source is Alicent, waiting for him to point the finger at his mother. Aemond gives his father a cold stare, before shifting the blame to Aegon.
Me.
I think Ty Tennant is terrific in this moment, as he is quietly shocked about the position he is put in. Once again, he is put in the crosshairs of his family, as Viserys starts berating him. In a line straight from the book, he says how everyone knows that they are bastards, you just need to look at them. I think the way that Tennant delivers this line elevates it even more, as it is a quiet, sad statement of fact.
We know, Father. Everyone knows. Just look at them.
I think the show does a good job of setting up Aegon as a character in episodes 6 and 7. They show him suffering abuse and being thought poorly of by his family, which has a large effect on him going forward. Viserys starts yelling at the entire room, declaring that if anyone names Rhaenyra's children bastards again, they will lose their tongue. He demands that everyone apologize to each other, and once that has been done, he refuses to discuss the matter further.
Damn it, children, fight. It's over.
When Alicent asks what is to be done about what happened to Aemond, he has no answer. To him, the matter is settled. He can't give him back his eye, so there's nothing to be done. I think once again, this shows some weakness on Viserys' part, as no response is a surefire way to embitter the sides even further against each other. It also serves to make Alicent feel completely alone, and that Viserys won't even defend their children. The kids should have received a punishment, especially Luke. I don't think the punishment should have been severe like what Alicent suggests.
I shall have one of her son's eyes in return.
Something more like sending him away to be fostered by a lord for a certain period of time. Even if Viserys didn't do something like this, he should have talked with each side in private and instilled in them why what they did was wrong and tried to understand why they acted the way they did. Instead, he just wants to deal with it as quickly as he can and then pretend it never happened, never addressing the core issues. Feeling like her husband is abandoning their son, Alicent loses it. She demands Luke's eye as payment, which is obviously crazy, but I can definitely empathize with her about how she is feeling. She doesn't think any justice has been given to her son, and so she tries to take things into her own hands. She orders Criston to bring her Luke's eye, but Criston knows he can't overstep. She remains undeterred, stealing Viserys' knife and charging towards Rhaenyra and her kids.
So when it's so obvious that Viserys is going to choose Rhaenyra and throws the threat of that being treason for what I'm saying or what my boys have said, I think that's just when she just breaks. It's just piled on top of her for so long.
Rhaenyra and Alicent end up at the center of the room, wrestling over the knife. Alicent vents about everything that has been on her chest all of these years. Olivia Cook is phenomenal, as Alicent talks about all of the injustices she has had to suffer, as Rhaenyra has been gallivanting around for years, doing whatever she wants.
What have I done but what was expected of me? Where is duty? Where is sacrifice? It's trampled under your pretty foot again, and now you take my son's eye. And to even that you feel entitled.
Alicent has had enough, and is not willing to stand idly by any longer. As the two disengage, Alicent slashes Rhaenyra's forearm. In an attempt to end things from getting worse, Aemond tells his mother that it's alright, trying to reassure her that she does not need to do anything on his behalf. He drops the best line of the episode and brings the scene to its end.
I may have lost an eye, but I gained a dragon.
The following morning, as Alicent is reflecting on how she acted, she feels an immense sense of guilt and shame. She has prided herself on being a righteous person, not stooping to what she seems as immoral. When her father enters her room, she tells him as much, but is surprised by his reaction. He tells her that he is proud of her, and that she has shown for the first time that she has what it takes. I think Alicent is conflicted about her father's words, glad to hear them, but still ultimately disgusted with what she did.
It was an ugly thing, I regret it.
We play an ugly game. And now, for the first time, I see that you have the determination to win it.
She is trying to come to terms with both of these things, taking them into account as she moves forward. Otto emphasizes how truly massive Aemond getting Vhagar was. It not only brought a new dragon to their side, but it brought the biggest and most powerful one. We see a few more scenes with Alicent before the end of the episode. She tries to apologize to Viserys, but he is burying his head in the sand, not even wanting to acknowledge what happened. On the ship home, she finally acknowledges Larys, taking into consideration what her father said. She tells Larys that she will need his skills in the future. This shows that Alicent is ready to start playing the game more seriously than she ever has before. Laenor returns from wherever he was drowning his sorrows. This is where I start to have some mixed feelings on the episode, as they make some pretty big changes from the book, which has very big implications moving forward. In this scene, Laenor has self-reflected and decided that he does not like the person that he has become.
And I think he does have this moment of clarity where he goes, I'm gonna be the person that I thought I was going to be.
He recommits himself to Rhaenyra, telling her that he will be better and that he will be the person that she needs him to be. He admits his faults and is actively trying to improve himself.
But I recommit myself to you and to strengthening our house as we prepare you for your ascension. I will raise our sons to be princes of the realm.
Laenor.
You deserve better than what I have been.
I think this is a great character beat for Laenor and shows some real growth on his part, as he is promising to forfeit some of his own pleasure in favor of protecting his family. Unfortunately, none of this matters, and it's walked back almost immediately. Knowing that he abandons his family by the end of the episode, everything he is saying feels hollow. It feels like the only purpose of this scene is to make Laenor not look like a deadbeat when he abandons his parents and children. After Laenor pours his heart out to her, Rhaenyra goes to Daemon and discusses the possibility of them marrying. The show presents the marriage between Rhaenyra and Daemon as this massive power play that helps her out tremendously. Even on the official House of the Dragon website, under Laenor's character section, they say that he left Westeros to allow Rhaenyra to marry Daemon, strengthening both her and her son Jacaerys' claim to the Iron Throne. I disagree with this entirely, and think marrying Daemon is a terrible idea for her political positioning. Daemon has made a ton of enemies over the years, and people who may have been alright with or neutral about Rhaenyra as the heir may now be against it because of her affiliation with Daemon. Also, the entire reason she was named heir in the first place was to ensure that Daemon never became king. By marrying him, many people will view him as the true ruler, with Rhaenyra as a puppet. The way they go about getting this marriage is another detriment to it. By faking Laenor's death, they end up alienating two people in Corlys and Rhaenys who would otherwise be guaranteed allies. With them thinking that Daemon and Rhaenyra are responsible for killing their last living child, the Valyrians should end up as permanent enemies to them. In Fire and Blood, it is noted that no one was happy about the two marrying. King, court, and commons were all outraged by the news. Neither Daemon's wife nor Rhaenyra's husband had been dead even half a year. To wed again so soon was an insult to their memories. His Grace declared angrily. It's also worth noting that Viserys was irate when Daemon tried to marry Rhaenyra earlier, and the years would not do much to change his opinion on the matter. I wouldn't have an issue if it was portrayed for what it is, a union made not for strategic benefit, but for love, lust, and personal pleasure. I think this is one of the worst decisions they could have made to help Rhaenyra's claim, and the fact it is framed in the show as a boon for her cause feels weird, especially considering we don't really see much fallout from it. I think they may have portrayed it in this way to make it seem like what Laenor is doing isn't selfish, but rather selfless, as it is done to help Rhaenyra's claim. But it doesn't help her claim, and it is selfish, as he abandons his children and puts his parents through more grief so that he can avoid his duty. Adding to the odd framing is the innocent man that is killed to use as Laenor's fake corpse. The audience is tricked into believing that it is Laenor, which upsets them and makes Daemon and Rhaenyra feel dastardly. When it is revealed that Laenor is alive and it was just a rando, the audience is happy because we don't know or care about the unnamed guard. This is also one of the greatest deviations from Fire and Blood, as in the book, Laenor actually does die. Two of the three accounts name his lover, Quarrel Corey, as his killer. Now, I can understand why they would not want to kill him in the show, as with the death of Sir Joffrey Lonmouth 2 episodes prior, they wanted to avoid the bury your gaze trope. I like both the versions of Laenor we get in the book as well as this version in the show, different as they may be. But I really don't like the decision to leave Laenor alive, as I think it has a bunch of unintended consequences that are detrimental to the show. For starters, because Laenor is still alive, his marriage to Rhaenyra is still legitimate, and since it is illegal to have 2 marriages in Westeros, Rhaenyra's marriage to Daemon is technically illegitimate. That also means that any children they have as a result of said union are equally illegitimate, turning their children Aegon the Younger and baby Vizzy T into bastards. It also begs the question of what happens to Sea Smoke. The bond between a dragon and its rider is incredibly strong, and it is not possible for a dragon to have more than one rider at one time. With Laenor still alive, Sea Smoke should not be able to form another bond. Overall, while I like Laenor and understand why they decided to have him survive, I don't like the decision and think it makes the story more messy than it needs to be. MVP of the episode was easy for me, as I am giving it to Aemond. He claimed the biggest dragon in the realm, held held his own in a 4 vs 1 fight, and dropped one of the coolest lines of the show. LVP is much harder, as I have 3 major contenders in Alicent, Rhaenyra, and Viserys. I considered Rhaenyra because I think it is a terrible decision to marry Daemon and fake kill Laenor, but it is hard to judge because the show is insisting that it is actually a really good idea. With Viserys, he once again looks weak, as he takes no substantial action during the kid fight crisis, and his inaction only furthers the growing divide. I considered Alicent because her son loses his eye and she is unable to get any form of justice. When she tries to take matters into her own hands, she makes things worse for herself, and if Viserys wasn't content to ignore everything that upsets him, she could have forfeited her life when she attacked Rhaenyra. It's a tough decision, and I think if you asked me tomorrow, I might have a different answer, but in the end, here and now, I'm going to have to give it to Alicent. In terms of the scale, I think this is an interesting episode to consider. I think this is the first time where I feel like the way things are framed changes the way things may have been perceived otherwise. For example, Daemon and Rhaenyra's fake marriage is framed as a good thing, with their murder of an innocent man and Laenor's escape seen as almost heroic. In contrast, Alicent comes across as unhinged as she tries to seek any justice for her son who lost his eye. I think the child brawl is pretty close to even, and as a result, not having much effect on the overall balance. I think the scale tips from 60-40 in favor of the blacks to 65-35 in their favor, even if I don't think the actions themselves entirely reflect that, more so the way they are portrayed.
How good it is to see you all tonight.
With the start of episode 8, we get our final time jump. Moving forward, these are most of the main characters and the actors portraying them. As Vaemond confronts Rhaenys, we learn that 6 years has passed with Corlys fighting in the Stepstones during this period. In his absence, his wife Rhaenys has been sitting the Driftwood throne, seeing to the affairs of Hightide. She has also been fostering her granddaughter Baela as a ward. It's made clear that Corlys has taken a grievous injury and may not survive it, bringing the question of his succession to the forefront. Rhaenys rebuffs Vaemond, telling him that the succession has long been decided, as Corlys wants Lucerys to be his heir. Vaemond is having none of this though, not willing to let his house be taken over by strong bastards, and have his blood die out. As Corlys' brother and closest living kin, he thinks he should inherit the seat of House Velaryon.
But what of the Velaryon line? Is it to be snuffed out? Supplanted by the pups of House Strong?
You can definitely understand where Vaemond is coming from, as he feels like Lucerys inheriting will lead to the end of his house, an ancient bloodline that has survived since the doom of Valyria. At the same time, becoming Lord of Driftmark is also motivated by his own ambition. He is emboldened by the news that Viserys is too sick to rule, and his hand and Alicent are ruling in his stead. He feels like they would be likely to side with him, and he is not wrong. With Vaemond's intentions clear, Baela writes to her father, telling him of what Vaemond plans. Knowing of Daemon's propensity to shoot the messenger, said messenger hands off the letter and doesn't stick around. We get a reintroduction of Rhaenyra and some of her children. We see Jace practicing as High Valyrian, but struggling. Now before I start analyzing this scene and Jace's character, I just gotta say, why they gotta do my boy like that? They really gave him the Dumb and Dumber haircut. The wig looks pretty terrible, and I wish they did just about anything else with his hair. With that out of the way, I think the drive Jace shows to learn Valyrian is interesting. His mother is insisting that it is not a big deal, but Jace is having none of it. He is pushing himself to be the best that he can, to be worthy and to honor his Valyrian ancestry.
I don't expect you to learn High Valyrian in a day, Jace.
A king should honor the traditions of his forebears.
It feels like Jace is trying to prove himself as a true Targaryen, fighting against his bastardy. Because of the stigma surrounding his birth, he is focused on becoming hyper-competent and is working extra hard to be a good ruler. When I first read Fire and Blood when it was released in 2018, I didn't really think much about Jace, having no real opinion of him either way. On my most recent reread of it, however, I found him to be a really great and interesting character. So far, I think the show has set him up well to be just that, adding even more dimensions to him. I am excited to see how he continues to translate to the screen in the future. We also see how little baby Joffrey has grown in the years since we last saw him. When Daemon enters, he clears the room save for him and Rhaenyra. As they read the letter, they talk about how Vaemond's claim has grand implications. By calling Luke's legitimacy into question, it also calls her other kids into question. And because passing off bastards as trueborn is considered treason, Rhaenyra's own position as heir would be jeopardized. Vaemond's challenge is extremely dangerous to their position, and something they they need to deal with immediately. We also learn that Rhaenys thinks Daemon and Rhaenyra had Laenor murdered, so that should shape their interactions going forward. When Rhaenyra, Daemon, and the fam arrive in King's Landing, they find it has changed. No one greets them, which is a grievous insult as Rhaenyra is the heir and her children are princes. Lord Caswell is the only one who receives them, showing where his allegiance lies. When they enter the Red Keep, it feels dark and empty, and not the lively, vibrant place that we saw in the first episode. Where there were once tapestries of dragon orgies, we now see totems of the Seven. It signals to the characters and the audience that this place has changed greatly in the time jump. As we get our first glance at Alicent since the time jump, adorned in religious paraphernalia, I think this is a good time to mention her change through the years. Feeling shame for her actions at the end of episode 7, Alicent turned to religion as a form of recompense. It is a form of atonement that can help her move forward and come to terms with what she has done and what she is continuing to do. It offers her a semblance of peace, providing her with a comfort that she cannot find elsewhere. We've known since episode 2 that she has had an affinity for religion, so this feels like a natural progression for her character. Alicent's actress, Olivia Cooke, says on the matter that she's trying to protect her son, she's trying to uphold the patriarchy, she's trying to uphold the legitimacy of the crown, all these things that she feels are so much bigger than she is. I think that's why when she can't control that, she turns to faith, more as some sort of tangible element of control, because she doesn't have any in her life whatsoever. With Alicent at the head of the table, the small council is discussing the Velaryon succession. They talk about how Luke was never formally named Corlys's heir, trying to use that as wiggle room to look past him. Now, if Luke's birth was not in question and he was a trueborn Velaryon, Corlys would not need to formally name him as heir, as it would be the case unless said otherwise. They also discuss how important the Velaryon fleet is and how Luke is a boy of 14 and not a competent seafarer. It is a valid point that Luke is probably not the person you want in control of the king's most powerful fleet, as there are tons of more qualified people who could be in charge. However, if you start basing inheritance on merit, then the entire monarchy and feudal system should be abolished in favor of a meritocracy. Obviously, they don't plan on doing this, and the council is talking out of both sides of their mouths. This is an interesting look into how the council is applying law when it suits them and ignoring it when it does not suit their needs. They are in the right legally in that Luke is a bastard and can't inherit, but because they are not allowed to say that, they try and justify supplanting him in a different way as a workaround. Daemon and Rhaenyra pay old man Vizzy T a visit, finding him looking even worse than we last saw him. Now we can play the what body part is Viserys missing now a little later, as his face is bandaged up hiding the worst of it. But what we do see is a man that is essentially a corpse. Drugged out on milk of the poppy and in constant pain, Viserys looks like he is literally rotting. It's crazy to think that Viserys is only a few years older than Daemon. With Viserys' health having slowly deteriorated over the season, it parallels the state of the realm. The decisions he has made have slowly led to disarray until we now see ourselves on the precipice. Viserys' diseased existence is a show creation, as although his health does deteriorate in the books, it is to a much lesser degree. I think this addition to his show version adds some more tragedy to the character, making him even more sympathetic. Daemon also astutely gives Vizzy's drink a sniff, making sure it is not some slow-acting poison that is keeping his brother sick and bedridden. They ask Viserys to step up and reaffirm Luke's legitimacy. Daemon almost looks guilty when doing this, seeing his brother in this terrible state. It can't be easy for Rhaenyra and Daemon in this moment, to see a loved one in such an awful condition. They desperately need his help as he is the only one with the authority to overrule the Hand and the Queen. I imagine Daemon is having some complicated feelings in the moment, as he has been so resistant to asking his brother for help in the past, and when he finally goes to ask something of his brother, he does it when Vizzy T is at his absolute weakest, a man waiting to die. They introduce him to their children, Aegon and Viserys, bringing a smile to the dying man. It's not something mentioned in the show, but in Fire and Blood, the naming of Aegon the Younger was seen as a slight against the Greens in Alicent's Aegon. This can be a reflection of how Rhaenyra views her half-brother as unworthy of the Conqueror's name, as well as how the conflict between the Greens and the Blacks was continued throughout the years in these little ways. Naming the second child Viserys was done in honor of Rhaenyra's father and Daemon's brother, something which his namesake seems to appreciate.
That is a name fit for a king.
As Alicent is leaving the council chambers, Sir Auric, Is it Sir Eric? Either way, one of the Cargill brothers brings to Alicent's attention an urgent matter concerning the prince. And this is where we get to what I call the Aegon problem. Throughout episodes 6 and 7, I think the show did a fantastic job setting up Aegon as a complex and interesting character. He has his vices like his drinking, skirt chasing, bullying of Aemond, and inability to take things seriously. Yet we also understand why he turns to these things, as his father ignores him and his relationship with his mother and grandfather is abusive. No one takes him seriously, and they find a ton of reasons to get angry with him and berate him. He has no desire to take the throne, and because this does not align with what the Hightowers want, they see him as a disappointment as they try and bully him into doing what they tell him. The show has set him up as a complex and interesting character that could develop in a number of ways, where even if he may not become a great person, the audience could still sympathize and relate to the character. I think I should also say that Aegon was one of the characters I was most excited to see adapted to the silver screen. I felt that his character had so much potential to be one of the most compelling characters in the entire story, being an embodiment of the grey nature and tragedy of the conflict. When I learned that Tom Glynn-Carney was cast as Aegon, my excitement only grew, as in the other projects I had seen him in, I found him to be a scene stealer. These are some of the reasons that I was disappointed when watching this episode and seeing where the writers decided to take the character, as well as thinking that it is a major misstep for the story they have said that they are trying to tell.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
When we are reintroduced to Aegon in episode 8, we see the aftermath of his heinous actions first before we actually see him. We meet a young serving maid named Diana, who is heavily traumatized as she has been raped by Aegon. This scene goes on for an uncomfortably long time as Diana recounts her horror to Alicent. It feels like the purpose of this scene is to tell the audience that Aegon is an absolute monster.
I'm a bad guy then! You are a bad guy!
It makes Aegon a deplorable character, and because this is our reintroduction to him, it looms large in our minds and immediately pits the audience against him. In an interview with Tom Glynn-Carney, the actor expressed, "That's a harsh introduction for any character. It's tricky because as an actor, you want the audience to be on your side, at least a little. But when I start from there, how am I going to get the audience to connect with me, at least a little bit, as I move through the story?" I think Glynn-Carney's concerns are well founded, as the direction the writers have taken Aegon makes it hard for most people to empathize with him after such a monumental immoral act. When discussing the character online, a lot of people reduce him to this moment. Many people don't have any interest in looking deeper into the character or understanding his struggles, as he is a rapist. In the minds of many, nothing else needs to be said. In an interview with Claire Kilner, a director on the show, and Sarah Hess, one of the executive producers, they discuss the scene and what it means for Aegon as a character. They talk about wanting to make him a nuanced and sympathetic character, with Hess saying, "I think just because somebody has committed this act, that it's not a reason that we can't have a more nuanced discussion, or even to feel sympathy for him, while acknowledging that what he did was indefensible. It's simplistic to say, he raped someone, he's horrible and evil." With this being a show made in 2022, it should have been clear to the writers that the audience would view him as horrible and evil. It feels like the writers are either trying to backpedal, or are not aware of how their portrayal of Aegon would alienate the fanbase against him. They talk about making him a grey character, but have him doing some of the most egregious acts in the show without showing any redeeming qualities that he has. When he expresses his plight, it rings hollow and is hard to take seriously when it is preceded by such a heinous act.
I try so hard, but it will never be enough for you or father.
Pretty obvious, just don't fucking rape people.
Consent on the show has been dubious on a number of occasions to this point, notably in the instances of Rhaenyra and Criston and Viserys and Alicent. But while those are complicated and in the times of Westeros were considered acceptable, the Aegon and Diana scenario is fully considered rape in universe and by modern standards. There's no room for a different interpretation. I want to be clear that I am not defending Aegon's actions. Rape is a terrible and disgusting act that is indefensible. My issue with the scene is that I don't think it should exist, as it makes the character completely irredeemable in the eyes of many and skews the balance of the scale too drastically. I've also seen some people argue that Aegon is explicitly a rapist in the book, which is something I don't think is true. Aegon is never directly stated to have been a rapist in Fire and Blood. Any interpretation of such is done by inferences on the part of the reader, and I can understand how someone might come to that conclusion. The groom was 15 years of age, a lazy and somewhat sulky boy, Septon Eustace tells us, but possessed more than healthy appetites. A glutton at table, given to swilling ale and strong wine, and pinching and fondling any serving girl who strayed within his reach. As Eustace notes, in public and during feasts, Aegon pinched and fondled serving girls, making it a realistic conclusion to come to that in private, he took things further. I also think though it is worth noting that one does not necessarily mean the other, as rape is a massive escalation. I think either interpretation is fair, but neither is definitive. Even taking the interpretation that Aegon is a rapist in the book, I feel that canonizing this in the show is a mistake. Having him introduced explicitly as a rapist in the show colors the character moving forward, making it hard for the audience to form any sympathy for him at all. I think what they should have done instead is when Alicent wakes him up, he should have been in bed with a couple of prostitutes that he paid for. It would still show him as depraved and lustful, but it would not result in the character being fully written off like the version they decided to go with. Alicent would still be angry and ashamed of him, as his actions would still reflect poorly on him and be considered as a slight to his marriage. I will jump ahead to episode 9 to discuss the show's decision to have Aegon as a patron to the child fighting pits. It seems the show was on a speedrun to make Aegon the most hated character on the show, as rape and hurting children are two ways to guarantee that a character is hated.
We created a monster.
In interviews, the writers have said that Aegon is not a sadist, that what he does is a result of his difficult upbringing. But what kind of person enjoys watching children fight to the death if they are not a sadist? Enjoying children fighting each other, sharpening their teeth and nails as weapons, is not something you grow to like. That's why I'm further baffled by the show's decision to make Aegon a frequenter of the fighting pits. If he wasn't already persona non grata after his rape of Diana in episode 8, he is now. Once again, it feels like the show has taken the most extreme and unfavorable depiction of Aegon in an attempt to make the audience hate him. Some people are quick to point out that this happens in the book, and it is a fact that Aegon was a monster. They argue that the show is actually being kind to him, as the account in the book is even worse. The testimony of Mushroom claims that Sir Criston found the young king-to-be drunk and naked in a flea-bottom rat pit, where two gutter snipes with filed teeth were biting and tearing at each other for his amusement, whilst a girl who could not have been more than 12 pleasured his with her mouth. And I agree that if this version of events is true, Aegon is an absolutely disgusting monster. However, as Fire and Blood is a collection of unreliable narrators with their own biases, we can almost conclude for certain that this is not true. The description is so over the top, with Mushroom painting Aegon as a cartoonishly villainous figure, watching children fight each other for his pleasure as he engages in It is so gratuitous and outrageous that it feels like it is propaganda designed to make the realm hate and despise Aegon. And this is where we must take into account the source saying these things. Mushroom. The events of Fire and Blood are recounted by a number of various sources, none of them being fully trustworthy, but above them all stands Mushroom and his massive member as the least reliable. Mushroom has a tendency for the extreme and outrageous, inserting as much sex and gratuity into his recounting as possible. Many of the claims he makes throughout are completely ludicrous and can be dismissed out of hand. He claims that a 15-year-old Alicent was having sex with the old king before his untimely death, that Mushroom himself had sex with Rhaenyra, and that is not even to mention his claims later on in the story, with one of his more notorious claims involving Rhaenyra, Alicent, and Helaena. In all of these instances, I don't think Mushroom can be seen as a trusted source. When analyzing his specific claim involving Aegon, it becomes even more dubious, as Mushroom was not even in King's Landing when the supposed act took place, as he was on Dragonstone with Rhaenyra. Mushroom's allegiance should also be taken into account, as he loved Rhaenyra and was loyal to her while having a dislike for Aegon. Another source, Septon Eustace, also contradicts Mushroom's version of events, saying that he was instead found in a bed with a mistress. It is noteworthy that Eustace was present in King's Landing during the events, adding credibility to his account. Also, I would be remiss to note that similarly to how Mushroom is biased towards the blacks, Eustace has a tendency to lean towards the greens. Archmeister Gildane also dismisses Mushroom's version of events out of hand, citing it as Mushroom being Mushroom. I'm not saying that everything Mushroom says in his testimony is wrong, but I think the moments when he is being the most truthful are when he offers a reserved and heartfelt telling rather than the salaciousness he is known for. I think with all of these points, we can safely conclude that the picture Mushroom paints is a falsehood. And yet, it is Mushroom's telling that they choose to base their version on. I think they likely chose to include Aegon attending the fighting pits because it is more exciting than finding him in bed with some random woman. It gives for a more exciting backdrop in the search for Aegon, allowing them to build this big set piece that is guaranteed to get a reaction out of the audience. Unfortunately, they do this at the expense of Aegon's characterization, choosing to adapt him based on the least charitable versions of him in Fire and Blood. This also stands in contrast to other characters who they either ignore the more brutal interpretations from the book, or change events to make them more sympathetic. pathetic. And as disappointed as I am by the way that they have decided to portray Aegon, if it was just the damaging of one character, it would be easier to accept. Unfortunately though, this portrayal of Aegon has massive implications for the show and the way the audience sees the conflict. Because of the laws of succession, Aegon is the person that is being pushed forward as king by the Greens. The choice of the realm and audience is between Rhaenyra and Aegon. And while I think the show did a good job making Rhaenyra a complicated and great character in the early episodes, making Aegon a racist child fight enthusiast really leaves the audience with no choice. Next to this version of Aegon, Rhaenyra looks like a saint by virtue of not being a complete and utter train wreck of a person. This is the basis of the conflict, and Aegon's depiction makes Rhaenyra the uncontested rightful heir in the eyes of the audience. It further corrupts the Green side because regardless of whether or not they are in the right legally, they are doing everything in service of a racist who enjoys children fighting to the death. This hangs a shadow over everything they do and makes it hard to root for them in any meaningful way. By depicting Aegon in this way, he is reduced to two vile characteristics, and the Greens are guilty of trying to instill an evil man as king. This completely destroys the balancing scale, turning it from a nuanced gray story to a story of good versus evil. It feels like it completely changes the intention behind the story, making the conflict cut and dry and undercutting the original message. If the scale was 65-35 before, the way Aegon is handled in the show, it is now 85-15 in favor of the blacks. It is clear from the show's adaptation that the blacks are on the side of righteousness and virtue, and the Greens are on the side of depravity. I think this is really disappointing and weakens the show in my estimations. In an interview with showrunner Ryan Condal, he named Aegon II as his favorite Aegon.
Do you have a favorite Aegon?
I mean, Aegon 2 is not a good person, but he's fascinating to write for.
Interesting.
Because there's a deep pathos there. In even the things that you don't like in him, as you will see, there are reasons that a person becomes that way over time. But he's not a straight sort of Joffrey, bad seed.
This makes it even more confusing as to why he would choose to go this direction with the character. I don't want Aegon to be a paragon of virtue, but I want him to be the complex, great character that I think he could be. Condal talks a lot about him being a great character, but what the show shows us contradicts that. I know that a lot of people have already written Aegon off as a character, but I hope that moving forward the show can somewhat rehabilitate his image and give us the complex and interesting character that we deserve. Tom Glyn Carney has expressed excitement about Aegon's role in Season 2, and we can only hope that people are willing to invest themselves in the character. Getting back to the show, Alicent has a conversation with Daemon and Rhaenyra. The couple expresses skepticism surrounding Viserys' condition. They feel like the Hightowers are keeping his mind addled with milk of the poppy, and have usurped his authority by speaking with his voice. When Alicent tells them that she will preside over the Velaryon issue of succession, they feel like the fix is in. We see Jace and Luke back in the training yard, excitedly reminiscing about their time training here as kids. However, their presence draws the eyes of the crowd, making Luke uncomfortable. Jace has already become aware of his true parentage, but we get a little insight into what Luke thinks in this moment. He's self-conscious by the fact that he looks more like Harwin Strong than Laenor Velaryon. Whether or not he is certain about his parentage, he definitely suspects the truth of the matter, and feels bad about how others view him as a result. Once again, I feel sympathy for Rhaenyra's children, as they have been put in a terrible position where they are destined to be condemned for something they had no control over. Having already come to terms with the circumstances of their birth, Jace tries to reassure his brother, telling him to ignore the stares. But the dark-haired Velaryon boys aren't the only thing drawing an audience, as a crowd is formed around Kristen Cole training with the grown-up Aemond. And boy did he ever grow up. I have to applaud the casting of Ewan Mitchell, as he is not only fantastic in the role, but it really looks like Aemond stepped off the pages and into the world. He has such a unique look to him, and brings a ton to the character. He is the Daemon equivalent for the Greens, which is rather fitting considering their similar names. He bests Kristen in the fight and declares that he doesn't care about tourney fighting, showing that he has devoted himself to the blade for a different reason. Vaemond has arrived at King's Landing, and he is trying to finalize the plans with Otto and Alicent. It is also worth noting that he was sent a welcoming party to receive him, where the same courtesy was not extended to Rhaenyra. Alicent is uneasy about the plan, as there is still a good chance that Corlys will live, but Otto tries to assuage her doubts. And from the Greens' perspective, backing Vaemond is a very savvy move. By ruling in his favor, it weakens Rhaenyra's position, and calls the legitimacy of her children into question in a meaningful, legal way, as well as further bolstering their own side, by having the new Lord of the Tides indebted to them, having the power and riches of one of the greatest houses in the Seven Kingdoms.
The next Lord of the Tides will be deeply in your debt, your grace, as will Driftmark, in all its strength.
As far as the Game of Thrones goes, it is a fantastic move, with a high chance of success considering Viserys' poor health. And if Alicent is having any moral reservations about what they are planning, she finds justification of her actions that if Luke actually is a bastard, then he is technically stealing Vaemon's birthright. It would help bolster her house, while still in her mind letting her hold on to the idea that she is on the side of righteousness. If she does not have this own self-justification, I'm not sure she goes along with it. Feeling her back against the wall, Rhaenyra goes to Rhaenys. Rhaenys is still rightfully pissed about the fact that she thinks Rhaenyra had her son murdered.
You're still thinking about that? Get over it already.
The fact that Rhaenys has thought this for 6 years makes it hard to believe that she would ever side with the Blacks. Rhaenyra tries to get Rhaenys' support on the matter of succession, but she is unwilling to commit. Rhaenyra then proposes marrying Jace and Luke to Baela and Rhaena. The way it is presented makes it seem like Rhaenyra needs Rhaenys' approval.
I'll make you an offer. Back Luke's claim and let us betroth Laena's children to mine. A generous offer.
But that is not the case. Because Baela and Rhaena are Daemon's children, he would be the one who has control on who they marry. I guess it can be seen as getting Rhaenys' blessing, but the way it is presented feels a little odd to me. With Rhaenys' support uncertain and Rhaenyra's prospects looking worse and worse, she goes to her father. She pleads to her father to help defend her in her son's claim. She asks him if he believes that Aegon's prophecy is real, something that comes back later in the episode. Viserys calls Rhaenyra his only child, making it clear that she is his favorite, and all of his other kids are an afterthought. Emma Darcy is terrific in this scene, and it seems that Rhaenyra's plea was heard, as in the next scene, Viserys is more cognizant than usual. As Otto overlooks the maesters treating Viserys, we see how small and emaciated the king has become. Paddy Considine said that he originally intended to lose the weight, but because filming the show out of order and all of the time jumps, they transposed his face on a body double. Viserys tells Otto that he will not take any milk of the poppy today, choosing to endure his physical pain so that he can retain his ability to think clearly. He says he wants to have a family dinner tonight, deciding to try and make things right between his family before it's too late. In the throne room, the trial is beginning, with Otto sitting the throne as Vaemon makes his pitch. He talks about how he has spent his whole life at sea, defending his brother's seat. He claims to be Corlys's closest kin, implying the bastardy of Rhaenyra's children, but not directly calling them out yet. He wants to ensure the survival of House Velaryon, and he is willing to do what he needs in order to ensure that.
This is about the future and survival of my house, not yours.
What I find so interesting about this scene is that everything Vaemon is saying is true. Rhaenyra's children are not true-born Velaryons, and therefore have no claim to Driftmark. He is defending what should by all laws of Westeros be his. And yet, the way the moment is framed, he comes across as the thief rather than the wronged.
Why are you boring me? I'm right.
Because Rhaenyra has become the pseudo-protagonist, it feels like her children are being robbed of what is rightfully theirs, but the reality is that they have no rights because of the nature of their birth. Rhaenyra is bold-faced lying to everyone, while Vaemond is telling the truth.
He knows that those children are not Velaryon. They're white. They got brown hair. Very obvious. And everyone knows it. It's the pink elephant in the corner that nobody wants to talk about, but Vaemond is the one person who will talk about it.
In spite of this, it is Vaemond that much of the audience is against in this moment. I just think it's really interesting how the way something is framed and presented can have such a massive effect on how it is perceived by the viewers. Regardless of who is in the right and who is in the wrong, the actual trial is a farce.
I'm calling kangaroo court on this court.
Kangaroo court. It's a kangaroo court.
I'm calling kangaroo court because...
Otto is not siding with Vaemond because he thinks it is the right thing to do from a legal and moral standpoint. He is siding with Vaemond because it helps him push his own agenda. And he would have been successful too had Viserys not stepped up and fought for what he believes in. Just as Rhaenyra starts to make her pitch, the doors to the throne room open, and Viserys, first of his name, is announced to all. Hunched over and limping, only standing upright because of the cane he clutches, Vizzy T makes his long, slow walk to the throne. This is truly an amazing moment. The best of the episode, and one of the best of the whole show, if not all of Game of Thrones. With Jawadi providing the perfect score to emphasize the moment, Vizzy T makes his slow crawl across the room. His body is weak, but his spirit and determination is as strong as it has ever been. In his mind, he is defending his daughter and fighting for what he thinks is right. I also think the fact that the moment is drawn out and is left to breathe adds to the impact of it. As he nears the throne, he starts to stumble and refuses to accept any help from his guards. That is until his crown falls from his head, and the person he starts to shrug off is his brother. When he sees that it is Daemon that has come to help him climb the steps to the throne, he relents and accepts his brother's help. This feels like the culmination of their entire relationship. Through all of its ups and downs, they have always loved each other. In this moment, they are each showing that to the other. With all of the weakness Viserys has shown throughout the series, in this moment he shows the strength of a true king. In a moment improvised by Matt Smith, Daemon is the one to place the crown back on Viserys' head. Placing the crown on his head almost feels like it symbolizes Daemon acknowledging what Viserys is doing for him, the love that they share, and finally a newfound respect for him as king. It is a beautiful moment that is capped off by Paddy Considine's incredible performance.
I will sit the throne today.
Now with Viserys overseeing the trial, the result is just as certain as it was before, only now it is guaranteed to be in favor of the Blacks. Seeing the changing tides, Rhaenys formally backs Rhaenyra, supporting Rhaenyra's earlier proposal of her grandkids marrying and reaffirming Corlys's desire to have Luke inherit Driftmark. Seeing the ground crumbling beneath his feet, Vaemond denounces everyone. He has had enough of everyone pretending that Rhaenyra's children are Velaryons, dancing around the truth everyone knows, but is afraid to say. With the survival of his house on the line, he is unwilling to relent, to continue to live under the falsehood that Luke is a Velaryon. Daemon challenges him.
Say it.
And Vaemond rises to that challenge.
Her children are bastards!
Putting his entire chest into it as he denounces them as bastards. It is honestly a really cathartic moment, as he says what everyone has been thinking for years. Viserys demands Vaemond's tongue for what he said, but Daemon decides to turn him into a Canadian instead, dropping a cold line in the process.
He can keep his tongue.
It's also interesting to see everyone's reaction to Vaemond's death. Aegon looks oddly disgusted for someone who attends child fighting pits. Helena freaks out, trying to cover her ears and screaming, and Aemon looks enamored as he makes goo-goo eyes with his uncle. Rhaenys almost looks sad as her brother by marriage lays dead, almost as if she cared about him to some degree. Vaemond's death is different in the book. Sir Vaemond Velaryon protested that the inheritance by rights should pass to him, on the grounds that Rhaenyra's sons were bastards by Harwin Strong. The princess was not slow in answering this charge. She dispatched Prince Daemon to see Sir Vaemond, had his head removed, and fed his carcass to her dragon, Syrax. The book version has Rhaenyra complicit in his murder, as opposed to the show, which is all Daemon. Also in the book, Vaemond's cousin, wife, and children go to King's Landing to seek justice for his death, but instead have their tongues removed by Viserys. I think this is an interesting change, as it further widens the gap between Rhaenyra and Aegon, and has Daemon act as a sponge for the Blacks' misdeeds. With the succession of Driftmark decided, we then are treated to Targaryen Thanksgiving. As Viserys is brought in and takes his seat at the table, he looks around at the faces of all of his closest kin, but then he stops. He is confused. "Where is my favorite son, Daeron?" he says. "Surely he must be around here somewhere. All of the most important people in my life are here, and Daeron is chief among them." All jokes aside, I think it's time to address the blue dragon that is not in the room. Viserys and Alicent didn't have 3 children, they had 4. Now for those of you who have only watched the show, this may come as a massive surprise, because the show does not acknowledge the existence of Viserys' youngest son, Daeron Targaryen. Since the season has finished, both Martin and Condell have confirmed that Daeron exists in the show.
He lives, by the way, I will confirm for all listeners, Daeron lives. He lives in Old Town. Don't worry. Daeron exists.
However, his complete omission from the first season feels like a poor decision. Condell has said that they didn't have time to include Daeron in the first season, and I would believe him if establishing Daeron's existence took more than 2 seconds of screen time or a casual name drop. At a relatively young age, Daeron is sent to Old Town to be fostered by the Hightowers. In episode 6, they could have had a little blonde boy standing with his brothers in the background, as we got to see some of the dragon training. Once the time jump hits in episode 8, just say Daeron was sent to Old Town. If they didn't want to go through the trouble of casting a young kid to play Daeron for 2 seconds of screen time, they could have just given him a name drop. Throughout my review, I've been name dropping him in moments where it would feel natural for the show to have done so. For whatever reason though, they chose not to do the bare minimum in establishing his existence. I feel like this is a mistake, because when he is eventually introduced in season 2, much of the audience will feel like a new Targaryen son we have never heard of popping out of nowhere will be hard to accept. It feels like they made it more difficult to establish the character in season 2. Daeron has a pretty big role in the story, so having the audience be able to invest in him is important in my opinion. This is just speculation, but I think that the reason Daeron wasn't mentioned at all in season 1 was because they were considering whether or not they were going to cut him from the story. story. Regardless, I'm incredibly relieved that he has been confirmed for season 2, because he is one of my favorite characters in the dance, and I will take a sloppily introduced Darren over no Darren at all. Gathered around by his closest kin, save for Darren, Viserys makes his last stand, trying to fix the divide that has been created amongst his family. Considine shines again in his performance as Viserys, showing a desperation in the king to make things right while he still can. He gives an impassioned, powerful speech, pleading with them to move forward together, to cast aside their grievances and unite as one family.
Let us no longer hold ill feelings in our hearts, but set aside your grievances, if not for the sake of the crown, and for the sake of this old man, who loves you all.
He removes his mask, revealing that he has lost his eye and his cheek has a large hole in it. After looking into Viserys' disgusting face, everyone loses their appetites, but they are still willing to hear the king out. Rhaenyra is the first to take up her father's challenge, toasting Alicent for the devotion she has shown Viserys over the years. Alicent returns the compliment in kind, as she toasts Rhaenyra and says that she will be a good queen. In a similar situation in the book, Viserys has the two sides apologize to each other and give each other compliments, but in that version, they were nothing more than false platitudes, done to appease the king, but everyone else knew that they were disingenuous. In the show, however, this moment is played with sincerity, with Alicent and Rhaenyra especially being willing to stop their quarreling. I have mixed feelings on this, especially in the case of Alicent, as paired with what has come before and what's to come in the next episode, her character feels slightly inconsistent. The dinner is present to some other great character interactions. Aegon is chastising Jace, making derogatory comments about his betrothed, and poking fun at his inexperience. I actually like this characterization for Aegon, as he can definitely be a massive jerk. Though angry, Jace doesn't rise to his uncle's taunts, instead choosing to take the high road and toasting Aegon and Aemond. Helaena then further cements herself as Westerosi Luna Lovegood, as she toasts Rhaena and Baela in an unintentionally funny and sad statement. Otto gives a memeable clap, and Jace asks Helaena to dance, and the two have a good time boogieing, leaving many viewers to ask what could have been had the two been married like Rhaenyra suggested. The music starts playing as Jace and Helaena dance, and everyone around the table starts eating and drinking, smiles planted firmly on the faces of many of them. Viserys takes a moment to look around him, taking everything in, knowing he may never have a chance to do so again. He thinks he has done it. He thinks he has brought peace to his family, and he can now die.
Woo! I did it!
It's another terrific moment, where you really feel for Viserys, and even though nothing is said, a ton of emotion is conveyed. His body is failing him, and after doing what he set out to do, he can't endure the pain any longer, and is taken from the room and returned to bed. When Viserys leaves, there is nothing really holding his fragile piece together. Where Alicent and Rhaenyra may be able to forgive each other, remembering their childhood friendship and their mutual respect for Viserys, their children are not so ready to leave things behind.
What they know is these entrenched sides that were formed by their parents and taught to them from a very early age.
Having grown up with the conflict of their parents instilled in them, the children have formed their own beefs and they don't have the same willingness to give them up. When a roasted pig is put before Aemond, Luke can't help himself, snickering as he remembers the pink dread.
You tell him it was funny then, and it's funny now! Ha ha ha!
Aemond notices this and is not willing to have himself seen as a fool. He rises and makes a final toast.
Let us drain our cups to these 3 strong boys.
I dare you to say that again.
Why? It was only a compliment.
This was one of the moments I was waiting for, and I am grateful that Martin decided to have Rhaenyra's paramour be named Strong, and as a result, blessing us with a ton of strong puns and wordplay. I think this is a great speech, showing the conflict that the kids have inherited and have continued in their own right. Aegon is the only one to raise his glass, and Jace and Luke are rightfully outraged. Daemon steps in and he has a stare down with Aemond, teasing the audience with what's to come. As the kids are separated,
Let me at him! Let me at him!
Alicent and Rhaenyra reconnect, vowing to build on the momentum of the night. With the night over, Alicent visits Viserys. Thinking he is talking to Rhaenyra, Viserys talks to Alicent about Aegon's prophecy. With Alicent not knowing anything about Aegon's prophecy, and Viserys drifting in and out of consciousness, incapable of being coherent, Alicent mistakes his meaning and thinks he is talking about their son Aegon. She misinterprets his words, thinking that he is saying that he wants their son to be named heir.
The prince that was promised.
I don't understand Viserys.
The prince.
Prince Aegon.
To unite the realm.
I understand, my king.
No!
No, you don't understand.
I don't like this for a number of reasons. Firstly, it makes it so that the dance is not started because of ambition, mutual grievances, a series of complicated characters making morally ambiguous decisions that continue to perpetuate the conflict until things rise to an unprecedented level, and have repercussions for the entire realm. In this version, the dance is started because of an accident and miscommunication.
Oops! Whoopsie!
It takes away Alicent's agency in an attempt to make her more sympathetic. I am all for giving characters more nuance, but this feels like it hurts Alicent's character more than it actually helps. When mentioned earlier that Alicent feels inconsistent, this plays a large part in it. In episodes 6 and 7, she loathes Rhaenyra and is taking action to undermine her. After Aemond loses his eye, and she feels Rhaenyra got away with it with no repercussions, I feel like she should be even more entrenched in her hatred against her former friend. Instead, she seemingly softens up to her, and her actions moving forward are couched in the idea that she is enacting Viserys' will. This also makes Alicent look stupid, as she genuinely believes Viserys changed his mind on his deathbed, when he has upheld Rhaenyra as heir for 20 years, when he has had countless chances to change his mind. Alicent is seemingly the only one who genuinely believes it, with others like Otto using it as a convenient way to couch his actions to the public. I think it changes things from a tragedy that occurs as a result of the decisions people make to a comedy of errors based on a series of misunderstandings. It takes away the intentionality of the war and the agency of its characters. I think this is an extremely disappointing change and weakens the story as a whole. I will admit though that it can get confusing with all of these similar names. I genuinely applaud the show for not changing any of them, but I wish there was an easy way to keep all of the characters straight. And now, the characters of House of the Dragon, brought to you by Silver YXU. There's Rhaenyra, Rhaenys, Rhaena, Baela, Laena, and Laenor. Viserys, Lucerys, Jacaerys, Jaehaerys, Jaehaera. Darren, Daemon, Naemon, Vaemon, Corlys, Larys, and Lionel. Alicent, Eric, and Eric, Joffrey, and Joffrey, Aegon, and Aegon. Shifting gears back to the seriousness of Viserys' final moments, I don't think it can be overstated what a fantastic job Paddy Considine did in his role as the late king.
Viserys I found to be a very tragic figure in this state. Paddy really brought some real pathos to his portrayal.
In one of his blog posts, Martin writes, "The character he created for the show is so much more powerful and tragic and fully fleshed than my own version in Fire and Blood." Hefty praise from the creator of the character, and I fully agree with him. In Fire and Blood, I had no attachment to Viserys whatsoever. He wasn't very interesting in his own right, and he came across as an ambivalent ruler. A placeholder of a character necessary for the conflict to happen, but little more than that. Contrast that with the Viserys we got in House of the Dragon, where he is one of the very best characters in the show. He was truly a tragic character, a bad king who continuously made bad decisions, but you also empathized with him and understood why he took the actions that he did. He was an incredibly human character, having an abundance of flaws, but also his share of virtuous qualities. He was captivating every time he was on screen, and his last hurrah in this episode was truly something to behold. In interviews, Considine has said that for him, Viserys' journey was always a love story. He was never able to forgive himself for what he did to Aemma, and so when he is inflicted by disease, he endures it in silence, taking it as his recompense. His final moments on the show speak to this, as Considine improvises his last line, and gives it a delivery that feels both sorrowful and a relief.
The last thing that he sees that takes him through is obviously Aemma.
He was truly a great character and a huge part of what made season 1 of the show so compelling to watch. It goes without saying that this episode's MVP is Viserys for all of the reasons mentioned previously. He goes out strong, dying in his best episode. For LVP, I considered Vaemond for losing his head due to his plans falling through, but ultimately decided to give it to Aegon.
Am I to understand that members of the small council have been planning secretly to install my son without me?
My feelings on this episode are hard to convey, as I feel it is a solid episode, but what we got pales in comparison to the masterpiece that it could have been. It covers some of the events from the book that I was most excited to see, and the changes that the show made were disappointing and prevent the episode from living up to the material it was adapting. This is not to say that it is a bad episode, just that it could have been so much better. The opening of the episode is incredible and does a fantastic job of setting an ominous tone. The Red Keep feels empty, the world cold. There's a feeling of dread in the audience, knowing that Viserys has died, and that whatever comes next is not going to be good for the realm. Ramin Djawadi is amazing as always, and does a lot of the heavy lifting in this opening. Viserys is found, and his death is reported to Alicent. She goes to her father and tells him of Viserys' final words.
He told me you wish for Aegon to be king. It is the truth.
Otto doesn't look like he entirely believes her, but he is not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. They agree to keep things on the hush-hush until they can figure out how to proceed. Not to harp on Alicent's interpretation too much more, as I did a considerable amount of that already, but throughout the episode, whenever she reveals this information, no one actually believes her.
And my father never wanted this.
He changed his mind.
He could have, but he never did.
With his final breath, he whispered to me that you should take his place on the throne.
It makes her look even more silly, as she stands firm despite the incoherent way she received the message, and the fact that no one else gives it any merit save to exploit it. Some fans have argued that she heard what she wanted to hear, but even that, the showrunners have made it pretty clear that her belief in it is genuine. In an attempt to keep her sympathetic, they make her look foolish and her motivations contrived. The dumbing down of Alicent continues as we get to the eponymous Green Council. The Green Council is one of the most pivotal moments in the entire dance, and the show version had a lot to live up to, as it is a standout scene in Fire and Blood. In Fire and Blood, the primary source for what happened at the Green Council was the account of Maester Orwell. For reasons that could potentially be spoilery in nature, Orwell's account cannot be fully taken at face value, giving the showrunners some room to interpret things in adapting it. They are said to have talked about the succession for some time, with only Lord Lyman Beesbury arguing in favor of Rhaenyra. This feels as good a time as any to discuss the rights of succession and the claims of Rhaenyra and Aegon. Aegon's claim is based on the Andal tradition of male-preferred primogeniture, stating that the eldest son is the rightful successor and that a son will always come before a daughter, regardless of who is the elder. His claim was strengthened from the results of the Great Council of Harrenhal, reinforcing the idea that not only would the male have a stronger claim, but inheriting through the female line makes one's claim inherently weaker. Case closed. Aegon's the rightful heir. Right? Well, not quite, as Vizzy T made things a bit more complicated. Ignoring succession customs and naming an appointed heir is not unheard of in Westeros. When Viserys names Rhaenyra as his heir, he greatly complicates things, as it undermines the precedent set at Harrenhal, and was extremely unconventional. By doing this though, he has given Rhaenyra an equal, and in the eyes of some, a greater claim than her half-brother. And there's the rub, as both sides, the Greens and the Blacks, feel that they are in the right and have a legal claim to the throne. They are just basing said claims through different but roughly equal avenues, and I think that is largely the point of the conflict. Many like to tout their side as the rightful heir, but due to the nature of succession laws in Westeros being vague, uncodified, subject to varying interpretations, and often contradictory, I think the point is that it's not supposed to feel like either side is fully in the right. Some feel like Aegon is being robbed of his birthright as the firstborn son. Some feel like Rhaenyra is being robbed of her inheritance as Viserys' named successor. Both sides are right and wrong at the same time, and that is why we get the conflict that we do.
Power resides where men believe it resides.
The Green Council's discussion of this falls in favor of Aegon's claim, and as the scene unfolds, we learn that they had intended on making Aegon king regardless of Viserys' declaration.
Then we may proceed now with the full assurance of his blessing on our long-laid plans.
When Alicent tells them of Viserys' last-minute change of heart, they're glad to have the king's blessing, but it really changes nothing of their plans. Alicent is aghast by this, and I once again am disappointed as they are making her come across as foolish.
Alicent's horrified. Secretly, her council has been plotting for this very day to come so that they can overthrow Rhaenyra and install Aegon, her son, on the throne, which is the thing that she's wanted, but she didn't want to do it through dastardly deeds.
Knowing who her father is and how long he has been insisting that Aegon will one day be king,
the road ahead is uncertain, but the end is clear. Aegon will be king.
If she genuinely had no idea that he was plotting something behind the scenes, she's incredibly naive. Once again, the show is trying to protect Alicent in the eyes of the viewers, which robs her of agency and makes her look stupid. In Fire and Blood, Alicent is very entrenched in the idea of naming Aegon as king, and I think the show version we saw in episodes 6 and 7 would have been as well. For whatever reason though, during the course of episodes 8 and 9, they dumped her down and took away her ambitions. I'm all for making a character more sympathetic, but not at the expense of the story and intentionality of the characters. Alicent's primary reason for wanting Aegon as king is out of fear for her children. Nor will they spare my children, she declared. Aegon and his brothers are the king's true-born sons, with a better claim to the throne than her brood of bastards. Daemon will find some pretext to put them all to death. even Helena and her little ones. They set this up in the show, but I think if they had emphasized it a bit more, they could have kept Alicent as an active character at the council. They have done a good job getting the audience to empathize with her to this point, making her upbringing extremely sympathetic. This groundwork would allow her decision to put Aegon on the throne understood, even if the audience doesn't like or agree with it. By couching her actions in ignorance, they make the character weaker as they try to erase any complicity on her part. Lyman Beesbury, who has been a dawdling old man to this point, proves himself a man of strong moral fiber. He stands up and gives an impassioned speech, declaring the members of the council traitors, and he is not going to be part of it. He remembers the oath of fealty he swore to Rhaenyra 20 years ago, and even though time has passed, he is not about to forsake that.
And I will not believe that he said this on his deathbed alone with only the boy's mother as a witness. It is theft! It is treason at the least!
This is a great moment and really lets the character have a significant and memorable scene before his death. He is also the mouthpiece for a lot of the audience in this scene, giving a voice to how many of the viewers are feeling. Unfortunately for him, his senses are not what they once were, and he did not see or hear Criston Cole sneak up behind him. Criston has a moment of rage as he tries to slam Beesbury back into his seat, but he is a little too forceful and accidentally kills him as his head connects with his little stone ball. I found the manner in which Beesbury dies to be a little disappointing. After episode 6, Criston Cole has been practically invisible, doing almost nothing except standing in the background. He is a much more active character in Fire and Blood, and should have a really important part in this episode. They do give him something to do, but he feels more like a brainless goon than a real player in the conflict. In Fire and Blood's version of the Green Council, Criston is a very active participant, making arguments in favor of Aegon's succession and against Rhaenyra and her children. His only role in the show is the killing of Beesbury, and even that they take away any intentionality on his part. There are a few differing sources of how Beesbury dies in the book. One is that he's escorted to the dungeon and dies there. Another is that Criston throws him out of a window, and the third, and the one that I subscribe to, is Criston slitting his throat. I think this would show a ruthlessness to Criston, as well as showing how far he is willing to go. With taking away Alicent's agency, they are clearly trying to keep the audience feeling charitable towards her, but I don't think it is done for the same reason with Criston. I honestly don't know why they take away Criston's agency. I know that him slitting Beesbury's throat could potentially skew the scale further, but it feels like it would have been the right decision in the moment. Once again, I feel like a lot of the dance is people doing bad things, and I am all for that as long as it serves the story and helps make things more engaging. This moment in the show makes Criston feel mindless and unhinged rather than ruthless and involved. Harold Westerling steps up, not liking what Criston did to Beesbury. Harold is not present at the Green Council in Fire and Blood, and I think it is a mistake to have him here in the show. Firstly, what I don't like about this is Harold demands Criston's white cloak for what he did to Beesbury, which is fine on its own except when you remember what happened in episode 5. Killing Beesbury by accident is enough to get Criston kicked out of the Kingsguard, but beating Joffrey Lonmouth to death at the royal wedding isn't? It just makes that moment in episode 5 feel even worse in hindsight, as it is now adding inconsistencies to the show. Harold being there also undercuts the idea of the council being locked in and controlling the spread of information. Orwell wants to move Beesbury's body, but Otto insists that no one is allowed in or out until the business is concluded.
Let us have Lord Beesbury removed.
No. The door remains shut until we finish our business.
Almost no time later though, Harold takes off his cloak and is allowed to leave unencumbered. It weakens the impact of being unable to move Beesbury's corpse because Harold leaves anyway. One of the reasons Criston kills Beesbury in Fire and Blood is because he was going to alert people to the king's death and the council's intentions of naming Aegon as his replacement. The control of information was crucial, and making sure that they were the ones to dole it out when they saw fit added to their machinations. By just letting Harold leave, they are no longer in control of the flow of information, and this makes things feel less calculated on the council's end and the stakes just a little bit smaller. I think the star of the Green Council in the show is Tywin Lannister. We haven't seen a ton of Tywin, but he comes off as incredibly competent in this meeting. He was one of the conspirators willing to go against Viserys' wishes, and so he already has an idea of what to do now that the time has come. He proposes an alliance with House Baratheon, suggesting a marriage pact to win them to their side.
We may not assume the loyalty of Lord Boris, but he has 4 daughters, all of them unmarried. The right proposal.
We see how this plays out in the next episode, and the idea can be credited here to Tywin. He also makes mention of splitting the crown's gold, taking a safety precaution to help their finances if war is to come.
The treasury is well in hand. The gold will be divided for safekeeping.
He's in agreement with Otto that Rhaenyra and her children need to be dealt with, something that Alicent strongly opposes. Otto thinks that killing Rhaenyra is a necessary evil if Aegon is to be made king. Something I wish that they would have highlighted more is the idea that if Rhaenyra is queen, Daemon would be her king consort, especially for Otto, who has a long-standing beef with Daemon. Rhaenyra's rule means empowering someone that they are concerned would be the next Maegor. One of the main reasons Rhaenyra was named heir in the first place was to ensure that Daemon never came into power. Sir Otto reminded them that Rhaenyra's husband was none other than Prince Daemon, and we all know that one's nature. Make no mistake, should Rhaenyra ever sit the Iron Throne, it will be Lord Fleabottom who rules us, a king consort as cruel and unforgiving as Maegor ever was. My own head will be the first cut off, I do not doubt. But your queen, my daughter, will soon follow. Even if you don't think that Rhaenyra would put Alicent and her children to death, the same cannot be said of Daemon, as he is more than willing to do unsavory deeds. Emphasizing Daemon's role would have done much to help understand some of the motivations of the council and characters like Otto. Also missing from the Green Council is Larys Strong, who was present for it in the book. In the book, he suggests that they make a blood pact, binding them all together in their mission. This omission doesn't really matter too much, but I think it is a cool moment that shows how the Greens are united and are willing to take this to the extreme. With Alicent and Otto unable to agree on what to do with Rhaenyra and her children once Aegon takes the throne, we enter the next part of the episode, the race to find Aegon. The search for Aegon is exciting, but at the end of the day, doesn't really matter all that much. Both sides are trying to find Aegon and then make him king. The only difference is that they want to influence him to do different things in regards to Rhaenyra.
And it sets off this race for both of them to find Aegon because each of them wants to influence him.
The show wants us to believe that whoever finds Aegon first will be in control of him, using him as a puppet to do what they wish. I have a little trouble buying this in that I don't think the small amount of one-on-one time that they will get by finding him first will have a massive effect. If Otto finds him first, I don't think that automatically means he's going to kill Rhaenyra and her children, just like I don't think Alicent finding him first means that he will spare them. The race for Aegon is fun so long as you don't give it much thought, as the actual implications of finding him first are negligible. The ominous atmosphere of the episode continues as we see the players starting to take action. Alicent looks for Aegon in Helena's room, but they don't find him there. Helena once again mentions the Beast Beneath the Boards prophecy, which she mentioned previously in the last episode. In next season, I hope Helena gives some more long-term prophecies, as this season her predictions come true so soon that it almost feels like a waste of time trying to decipher their meaning. Otto finds one of the Cargill brothers and tells him to go into the city and search for the prince. Rhaenys is locked in her room as a bunch of servants are locked into cells, assumedly to prevent word from spreading. Throughout all these moments, the score is back in full force, adding a ton to the rising tension. Alicent sends out Criston and Aemon to search for Aegon on her behalf. Once again to nitpick Criston's portrayal a little bit, as it feels like he is only going because Alicent asked him to, and that he doesn't care about Aegon one way or the other. I always saw Criston as a bit of a father figure for Alicent's children, especially with Viserys' lack of interest in them. I wish this dynamic was explored a little bit more, as it would give Criston an even more personal stake in the conflict. I know there is only so much time in the season, so maybe we can hope for some of this next season. Aemon volunteers to go with Criston, knowing his brother's mind better than most. Alicent is reluctant to let him go, but finally relents. This scene gives us more of the mother-son dynamic, and I think the relationship translates well to the screen. While Aemond and Criston are on the hunt for Aegon, we see that Aemond has a crime hoodie of his own, and that Criston enjoys novelty hats. They visit a brothel that Aegon used to frequent, having taken Aemond there back in the day as a rite of passage. Aemond seems very uncomfortable with said experience. Criston also says,
"Every woman is an image of the mother,"
which had many of the viewers thinking back to his words about Rhaenyra in episode 6. It seems that he has bought into Alicent's religious ideology, using it as a means to try and remain virtuous, at least in his mind. I'm not sure if they plan on building on this more in the future, or how much I like this as a direction for Criston's character. Whether or not they bring this religious aspect of Criston into season 2, I'm happy to leave it here. The owner of the brothel tells them that Aegon hasn't been here for years, and to try somewhere else. Cutting back to the Red Keep, Otto has gathered some lords and ladies in the throne room, telling them of Viserys' passing and his dying wish of naming Aegon his heir. He uses Viserys' supposed change of heart as justification, as he tells those gathered to swear fealty to Aegon. When a few make it clear that they don't intend on forsaking Rhaenyra, they are ushered to a prison cell. Lord Caswell is one of the slowest to bend the knee, drawing attention to himself as he tries to hide his true intentions. He has caught the eyes of Larys, who has Lord Caswell watched. I think if Caswell played it better, he could have escaped with his life. Unfortunately, he was a little too jumpy, and after being the last to bend the knee, he wastes no time in trying to leave the city. Not really hard to figure out that Caswell is still loyal to Rhaenyra, as he just comes across as way too uneasy and suspicious. When Larys has him apprehended at the gate, he has him brought to Otto, who has him hung and made an example of. Otto inquires about all the time that Larys spends with Alicent, to which he is reassured that it is of mutual benefit to them. As the Cargo brothers search for Aegon, they come across the child fighting pits. I'm not really going to get in the fighting pits from Aegon's perspective, as I already gave my thoughts on it when I addressed the Aegon problem, but I think it does shed some light on the brothers Cargill, and gives us our first difference between them. Auric, as Aegon's sworn shield, has become desensitized to the things that Aegon takes part in. He's more than happy to turn a blind eye and continue to do his duty as a Kingsguard as he sees it.
You tolerated the prince's proclivities for years. Because it was my sworn duty, Eric.
Eric, on the other hand, is being exposed to this side of Aegon for the first time, and is less than willing to go along with it. He doesn't think Aegon is fit to rule, and is willing to take a moral stance.
With me, princess. I cannot let this treachery stand.
Jumping back to the Aemond and Criston duo, we hear Aemond vent about his brother. He doesn't like that Aegon has shirked his duties, never taking anything seriously. Aemond feels like he would make a far better king, as he has studied the histories as well as the blade. He has the ambition to rule and wants to do it.
It is I, the younger brother, who studies history and philosophy. It is I who trains with the sword, who rides the largest dragon in the world.
We get to see some of Aemond's motivations, as well as understanding some animosity he feels for Aegon for squandering an opportunity that he wished he could have had. However, Aemond isn't quite as learned as he claims to be.
I'm next in line to the throne.
Wrong.
Aegon has a son, Jaehaerys, and so if Aegon disappears, it would be Jaehaerys that is named king. I poke fun at Aemond for this, but this is really the writers who should have fact-checked. Before talking with Rhaenys, Alicent has Viserys' body prepared for his funeral. This stands in contrast to the book, where Viserys' body was left to rot for 10 days as the Greens made their preparations. I can understand why this was left out due to the rapid pace of the episode, but I feel like it is a striking image from the book. When Alicent does go to Rhaenys, she tries to win her to the Green's cause. She tells her of Viserys' death and his last-minute change of heart, which Rhaenys doesn't buy for a second. Alicent tries to appeal to Rhaenys, telling her that she should have been named queen at Harrenhal rather than her late husband. She offers to give Driftmark to Rhaenys' granddaughters as a means to buy her support. If Rhaenys didn't think Daemon and Rhaenyra had killed her son in the show, I think trying to persuade Rhaenys to her side would have been a waste of time. However, it is given a little bit of credibility because of the circumstances of Laenor's death. You still know that she will never agree to help the Greens though, because Baela and Rhaena are betrothed to Rhaenyra's sons, so their futures are already intertwined as well. Rhaenys does manage to drop a great line though, highlighting Alicent's struggles.
You desire not to be free, but to make a window in the wall of your prison.
Otto dons a crime hoodie of his own as he goes to meet with Mysaria. Mysaria agrees to help him find Aegon as long as he agrees to put an end to the child fighting pits. She comes across as very pro-small folk, which is very admirable. I would talk more about Mysaria's character, but her accent is so bad that it's hard to focus on anything she says. Aemond and Criston come across this meeting by chance, and when the Cargylls head to the Sept to find Aegon, Aemond and Criston aren't far behind. When the Cargylls pull Aegon out from his hidey hole, he wants nothing to do with them, immediately making a break for it. He looks like he's been on a 2-day bender and is still a little drunk. His hair is greasy, his eyes bloodshot. In an interview with Tom Glencarney, the actor offers some insight to Aegon, saying how he is defenseless in a sense, so reliant on alcohol that he's confused and that he makes awful decisions as a result. As the Cargylls are leaving with their prize, Criston and Aemond pop out.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Ready to take the prince off of their hands. Auric and Criston start fighting, giving Aegon the chance to escape. As Auric fights Criston, his brother lends him no aid. He looks on from the top of the steps before abandoning his brother, rejecting the soon-to-be king.
Great, you guys. I'm going home.
The stairs provide some cool terrain for the fight to take place, adding to the spectacle of the moment. As Aegon tries to make his escape, his younger brother is in hot pursuit. He tackles Aegon, where the two talk of their father's death, and how the Greens plan on making Aegon king. Aegon says that he has no business being king, to which Aemond wholeheartedly agrees.
I have no wish to rule, no taste for duty, I'm not suited. You get no argument from me.
I think this interaction between the brothers is rich with characterization. I think they both have mixed feelings about Viserys, feeling like he didn't care much for them or love them enough. Coming to terms with his death is difficult for them because they have such complicated emotions surrounding the man. When Aegon offers to leave and never to return, there is a moment where Aemond hesitates, genuinely considering the offer. As we saw earlier during his venting session, he feels some resentment towards his brother because he has taken for granted his duties and things that Aemond values. If Aegon left, Aemond would seemingly get what he wants. Even though Kristen comes up and stops him before he has come to a decision, I don't think Aemond would have let Aegon go. I think he was content not to find him, but where he has found him and he knows his mother's wishes, I don't think he would go against her in this moment, though I could be wrong. With Aegon now securely in her hands, Alicent pays a visit to her father to tell him how things are going to be done moving forward. She realizes how her father has controlled her entire life, putting her in the position she currently is. She is no longer willing to dance to his tune and is taking her power back.
We sort of drew a parallel between those two scenes to show the arc of what had happened between the two of them from when she was a child to now when she's a woman coming in saying, I'm done with you.
They both want the same thing, to have Aegon on the throne, but they are diametrically opposed in terms of how to deal with Rhaenyra. Alicent thinks that she can control Aegon and get him to do what she wants. Otto tells her the same thing he has been telling her for years, that her children's lives are in danger should Rhaenyra live. When it is revealed that Aegon has been named king, this will do much to anger the Blacks and make them more likely to act against them. When Daemon is considered, things become even more dangerous. Having said that, Otto does say a few dumb things in this conversation. When Alicent says she is honoring Viserys' dying wish and that he wouldn't want his daughter killed as a result of it, Otto questions whether that's Viserys talking or Alicent.
My husband would have desired this mercy be shown to his daughter.
Your husband? Or you, his daughter's childhood companion?
And it's like, dude, it should be obvious that Viserys didn't want Rhaenyra killed, considering that she is his favorite child and all. Otto trying to spin it like the only person who doesn't want Rhaenyra killed is Alicent feels silly. As the conversation comes to an end, Alicent tells Otto that Criston Cole will be named Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, as well as the other details surrounding Aegon's coronation. Otto tells her that she looks so much like her mother, which for whatever reason feels kind of icky. Whenever Otto compares Alicent to her mom, for some reason it feels off-putting, even though I think it's supposed to convey a sense of pride he has for her. Alicent's exhausting day isn't over though, as Larry Foote pays her a visit. It's worth noting that the hour is late, and nothing good usually happens to Alicent this late in the night.
The hour is quite late.
The hour is late, Lord Larys.
In this scene, we learn the true motivations of the enigmatic Clubfoot, the unseen allegiance that historians had been trying to discover for years. The one thing Larys Strong truly loved and based all of his decisions around: feet. More specifically, queen feet. This scene seemed to receive a mixed reaction online. Some people didn't like it because of the ick factor, which I think is definitely intentional on the show's part, as it is meant to be shocking and get a reaction out of the audience. Others didn't like the idea of giving the person with a foot disability a foot fetish, feeling it is either too on the nose or insensitive. I don't have very strong feelings on this, though I don't think it was entirely necessary. I think the purposes of the scene were to give Larys a shocking moment that makes people dislike him even more, and to show how far Alicent has to debase herself in order to keep things running. Regardless, the actual discussion taking part throughout the scene concerns Mysaria and her informants. Larys makes note that Otto has used Mysaria's services in the past, and removing her could weaken her father and ensure their plans are not leaked. Alicent consents to Larys destroying the White Worm's headquarters, which we see on fire later in the episode. Rhaenys is waiting in her chambers when Eric Cargill bursts into her room. He tells her that he will not stand for the treachery of the Greens, and that he is helping her escape. They start walking the streets, trying to get a ship that will take them to Dragonstone. Rhaenys wants to go back for her dragon, Meleys, but Eric insists that the dragon pit is guarded, and if they tried, they would be captured. However, as they are walking the streets, the citizenry are being herded in a single direction. With the masses bumping into each other, they become separated and are going in the opposite direction that they were originally headed. Rhaenys realizes that the crowd is taking her to exactly where she wants to be, the dragon pit. Alicent and Aegon are also headed to the dragon pit. Aegon looks dejected, resigned to his fate as his mother chastises him. She tells him that Viserys changed his mind and wanted Aegon to be king, but Aegon doesn't believe her. He tells her that he had 20 years to change his mind, but never did. He questions whether his father ever even liked him.
Because he didn't like me.
I think this gets to the root of Aegon's character in a lot of ways. Viserys was desperate to have a son for years, pushing his wife Aemma into miscarriage after miscarriage. But when he finally gets the son that he had longed for so long, he ignores him. Viserys was a terrible communicator, and so he ignored his children from Alicent, making them feel unwanted and unloved.
Aegon is an unlikely and unwilling king. He doesn't think his father ever really loved him enough or respected him enough to think that he was worthy of the job. And much like Daemon, Aegon just wanted to know that Viserys loved him and thought him worthy. He'll never really get that because his father died before he could say anything.
This is felt especially hard by Aegon, as when he grows up, he learns that in every other instance, the firstborn son is to inherit his father's title. Aegon is the exception, deemed unworthy by his father to carry on the Targaryen dynasty. In the entire Targaryen history, he's the only firstborn son not to be his father's heir, leaving him to ask the questions, what is wrong with him? Why is he so terrible? Did his father hate him?
What was it that was so wrong with me? What about me?
What about you?
He takes these feelings of rejection and his bitterness and he shrugs off his responsibilities, engaging in drinking and whoring to numb his pain, and because it doesn't matter anyway. In many ways, it's a cry for attention, as well as being a coping mechanism. This doesn't justify the things he does, especially in the show, but it explains them and makes him a compelling and interesting character. This is why I'm disappointed that they decided to take Aegon's transgressions to the extremes that they did, because a lot of people don't care to see the great complex character lying beneath the surface. In an attempt to prove that Viserys truly did wish Aegon to be king, Alicent gives him the cat's paw's dagger. Alicent is trying to get Aegon to agree not to harm Rhaenyra or her children, but Aegon has different concerns. In a moment improvised by the actor, Aegon asks his mother if she loves him.
Do you love me?
The delivery is fantastic, and I think this serves to humanize Aegon. I can't say enough good things about Tom Glencarney's performance, as I truly feel he understands the character, even if the material given to him isn't always the best. I think his question is genuine, as his relationship with his mother has been arduous to say the least, and though she is not as poor of a communicator as Viserys, she too has not always done the best at making her son know that he is loved. Her answer in this scene, for instance, when she calls him an imbecile as a reply,
You imbecile.
I think what she means is that, of course I love you, you idiot. Why else would I have gone through all this crap for all these years? But I really think she should have said it outright, because Aegon is self-sabotaging, and his own insecurities may not let him believe the truth of her answer. Considering they are about to place a crown on his head and make him one of the most powerful people in the kingdom, she should have told him outright that she loves him. At the same time, I think Alicent was caught off guard by his question, and she was like, are you serious? I don't have time for this. I'm trying to make sure we don't go to war with Rhaenyra. As we enter the Dragon Pit, we get to see one of the most visually stunning scenes of the season. The Dragon Pit feels massive, with all of the small folk gathered together to bear witness to the coronation. With no microphone, Otto uses his booming voice to project to the masses what is going on and why they are here. As Otto gives the cue, Aegon emerges and begins his long trek to the Days. The music is amazing, laced with dark undertones but still giving a truly epic feeling. As Aegon gets closer and closer to his destination, we get to see his expression. He doesn't look like a man who is about to be named king. He looks like a man walking to the gallows, resigned to his own death. As he accepts his fate, he is blessed in the light of the Seven by a septon, before Criston Cole declares him to be the one true king and places a crown atop his head.
Let the Seven bear witness. Aegon Targaryen is the true heir to the Iron Throne.
In the book, this event gives Criston the moniker of Kingmaker. However, there is more to it than simply placing the crown. In Fire and Blood, Criston is the person who ultimately is able to finally convince Aegon to accept the crown after he had initially refused. Only when Sir Criston convinced him that the princess must surely execute him and his brothers should she don the crown did Aegon waver. Whilst any true-born Targaryen yet lives, no strong can ever hope to sit the Iron Throne. Cole said, Rhaenyra has no choice but to take your heads if she wishes her bastards to rule after her. I still think the coronation is great, and I am glad Criston placed the crown on Aegon's head, but I feel like this is another instance where Show Criston is a pale imitation of his book counterpart. During the ceremony, Rhaenys slips away to where they keep the dragons, and this has me wondering if the place is guarded, as seemingly anyone could have gone down there. It makes what is to come even more of a head scratcher. The Greens were very calculated in the way they conducted Aegon's coronation. They had an extravagant formal coronation with thousands of witnesses. They used various symbols of Targaryen power to add to Aegon's legitimacy. He already has the Conqueror's name, which lends itself an authority of its own, but they build upon that by giving him the Conqueror's crown and his Valyrian steel sword, Blackfire. The only thing missing was the true source of Targaryen power, and the reason they became kings in the first place, their dragons. And more specifically, in this instance, Aegon's dragon, Sunfire. To this point, we have only gotten a 5-second clip of Sunfire, and I feel like Aegon's coronation would have been the perfect time to see him in all of his glory. It would be a display of power, and reinforce to the masses Aegon's Targaryen heritage. Sunfire is also said to be the most beautiful dragon in the history of Westeros, so it would only further endear Aegon to the small folk, which is what the Greens are trying to do in this moment. Considering that the coronation takes place at the Dragon Pit, it feels like a huge missed opportunity not to see Sunfire here. Aegon's gold banner, while being incredibly cool to look at, also serves to symbolize his bond and love for his dragon Sunfire. As Aegon rises, he gives a look to each of his family members, receiving a nod in return as they acknowledge him as king. He turns and faces the crowd, not sure of the reception he will get. There is a moment of silence that feels like an eternity, as we wait to see how the crowd will respond. When the crowd finally cheers, Aegon's expression slowly starts to change. Many people have pointed to this change of expression as Aegon becoming power hungry, but I have a slightly different interpretation. He is not power hungry, but love hungry. When he hears the crowd cheer for him, for one of the first times in his life, he feels truly loved. In an interview with Glyn Carney, the actor put it very eloquently, that Aegon is desperate to be loved, but destined to be hated. Not only does this sound poetic, but I think it really speaks to Aegon as a character, and what he is feeling in this moment. Invigorated by the praise of the crowd, Aegon starts to control the room, pumping blackfire in the air as the small folk roar their approval. The scene has some truly stunning shots, as we look into the crowd from Aegon's perspective. Emboldened by the love and power of his new title, the viewing audience is left wondering what this means for the future. We get one last shot as Jawadi escalates the moment, and Aegon opens up to the crowd before the episode cuts to black. At least, that's how the episode should have ended. Instead, what we get is one of the most divisive scenes in the show that feels entirely unnecessary. Helena's prophecy comes to fruition, as Rhaenys atop her dragon Meleys burst from the lower level of the dragon pit, disrupting the ceremony and killing hundreds of civilians in the process. I really don't like this scene for a multitude of reasons. First off, the reason that it was included at all was because of a desire for spectacle and the idea that it would look cool.
It would be awesome if Rhaenys just came through the floor on a dragon.
This is the same kind of thinking that led to bad decisions in Game of Thrones, like the zombie polar bear. It adds nothing to the story and only provides shock value and spectacle. The showrunners wanted to give Rhaenys a badass moment that would feel heroic.
And it was a great heroic moment for her character.
However, what we see is incongruent with their intentions, as when Rhaenys makes her entrance, she inadvertently kills hundreds of innocent civilians. This doesn't make her look heroic. It makes her look like she has no consideration for the lives of the small folk. The writers seemed like they were unaware that this moment could be perceived this way, and when questioned about it in an interview, Sarah Hess defended it by saying, "It's Game of Thrones. Civilians don't count." And while I condemn the massive hate and death threats that Sarah Hess got as a result of her involvement in this scene, I think this statement is a weak response.
That's weak, dude.
If civilians don't count, then Daenerys' massacre of King's Landing in Season 8 doesn't matter. The act of killing thousands of innocents has no bearing on one's ability to be a good ruler. By this logic, Jon had no justification at all to kill Dany. If civilians don't count, the entirety of Game of Thrones should be looked at differently. But civilians do count, and having Rhaenys kill a ton of them and not care about it one bit hurts her character in my opinion. I have never been one to think that Rhaenys would have been the second coming of Jaehaerys should she have been named queen during the Great Council, but neither would I have ever claimed that the massacre of innocents was something that she would ever do. I know it was not the intention, but I think this scene changes Rhaenys' character, and that bothers me a lot. In an interview with Rhaenys' actress, Eve Best, Best says, "It's the moment when she shows herself to be the greatest possible ruler." Now, I don't fault Best for this comment, as she likely was not aware that a ton of civilians would be killed in Rhaenys' big moment. It was likely sold to her as a triumphant moment for her character, and that is how the show plays it off. However, if anything, I think it reveals the exact opposite of what Best's quote says, making her unsuitable for rulership due to a mass killing of civilians. Once again, I think this is a massive disappointment and hurts the character in my eyes. I have no doubt that she can recover, as Best does a great job and the character has great charisma and is interesting in her own right. I just wish the writers thought more about the implications that such a scene could have. I've also seen some people online saying that the civilians deserve to die because they were cheering for a usurper. This argument is ridiculous to me, because I feel like they were bound to cheer no matter what, regardless of who was actually being crowned. They are more focused on living their day-to-day lives, and not fully concerned about who sits on the Iron Throne. They only care about who is ruling them when said ruler starts making choices that benefit them or negatively impact them. They are happy to accept Aegon as their king, because they are taking everything at face value. Viserys changed his mind and decided to name Aegon his heir? Okay, if that's what the king wanted. Unlike Alicent, who knew the king for years, it is entirely believable that the small folk would believe that Viserys changed his mind, as they don't really know the king or his true feelings, and they just accept what they're told. So yeah, unless the ruler is overly taxing them, making them starve and killing them, they don't really care who wears the crown. The scene gets more convoluted as Rhaenys stares down the Greens, the ability to end the conflict and prevent war fully within her control. The justification Condell gives is that she can't do that to another mother.
She knows if she sets fire to that dais, she ends any possibility of war and probably sets peace throughout the realm, but I think probably doesn't want to be responsible for doing that to another mother.
I feel like this is some flimsy reasoning, especially as she probably just killed a bunch of mothers. It might make some sense if Rhaenys decided to remain neutral in the conflict, but we know that the next episode she convinces Corlys to declare for Rhaenyra. The argument that it was not her fight to start I guess holds a little bit of weight, but the problem is more so that she shouldn't have been in this position to start with. If they had bothered to include Sunfire, maybe she decides not to roast them, because she would have had to fight through the dragon first. If they wanted Rhaenys to fly off with Meleys, they should have not had her burst from beneath the ground, and instead taken a side exit that didn't result in anyone dying. Overall, I really do not like this scene, and I think it causes a ton of issues and unintended consequences. Scenes like this prevent me from accepting the show as the true telling from the multiple sources of the book, as a moment like this would have been well documented in the histories with over hundreds of witnesses. Episode MVP, I want to give it to Aegon, almost on Tom Glencarney's performance alone. I think he is a really compelling character throughout the episode, and he is named King and gets the affection he so desires. I do want to give Tywin Lannister a shout out though, as his role in the council really made him come across as the brains of the Greens. Also, I could understand why someone would want to give it to Rhaenys if that moment at the end worked for them. However, it didn't work for me, so I didn't really consider her in any meaningful way. For LVP, I'm giving it to Lord Caswell, as he was not very good at sneaking and his inability to blend in cost him his life. For me, the scale remains unmoved, as I think it is harder to influence the balance against the Greens when it is already so heavily weighted in favor of the Blacks. The Greens definitely didn't gain any points as a result of this episode, and I don't think that they should. The book's version and some of the changes I suggested throughout would have made the Greens less sympathetic, but considering they are essentially pulling a coup, I think that makes sense. So the scale remains 85-15 for the Blacks. I know I ragged on this episode a lot, and that might make it seem like I disliked it, but that's not really the case. I still enjoyed this episode, and I think some moments from it are fantastic. It's just that my expectations for this episode in particular were especially high, and the show didn't quite meet them on a number of occasions. In the end, Viserys' dream did come true, just not in the way that he had envisioned.
The Greens are coming for you, Rhaenyra. And for your children.
I think episode 10 does a great job as a season finale, reaching a satisfying conclusion to the season while still getting people wanting more and excited for what's to come. I view episode 10 as a companion piece to episode 9 in a lot of ways. The Greens have made their move, and now it's time to see how the Blacks will respond. For fans who were upset the week prior about not getting their weekly fix of Matt Smith and Emma Darcy, they are front and center in this finale. We started the episode focusing on poor young Lucerys Velaryon. This is Luke's big episode, so it feels appropriate to start things off with him as we follow him through his journey. I actually like the introspection we get from him in this scene. We have seen how Jace has dealt with the nature of his birth, and I think a lot of Luke's insecurities on display here are derived from a similar place. He laments the fact that he gets seasick when he's barely out of the harbor, especially when he considers that he is supposed to be the Lord of the Tides one day. He feels entirely overwhelmed and underqualified for the person he feels he is supposed to be.
I can't be Lord of the Tides. Grandsire was the greatest sailor who ever lived. I get green sick before the ship even leaves the harbor. I'll just ruin everything.
I think he is internalizing a lot of the things his detractors are saying. He thinks, maybe they're right, maybe he is unworthy, good for nothing, who has taken Vaemon's rightful seat. He has imposter syndrome, feeling the faith placed in him by his mother and grandfather is unjustified. This self-reflection is really interesting, and I am definitely sympathetic to the young prince's plight. I think the show does a good job this episode really fleshing Luke out, watering the seeds they set up earlier in the season, and making the audience really care for him in his final appearance. Rhaenyra does her best to console her troubled son, relating to the feeling of being overwhelmed by everything that is expected of you. It's a sweet moment. However, it is short-lived, as Rhaenys enters the building building and gives Rhaenyra the lowdown on what happened in King's Landing. She tells Rhaenyra and Daemon that Viserys died and the Greens have declared Aegon king, coronating him before the eyes of thousands. Daemon is suspicious, and he has every right to be. However, he takes things a little too far when he asserts that Viserys was murdered.
The Queen murdered my brother and stole his throne.
I mean, are you really gonna look at this man and your first thought is that he was murdered and not that he died of natural causes? I mean, Vizzy was on life support for years. The fact that he lasted as long as he did is a miracle. Daemon also asks Rhaenys why she didn't have a green BBQ, to which she replies that it was not her war to start, which is a much better justification than the one given about not wanting to kill another mother.
A war is like to be fought over this treachery, to be sure, but that war is not mine to begin.
While Daemon is acting outwardly, asking Rhaenys a ton of questions, Rhaenyra is still processing everything. For 20 years, she has been expecting that one day her father would die, and when he did, she would have to step up and become the Queen of Westeros. It's a moment that she has anticipated and dreaded for years. The death of her father in itself is a lot to process, as even though he was terrible at communicating, Rhaenyra knew how much he loved her, and she loved him in equal amounts. Not but days ago he proved that love, as he made his walk to the throne, and defended her son's rights when he was barely physically capable of standing on his own. And with the death of a dear loved one comes the weight of the position that she must now take. She is overwhelmed, and to make things even worse, the responsibility that she has been waiting for most of her life has been taken from her by her half-brother. She is no doubt experiencing emotional whiplash as she tries to come to terms with all that has happened. There is no doubt feelings of betrayal towards her half-siblings, although it doesn't really seem like they had much of a relationship, especially in the show, as we don't see them interact at all. But most importantly, she feels betrayed by Alicent.
Alicent demanded you declare for Aegon.
After Targaryen Thanksgiving, it seemed like they were finally in a good place again, only for Alicent to name her son king in Rhaenyra's stead. With all of these thoughts swirling in her mind, Rhaenyra is engulfed in grief, anxiety, and betrayal. Her emotional distress triggers a physical reaction, sending her into labor long before she was supposed to. As Rhaenyra begins her birthing battle, we cut to Jace and Luke training on the beach. Jace bests Luke, and is being very harsh on his brother.
What was that? I'm sorry.
He's extremely demanding on himself, expecting nothing but the best, and he is holding his brother to that same standard. He is coming from a place of love and trying to better his brother's ability, but it comes across as overly severe. I once again find myself feeling bad for Luke, as his lack of skill with the blade lends itself to his feelings of inferiority. The brothers Velaryon are called into their mother's chambers, where they learn of Aegon's coronation. She sends Jace to prevent Daemon from doing anything without her leave. She is at war with her sex again, as she wants to be organizing their next course of action, but she is unable to, due to the imminent birth of her child. Before Jace arrives, Daemon is in the thick of planning the Black's defenses and mustering any support he can from the neighboring lords. While this is going on, you can hear Rhaenyra's screams in the background, adding to the eerie feeling of the scene. When Jace does arrive, he stands up to his great uncle / stepdad and tells him that nothing is to be done until Rhaenyra is there. Daemon does not take Jace at all seriously, finishing up what he was doing before giving the young prince a lesson. He has the two members of the Kingsguard who were stationed at Dragonstone brought before him. He thanks them for their service, but makes it clear that they will declare for Rhaenyra or they will die. As Caraxes climbs into frame, the moment feels really epic, and we once again see some dragon bonding, as it feels that Caraxes understands what Daemon wants without anything being said. The White Cloaks are left with brown pants as they swear themselves to Rhaenyra's cause. As Rhaenyra is giving birth, we are treated to perhaps the most traumatic birthing sequence in a show full of traumatic birth scenes. This scenario is difficult to watch as Rhaenyra essentially pulls the baby out herself, screaming in pain all the while. The image of a limp, lifeless baby coated in blood is terribly sad. In some behind the scenes images, we see that the baby was covered in some dragon-like scales. This is something Martin likes to mention when talking about Targaryen stillbirths, as they often emerge as some sort of human-dragon hybrid. When the babe at last came forth, she proved indeed a monster, a stillborn girl, twisted and malformed, with a hole in her chest where her heart should have been, and a stubby, scaled tail. I think he does this as a means to signal that the Targaryens' connection to the dragons is somehow magically instilled, and comes at a price. The scene is hard to watch, and mercifully, it is the final birthing scene of the season. I also just want to say that I like the show flashing to Syrax as Rhaenyra is in pain. I'm always down to further explore the connection between a rider and their dragon, so I wanted to make note of it. We get some moments of Rhaenyra and Daemon grieving for the baby that was lost, but also likely for Viserys. It's a series of quiet, wordless moments that lets the audience live in the heartache that the characters are feeling. I've seen some memes made from the unused clips of Daemon grieving on the beach, and despite finding them funny, I am glad that we got a more subdued version in the show, as the meme version looked a little bit over the top. They have a little funeral for the baby, gathering the people of Dragonstone to put the child to rest. It is at this low point when Eric Cargill marches up to Rhaenyra, the crown of Jaehaerys, in his possession. He holds it out to her, offering her his loyal service. He starts reaffirming his vows, swearing his allegiance to his new queen. I am a sucker for vow swearing, and it works extremely well in this moment. Jawadi's music swells as Daemon places the crown her father wore upon her head, declaring her the rightful queen. She looks out to the people surrounding her, who bow one by one. It is a great scene, and serves as a nice contrast to Aegon's coronation. Where Aegon's was grand, cinematic, and a spectacle to behold, Rhaenyra's is quiet, simple, and subdued. With a crown of her own now sitting atop her head, Rhaenyra starts making plans. The show gives the carved map of Westeros another dimension, as they put a ton of candles beneath it as a means of illuminating it. It's just a small detail, but it's really cool and adds an exciting visual element that makes sense. As the Black Council commences, Daemon lays out the state of things as they are. He notes that the Lannisters are their enemies, and that they need to turn to the other great houses for allies. The houses of Arryn, Stark, Tully, and Baratheon are highlighted as key allies in order to help them win the war. The Tullys of the Riverlands are especially important because of their central location and the way they can control travel on the mainland of Westeros. They also go over the main advantage that they have.
More dragons.
Daemon lists all of the dragons they have at their disposal, noting that they have a 13-4 advantage. Their meeting is interrupted by the arrival of Otto Hightower, bringing terms on behalf of his new king. We get a redo of episode 2, as Otto once again meets Daemon on the Dragonstone walkway. Rhaenyra makes a dramatic entrance on the back of Syrax like she did during the events of episode 2, except this time she is on Daemon's side, not Otto's. She denounces Otto as a traitor, throwing his hand lapel into the sea. Otto tells them of the terms he brings. In exchange for Rhaenyra acknowledging Aegon as king, Dragonstone will be granted to her as her official seat, and will be passed down to Jacaerys upon her death. Lucerys will be reaffirmed as the Velaryon heir, and her youngest sons will be granted high positions at court. Even though it is not what Rhaenyra wants, and even acting as king could be seen as an affront to her, the terms offered by the Greens are actually pretty fair, all things considered. However, I don't think any terms that Otto brought would be acceptable to Daemon. He tells Otto exactly what he thinks of his king and the terms offered.
I would rather feed my sons to the dragons than have them carry shields and caps. For your drunken usurper.
Otto reaffirms that Aegon has all the symbols of legitimacy on his side, and that he is currently treating with the other great houses.
Aegon Targaryen sits the Iron Throne. He wears the Conqueror's crown, wields the Conqueror's sword, has the Conqueror's name. He was anointed by a Septon of the Faith before the eyes of thousands. Every symbol of legitimacy belongs to him.
He tells Rhaenyra that the oath sworn over 20 years ago will do little to aid her in her pursuit of the throne. Otto pulls out the page that Rhaenyra gave to Alicent all of those years ago. I know this is supposed to be a token of the love that they once shared for each other, but I don't think it really had the meaningful impact that was intended, at least for me. I had completely forgotten about the ripped up page by this point, as it didn't feel like it had any real significance.
What are we talking about here, huh? We're talking about a stupid piece of paper.
Daemon feels similarly, as the page does nothing to sway his opinion. He's ready to kill Otto right there, and he would have had Rhaenyra not stopped him. Syrax even looks like she wants to fight, but Rhaenyra calms her allies, promising a reply to Otto in due time. Daemon reluctantly puts away his sword, clearly displeased with the way Rhaenyra is handling things. The Black Council reconvenes with Rhaenyra, considering the terms of peace offered by the Greens. She is reluctant to go to war, knowing that the result of a war fought with dragons would mean destruction for the realm. Daemon is growing frustrated and is lashing out.
The enemy have declared war. What are you going to do about it?
Rhaenyra decides that this is best dealt with in private, and she dismisses the room. She talks with Daemon about the prophecy, citing it as a cause bigger than they are and something that they have to protect. Daemon has no idea what she's talking about though, making him even more angry. The fact that Viserys never told Daemon about the prophecy when he was his named heir for over 9 years shows that he never took Daemon seriously as an heir, and always planned on having him be replaced eventually. All of Daemon's frustration boils to the surface and he lashes out, choking Rhaenyra. This scene seems seems to be rather controversial among the fanbase. A lot of people were incredibly angry with it, thinking it was completely out of character and actively tarnishes Daemon. And while I can sympathize with the show having a different interpretation of a character than you have and taking them in a direction that you don't agree with, in this instance, at least for me, it felt completely in character for Daemon. I actually think it is a very complex scene that further develops and informs Daemon as a character. In an interview with Sarah Hess, she talks about how this moment is a buildup of extremely complicated feelings on Daemon's end. He cares for Rhaenyra, but there is some resentment there as he lost his inheritance to her and was outcast for years. Also, because she outranks Daemon, she is exerting her authority over him, doing things in a manner that he doesn't agree with. He is ready to go to war, and Rhaenyra is still weighing her options. He feels betrayed, and as we've established, he is violent and impulsive. His frustrations boil over, and he takes some of his anger out on his wife. I think this adds to the complexity of his character and makes him feel like even more of a wild card. Showrunner Ryan Condal also expressed some surprise surrounding the reception Daemon received. I did not think they would oddly apply this super fandom to him and try to justify every single thing he's done as being intrinsically heroic. It simply isn't, nor will it be in the future. I can understand why Daemon is such a fan favorite, and at least for me, I think it is because he is one of the characters that best exemplifies the dual nature of the dance. Daemon is one of the most interesting characters on the show, and he walks the tightrope perfectly, doing some terrible things but at the same time showing some good qualities. Even though his actions are not always justifiable or altruistic, he always has motivations that keep the audience engaged, and that can be dissected and understood. If he was this paragon of virtue many people see him as, I don't think he would be nearly as interesting. I also don't think him choking Rhaenyra tarnishes his character or makes him completely unrootable. He has done far worse things throughout the season. Hell, he has done worse things to a different one of his wives this season. So I actually like this scene as I think it further explores his character in an interesting way and actually makes him more compelling in my mind. While the Targaryens are having their marital spat, we got our first sighting of Corlys since episode 7. He reconnects with Rhaenys as she tells him how she felt abandoned by him. When she needed him most following the deaths of their son and daughter, he just left. Corlys acknowledges this and admits that it came from a selfish place. He felt he lost everything, and so he went to fight in the Stepstones as his way of grieving. Rhaenys fills him in on what he missed since he's been gone, telling him that Daemon killed his brother Vaemond after the latter laid claim to the Driftwood throne. Corlys acknowledges his brother's faults and then acknowledges his own. He apologizes to his wife, telling her that he is sorry for everything that he put their family through in pursuit of power and influence. This is a big moment for Corlys, as he has lived his entire life based on this quest for legacy. In this moment, he is willing to put it aside and wants to remain neutral in the conflict, returning to Driftmark. Rhaenys is not keen on this idea, hinting to her husband that they should declare for Rhaenyra. This is where the show loses me a little bit, because the changes made make it so that I think the Velaryons should continue to disavow Rhaenyra. As far as they know, Rhaenyra and Daemon murdered their son so that they can marry each other. This is not something that Corlys would let slide, and yet he does because the plot demands it.
Rhaenyra was complicit in our son's death. That girl destroys everything she touches.
If anything, Corlys should try and depose of Daemon and Rhaenyra in favor of making his grandson Jace king. He bears no ill will for any of his grandchildren, and so anything he does for Rhaenyra's side is really in service of them. Maybe this is just a sticking point for me, and it works fine for everyone else, but I thought I would mention it. After this conversation, Corlys makes his entrance and declares the Velaryons for Rhaenyra. And Corlys is quite the ally to pick up, as he controls Westeros' biggest fleet, has a vast amount of riches, his wife is a dragon rider, and he now controls the Narrow Sea after his recent conquest of the Stepstones. His power allows Rhaenyra to box the Greens in King's Landing, cutting off all trade by sea. Even when bolstered by the Sea Snake, Rhaenyra is not yet ready to go to war. She wants to uncover the realm's allegiances before she does anything else.
I wish to know who my allies are before I send them to war.
She plans on sending messages to the Great Houses to remind them of the oaths they once swore. Jace offers a good suggestion, raising the point that him and Luke could deliver the messages on Dragonback, helping to remind the Lords that declaring fealty is in their best interest.
We should bear those messages. Dragons can fly faster than ravens, and then more convincing.
Rhaenyra seems initially hesitant, as she is no doubt trying to come to grips with the idea of seeing her sons as assets and grown men rather than her little boys. She ultimately concedes, seeing the merit in Jace's idea. Before they go, however, she has them swear that they go only as messengers and will not take up any arms. Unfortunately, things tend not to go so great for the messengers of Westeros. Jace and Luke are looking tripped out as they prepare to embark on their journeys. Jace is going on what is the longer and more difficult journey, traveling first to the Eyrie and then to Winterfell, while Luke has the shorter trip to Storm's End. Luke's actor, Elliot Greehalt, does a good job conveying the nerves and uncertainty in the young prince. He first calls Rhaenyra mom, before correcting himself and calling her by her title.
Yes, mother. Your Grace.
Little moments like this endear him to the audience. However, there were definitely red flags going up when Rhaenyra says that the trip to Storm's End would be easy, signaling to the audience that it likely will be anything but.
I'm in danger!
As Luke makes his descent to Storm's End, there is a sinister feeling of foreboding, the raging storm making it feel like this is an incredibly dangerous place to be. He lands and hears a shriek, glancing over and seeing the monstrous size of Vhagar. After seeing this, Luke probably should have turned right around, hopped back on Arax, and flown out of there. But he came there on a mission to deliver his mother's message, and surely no harm could come to him as he is merely an envoy. As he walks in, we see Aemond, rocking that anime villain drip. The Targaryen prince is standing off to the side with one of the Baratheon girls. Luke doesn't know it yet, but Lord Boros Baratheon has already taken the Greens up on their offer of a marriage alliance. Luke gives his mother's message to Boros, who requires the maester to read it for him. For whatever reason, I love the little detail that Boros is illiterate.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
After hearing the Black's offer, Boros is unimpressed.
Remind me of my father's oath. King Aegon at least came with an offer. My swords and banners for a marriage pact.
I think this is a case of Rhaenyra dropping the ball, as not only did she not offer the Baratheons anything for their allegiance, but her words also come across as condescending. She expects Boros' support, and she's reminding him of his house's oath to her, an oath that he didn't even swear, his father did. The Greens, on the other hand, offered a marriage alliance, a marriage to a prince, which is a great match for any house in the realm. This really feels like Rhaenyra misunderstood who Boros was, and that she needed to win him to her cause, not chastise him. You once again feel bad for Luke, as he is mocked by Boros, his mother's offer firmly rejected. Still, Luke stands tall in this moment, reaffirming Rhaenyra as queen and telling Boros that he will report his answer back to his mom. However, things are only about to get worse for the prince as Aemond steps up, rekindling old wounds. He demands that Luke cut out one of his eyes and give it to Aemond as payment for the one that he took when they were kids. I've seen a lot of people take issue with Aemond bringing up the eye again, as in their opinion, the matter was already settled. They feel that Aemond demanding this now is inconsistent with what he said in episode 7. I disagree though, as I think Aemond saying that in episode 7 was at least in part to calm down his mother and de-escalate the situation. He was obviously ecstatic he got a dragon, but that does not remove any resentment he might feel towards Luke. I think he is justified in having complicated feelings about how he lost his eye, and towards the person who took it.
I think anyone who was wronged like Aemond was, and you're gonna feel some sort of hatred, whether it's subconsciously or consciously, towards the person who did it.
That is not to say that his demands are reasonable in any sense, just that his lack of vision is a constant reminder of how he feels he was wronged, and he carries anger and resentment as a result. I don't think this contradicts what he said in episode 7 in any way, as he has a multitude of feelings surrounding the loss of his eye. In this moment, I think he makes this demand of Luke because he wants to feel powerful, paired with the fact that this is the first time where the two sides are official, with the conflict feeling inevitable. Where before Aemond had to coexist under Viserys' rule, he now feels emboldened to do what he wants. It's a massive jerk move and completely unreasonable, but I think it is compelling and consistent with Aemond's character. As he is making his demands, he removes his eye patch, revealing that he has put a sapphire in its place. If he didn't already look like an anime villain, he does now. I was actually a little worried that they weren't going to include the Sapphire Eye in the show, so I was ecstatic when it was revealed. Boros is having none of Aemond's shenanigans, knowing that if any harm befell Luke under his roof while he was an envoy, he would be accursed. He separates the two before things get out of control, and has Luke escorted back to Arax. The weather has seemingly gotten even worse, and Arax is just as jumpy as his rider. Luke does his best to try and calm his dragon, speaking to him in Valyrian. He also notices that Vhagar is nowhere to be seen, which can only be bad news. Luke and Arax take to the sky, flying in the storm as best they can. The tension in the air is thick, and it feels like a matter of time before Aemond and Vhagar reveal themselves. One of the best shots of the entire season is when we see Vhagar's immense shadow flying above Arax, giving the audience a clear picture of how big the size difference truly is. It is an exhilarating scene, as Aemond and Vhagar burst out from the storm and fly towards Luke and Arax. Aemond is trying to terrify Luke, taunting him about being a bastard and owing him an eye. With the Dance of Dragons having such an emphasis on dragon conflict, I think this set piece was important to see how House of the Dragon would be able to portray these fights. If this is any indication, the dragon fights for the rest of the series are going to be spectacles to behold. We really get to feel the difference between the dragons. As though Arax is much more smaller than Vhagar, he has an advantage in speed and maneuverability. Smartly, Luke starts weaving between cliff faces, going where Vhagar can't follow. Aemon loses sight of Luke, until Arax bursts from where they were hiding, and while feeling threatened, the smaller dragon disobeys Luke's commands and attacks Vhagar, breathing fire into the cranky old lady's face. Vhagar does not like this one bit, and for her, now it's personal. Luke breaks free from the storm, entering clear skies for the first time since leaving Storm's End. It feels like for a second, like he has escaped, only for that reverie to be crushed as Vhagar goes rogue and chomps down on the prince and his dragon. She's dragging Aemon kicking and screaming as she guarantees war with one big chomp. Aemon knows he done goofed and has the flight back to King's Landing to try and come to terms with what just happened. Initially, I didn't like the idea of Aemon losing control of Vhagar and accidentally killing Luke. As I expressed earlier with some of the decisions the show has been making, it feels like they are removing the intentionality behind the characters' decisions, and the ensuing conflict is the result of a series of comedic errors and miscommunication. I initially felt this way concerning this scene, but as time has passed, I have come to like the change. As Condell points out in one of his interviews, even though Aemon did not intend to kill Luke, he acted recklessly and put him in a situation where one of them could be killed. He still has the motivation of being horrible to Luke and tormenting him. He just did not wish to kill him and start a war.
But no killing. Needs to be killed. Doesn't need to be killed, but he could take a good ass whooping, and we're down with that.
I think it allows for a different way of exploring Aemon's character, as well as the riders' relationships with their dragons. When Rhaenyra gets the news of Luke's death, we know as the audience that things have changed. It is now no holds bar, and Rhaenyra will not have the same reservations she may have had before.
Losing Luke tells her she knows nothing about grief and completely changes her outlook on the world going forward.
The decision to have a long shot following Daemon as he delivers the news and then Rhaenyra turning and giving the camera the death stare was fantastic. Emma Darcy is especially terrific in this moment, conveying all of the anger and grief that Rhaenyra is going through perfectly without a single word needing to be said. For MVP, I was a little torn. I thought about giving it to Rhaenyra, but I think the message she gave to Boros and the way she tried to convince him to support her cause was a massive misplay. I considered giving it to Luke, as it is his standout episode and we get to hugely sympathize with him before his death. Unfortunately, he does die in the episode, and that is partially because he wasn't able to fully control his dragon. So ultimately I decided to give MVP to the only one who got exactly what they wanted in this episode, Vhagar. Aemon felt like the clear LVP of the episode, as he accidentally became a kinslayer and made war an inevitability with his reckless decision making.
I felt like this particular story had the most thematic connectivity with the original tale, The Song of Ice and Fire.
House of the Dragon's first season was terrific. It was not without its flaws, but overcame its greatest challenge for the long-term success of the show, reinvesting the audience in Westeros after the ending of Game of Thrones. For the most part, it was a faithful adaptation of the source material that even improved upon it in a number of respects, as it breathed life into the characters that wasn't always present in Fire and Blood's historical recounting of events. I think it does justice to Martin's world, and it manages to stand on its own, not being carried by its association with Game of Thrones. Where it does potentially fail is in its attempt to make the conflict grey, and have the audience split down the middle, between rooting for the greens and the blacks. At the end of my analysis, I have the scale sitting at 85-15 in favor of the blacks, and some might argue that it should be even further skewed in their favor. The source material itself was not perfectly balanced, and the show did a lot to add depth to characters like Alicent and Aemond, making them more sympathetic to their book counterparts. However, this is largely undone by the unfavorable direction they decided to take Aegon, the figurehead of the Greens. Regardless, I still think that the point of the conflict is that everyone is wrong, and that the decisions the characters take lead to the destruction of the kingdom. Shireen was right all along. It doesn't matter if you are green or black. It was all the choosing that was the problem to begin with. I don't think House of the Dragon's first season reaches the height of early Game of Thrones, but I think it far exceeds the depths of later Game of Thrones. If I had to give it a rating, I would say it's on the cusp of being a low 8 or a very high 7. I am extremely excited to see more seasons of House of the Dragon, and am thoroughly invested in the story and characters. Knowing where the story goes, I am confident that it is possible for future seasons of House of the Dragon to reach the heights of Game of Thrones, if executed well. well, and that is a very exciting thought. If you somehow made it to the end of this video, I want to thank you for watching. I'm sure you all have just as many thoughts on House of the Dragon as I do, so feel free to let me know what you thought of the show in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you liked and subscribed. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.